All right, what is up? So we're going to go live again and listening to another whole line of proof that your government hates you. They want you dead. They're spying on you and doing you about as dirty as you can possibly be done. So, there's that. Let's see, let's make sure I got everything kind of lined up. Kingpin, what's up, brother? Let's run it back. Oh man, Kingpin, what do you think about the legal man? MC, what's up, brother? Freaking legal man. He is a freaking phenomenally intelligent person. That entire stream is just. I have to go back and listen to what he says a couple of times just to try to pick up everything. What's up, PLA? What's happening, brother man? Sup, perps, fire order. What's happening, brother? You guys coming in, man, that saw the or watched everything with Lee or the legal man. You guys let me know what you thought about that one, man. Dude is freaking is immensely intelligent and really schooled up. And he's got receipts, man. That's all I can say. Reloading from the hot pot. What's up, brother man? How's things going? Yeah, I thought so, man. Like I said, I found him through the safety doc and started following and checking him out, uh, checking out his content. He introduced me to Spooner, Spooner's content, the letters that he goes through in a lot of his podcasts and stuff. And it lays out really just how fucked we are, but it lays out one way that we can get out of this horse shit and it not become a bloodbath. And he lays out his case for jury nullification, and that I think that's really where it's at. We wouldn't have quite a few people that we've seen through the years in prison for stupid firearm shit if there was actual jury nullification. Because there'd be at least one person on the jury would be like, "What did they do? Other than they didn't hurt anybody. They just had this that the government doesn't like. Nah, not guilty." But you have to find them guilty. I ain't got to find them a goddamn thing. Might get uncomfortable for a little while, but think about it. If the federal government found out that any sort of prohibitory firearms case that they would never get a conviction on it because juries would just be like, "No, not convicted." It wouldn't matter what court precedent and 34 NFA and all this other horseshit. It wouldn't matter. But hey, we is where we at, as one could say. All right, hey, let's crank this one up. We'll have a little bit of fun.
This is Sparta!
Hey, boys! Look what I got here!
Hey, where are the white women at?
Uke, what's happening, brother man? All right, let me kick that out of the screen. Now, let me pull up two things real fast. Hold on, Fire Otter, and I will find one real damn quick. It shouldn't take me but a minute, and I'll throw stuff out there. Yeah, give me a second. I'll put his stuff out there. This thing will cooperate, and I'll get there one of these days. And let me see. I try to put out a couple things real quick. This is his. See where this is the easiest way I can do this. All right, that's his Twitter stuff. If you look up the Quash, and let me see, I'll pull something. To try to make it show you guys like a. Give me just a sec. I'll figure this out in a second. Hold on. If I wasn't more than mildly retarded, I'd be okay, and this would be easier. But I'm also figuring out this other computer and trying to get my shit straight. So give me just a sec. If I was halfway intelligent, I would have had his stuff pulled up when he came in. I've been sharing it all through the damn chat. But copy this. All right, that should get you to him off of like Google Podcasts. And I'll go ahead and stick that up to the top. And you know his stuff, man. He's the only one out there that's not going to be damn horse shitting you on it. Oh, okay, cool. You're all right, Warsaw. All right, let's see. Get back over here to the software. All right. So this was a hearing they had a couple weeks ago, a week or two ago, about the weaponization of the federal government. Let's listen to it. Let's just kick it off and let's ride. Let's just roll it.
I recognize himself an opening statement. Politics is driving the agenda in federal agencies. Don't believe me, just read the Durham report from 3 days ago. No probable cause, no predicate, no evidence whatsoever, but the FBI opened a case, took a dossier they knew was false, from a political campaign, from the Clinton campaign, to spy on a presidential candidate and an American citizen.
But before we start this, get back into the headspace kind of coming from the legal man. Realize that most everything that's said in this hearing is an absolute grift. Most all of it's theater. these whistleblowers are probably telling the truth about a lot of it, but they're just being used as props, even by Republicans.
Here was the key line from the Durham report. Quote, the FBI failed to uphold their mission of fidelity to the law. They didn't follow the law.
We've been going straight out
Didn't
White
have
Claw.
probable cause or evidence to do what they did. An agency
trying to cut
focused
the fat.
on politics. But I would argue today it's even worse. Because today it's not just presidential campaigns. Today it's the American people. They're the target. You're not politically correct. You're not in line with what they think should be the political position, the proper position. You're the target. Parents attending a school board meeting, pro-lifers praying at a clinic, or Catholics simply attending mass, you could be a target.
Yeah.
And maybe what's just as frightening,
AK Jesus targets and apparently AK Jesus fuel.
good employees in our government who come forward to talk about the targeting.
Let me keep a
you
little
then
bit of
become
my
a target.
manhood drinking White Claws.
You face
okay?
retaliation. If you're one of those, and I think there are thousands and thousands of good employees working across our country in the FBI and other agencies, but if you're one of those good employees driven by your commitment to the Constitution and your conscience, and you come forward, they're going to come after you. You come forward and tell us about the radical traditional Catholic memo. You come forward and tell us about this idea that they're going to create some snitch line to report on parents going to school board meetings. You do that, they will try to crush you. They will retaliate against you.
I know you got
They're
my
coming
back.
after you. But these guys today, they were brave enough. They took their oath seriously. They believe in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law, and they came forward. And I want to thank them for doing it. But because they did, man, face.
Now, here's another thought, kids. Here's another thought. Keep this in mind. So these whistleblowers come out, and apparently they're leaning on some Republican ideals. Republicans are all supporting them. Democrats, watch the way they get treated. But understand, if it was a Democrat administration and you had whistleblowers like that come out and say, hey, the Republicans are spying on the shit, and they're doing this dirty, it'd be the other way around exactly.
Retaliation. Mr. O'Boyle was selected for a new unit, moved his family from Kansas to Quantico, Virginia, and the first day he arrives here, after selected for this new unit, serving in our military, serving well in the FBI, when the first day he arrives here,
100%.
they tell him his clearance is suspended. Can't get his belongings for his family, can't get his clothes, can't get his children's clothes, 4 kids and a 2-week-old newborn. Mr. Friend raised concerns about using the SWAT team to arrest someone who was willing to turn themselves in, and the FBI takes his clearance. Wouldn't even let him get access to his firearms training records, which he needs to get employment. Mr. O'Boyle's went 200 some days without getting paid. Mr. Allen's went 450 days without getting paid. This is the kind of retaliation they have faced for coming forward and telling us the truth. For Mr. Allen, he lost his clearance for simply doing his job, compiling case-related research, using open source material, news and articles, and passing them on to the people working the case. And they didn't like some of the material he passed on. 450 days without pay. And the retaliation isn't limited to the FBI. Democrats on this committee also engaged in it. They leaked parts of these guys' interviews to the press. Press reported on it, and then the press had to issue corrections. Post, Washington Post, the New York Times, Rolling Stone, because what the Democrats told them wasn't accurate, what they reported wasn't accurate. That's why Mr. Allen would only let Republicans talk to him. He said, I've seen what's going on. I want to be interviewed by the Republicans. We've talked to over 24 whistleblowers. People have come to us. We've interviewed several of those, and today 3 of them. 3 of those brave whistleblowers and a lawyer who represents them will tell us their story. They will tell us what happened, what they saw, and then what happened to them because they were courageous enough to report it to Congress. I just want to tell you guys, get ready. Get ready, because these guys are going to come after you. You know they are. Last hearing we had 2 journalists, Democrats, 2 Democrat journalists sat right where you guys did, and these guys tried to get them to divulge their sources. Someone needs to tell him how the First Amendment works. And
That
oh,
whole-
while Mr. Taibbi, one of those award-winning journalists sitting right where you're sitting,
Righteous
was
anger with these
testifying, guess what
people
else
was
was happening?
halfway.
The IRS was
genuine.
knocking on his door. So get ready,
Why
I
isn't
know you're up to the
anything
task.
changing?
because you came forward in the first place. Thank you for your commitment to the Constitution, First Amendment, the rule of law, and for your willingness to come forward and tell Congress what you've seen.
Oh, it doesn't
what you've
change.
witnessed.
Democrats block
Thank
the
you for doing that.
Republicans.
Mr. Levitt, thank you for representing them. We appreciate that.
We've had
Now yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
legislative, the executive branch, everything, and nothing
Thank you,
changes.
Mr. Chair, and good morning.
But listen to the way she
Today
talks
is our
about
fourth
these folks.
hearing in this select committee. In our previous three hearings, we've heard my Republican colleagues and their witnesses downplay the danger of extremism in America. Suggested
And by
that
the
the
way, you
2020
guys are all the
election was stolen,
extremists she's talking about.
claimed that January 6th was anything other than an attempted insurrection, anything other than domestic terrorism. From what I can glean about today's hearing, and I'm going to say glean because my Republican colleagues don't really want us to work together. They give us the bare minimum notice for hearings, no subject indicated. We learn who the hearing witnesses is from British tabloids. That's not normal in the House of Representatives. One must
It's not
wonder,
a House of
are
Representatives, and it
Republicans
hasn't been a
scared
House of
of giving us the
Representatives,
information
not for the
so that we
people,
can do our
in
own
a
due
very long
diligence
time.
on these conspiracy theories, these ideas that they want to put forward? Indeed, today's hearing will be more of the same.
MC,
Perhaps they're
100%.
too far
You got
gone
it
to
right.
realize that, in fact, this hearing
One
is
car.
evidence,
What's up, brother man?
as if we needed any more, that MAGA Republicans are a threat to the rule of law in America. Less than 2 months ago, former President Trump, facing mounting investigations into his many alleged crimes, declared that,
Vanessa,
quote,
what's up, chick?
Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ and the FBI until they can come to their senses.
It'd be a good start.
And we all know that when Trump says jump, the Republicans in the House say, how high? So here we are on Police Week, watching House Republicans
Law and
jump
order.
to lay the foundation to defund law enforcement. My colleagues on the far right are on a mission to attack, discredit, and ultimately dismantle the FBI.
I wish they would.
This is defund the police on steroids. As part of their mission, my colleagues have brought in these former agents, men who lost their security clearances
There's
because
not
they were
rule
a
of
threat
law. There
to
is
our national
laws that
security,
rule.
who, out of malice
There's
or
not rule of
ignorance
law.
or both, have put partisan agenda above the oath they swore to serve the country and protect its national security. It is everyday American taxpayer who is bearing the burden of this circus-like hearing. A year ago, Republicans promised that if they won control of Congress, they would focus on kitchen table issues like bringing down inflation.
Dude, you, as far as I know, Safety Doc's
Now we
been
gotta
doing
bait
good.
and
He did
switch.
a stream
Instead of trying to make their constituents'
just a
lives
little while
better,
back.
they're
He's just
wasting
been busy.
time and taxpayer
He's
dollars
just been working his
on
ass off.
endless, fruitless string of partisan investigations. Instead of working to make America more secure, they're manufacturing opportunities to attack law enforcement agencies, even and especially on the same week that we are remembering those law enforcement personnel who lost their lives in the line of duty. We are assembled today to hear conspiracy theories and speculations. We're going to hear alternative facts, actions, and events taken far out of context. When they lack support for a baseless allegation, get this, my Republican friend.
Hold on. Let me stop this little lion heifer for a minute. Where's my tab? Let me share this real quick, because I want you guys to kind of keep this in the back of your mind as this goes on.
Testimony chilling. That was the retired FBI supervisory intelligence
Did it go
analyst,
too far? Hold on.
George Hill, who gave
Let me back that up.
DOA. I believe that
Now, couple points real fast before we watch this clip. Remember everything we've been talking about with the codes for firearms and credit card purchases. Keep that in mind. You know, that wasn't supposed to be possible. These banks, organizations, lending institutions weren't supposed to be able to track purchases for specific items like firearms. Listen to what this dude says and then keep this in mind during this entire hearing. And he's talking about people. I'll give you a little bit of a background on what he's talking about. This is an FBI agent. He's talking about 1 to 2 days after January 6th. And the FBI hits up Bank of America and says, hey, Bank of America, we would like all of your transaction receipts for anybody who used your product in the very broad area around Washington, D.C. for a couple days leading up to the 6th and January 6th. Realize that is fucking legal for them to do. But listen to what this cat says.
it was either on January 7th or 8th. The Bank of America, with no directive from the FBI, data mined its customer base. And data mined a date range of 5 to 7 of any BOA customer who used a BOA product. And by BOA product, a debit card. They compiled that list, and then on top of that list, they put anyone who had purchased a firearm during any date.
I find that testimony chilling. That was the retired.
Okay, you hear what the man just said. He said they asked Bank of America's to data mine these records. Anybody who had credit card receipts inside this large area for 5 to 7 days around January 6th, and then any date for a firearms purchase. So someone could have a Bank of America account 15 years ago and bought a firearm. That purchase went to the fucking FBI. But no, they can't track firearms purchases. Couldn't stop them on credit cards. My fucking nutsack. You guys hear that, right? You hear what the man said. That is an FBI agent in a deposition, a legal deposition where he is under oath. And he's telling you that your government can just go to your financial institutions as long as they're willing to play ball, and they're going to play ball, and ask them, hey, we need credit card receipts for every one of your customers who's used a debit card, credit card, whatever, and purchased a firearm. Searching records, data mining. Fuck these people. You know why I like, talking to the legal man earlier? Because he gives you the receipts on how this scheme is actually allowed to survive. And he gives you the receipts on how this scheme could actually be peacefully done away with. Yep, told you. Bring the pain.
Cite the absence of evidence of a cover-up. Any suggestion that Chairman Jordan's witnesses are anything but victims of an oppressive dystopian government will be met with mock outrage. So what we all know what
Very
we're about
true,
to see.
MC.
The real question, the real thing that Americans need to be focused on is why. My Republican colleagues would like me and others to believe that they've suddenly found religion when it comes to misconduct in law enforcement. Give me a break. When the FBI is rifling through personal correspondence of
Listen
people
to
of
where
color,
she brings this. It's
when
all
law
about race.
enforcement tries to push policies to limit the freedom of people practicing a different religion, or unjustly pursuing people in cars who look like Philando Castile or my children, or who are just going about their business, or breaking down the doors of people's homes like Breonna Taylor. Do you think my Republican colleagues care about that? They don't bat an eye. But when the FBI investigates conservative Christian white men who are actually threatening violence, suddenly my Republican colleagues are rushing to defund the police. The reason we're here today is because Chairman Jordan wants to make America Trump again.
Conservative.
My Republican colleagues aren't here representing their constituents, not my constituents. They're representing Donald Trump. They're acting as his defense attorney, his campaign operative, and everything in between. This committee, this select committee, is a clearinghouse for testing conspiracy theories for Donald Trump to use in his 2024 presidential campaign. What's clear from these hearings is that Donald Trump knows just as well as I do that the danger to him and his MAGA movement is the rule of law. That's why this committee is working so hard to undermine the rule of law. That's why Donald Trump asked Jordan and others on this committee to waste our time and taxpayer money, asked the Speaker of the House to attack the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, for having the audacity to indict the former president on 34 counts of fraud. And that's why this committee hasn't given up its stolen election talking points. Now, here we are today, going after the FBI.
She's an absolute Karen about it the whole time, too. Look at all these crackers around here.
This is not a committee on the weaponization of government. This is a committee for the weaponization of government. This select committee is clearly focused on undermining law enforcement so extremists can undermine our elections, corruption, and control our government.
Like legal man said,
threats
27 years in, people ain't caught on to this shit.
I hope Democrats as well as Republicans watch and listen this morning, because this hearing will demonstrate far better than any opening statement ever could that outside of Washington, the real divide in America is not between Democrats and Republicans. It's between people who love this country, who believe in the rule of law, who want to follow the law, and those who will fight to make our union more perfect.
He's right there.
And the people who want to tear down the rule of law and betray our Constitution for personal as well as political gain. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses.
This is our democracy under our Constitution.
An FBI special agent, most recently in the Wichita resident agency of the Kansas City field office. Prior to becoming an FBI agent, Mr. O'Boyle served our nation as an infantryman in the United States Army for 6 years. In the Army, Mr. O'Boyle was deployed to both Iraq and Afghanistan. He received numerous service awards, including the Combat Infantryman Badge. Mr. O'Boyle received an honorable discharge from the Army. Upon leaving, Mr. O'Boyle continued his commitment to public service, serving as a police officer in Waukesha, Wisconsin for 4 years. Mr. O'Boyle joined the FBI in 2018. As an FBI agent, Mr. O'Boyle was selected to serve on the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the SWAT team. Mr. O'Boyle graduated cum laude from Marquette University with a degree in criminology and law studies.
Damn, those split and drive-through lines segregating each other into right and left.
Mr. Friend is a whistleblower, an FBI special agent, most recently in the Daytona Beach resident agency of the Jacksonville field office.
Love you guys.
Prior to becoming an FBI agent in 2014, Mr. Friend served as a police officer in Savannah, Georgia, and Pooler, Georgia. And as an FBI agent, Mr. Friend spent 7 years working human trafficking investigations and investigating crimes against children. Prior to blowing the whistle in 2022, Mr. Friend had received several awards from the FBI for his performance. Mr. Friend is a graduate of the University of Notre Dame. And again, for this service to our country, the FBI questions his loyalty to the country. Mr. Allen is a whistleblower and staff operations specialist with the FBI's Charlotte field office. Mr. Allen has 20 years of experience as an intelligence professional in the FBI and the United States Armed Services. Prior to joining the FBI.
Now, here's another thought, real fast. These whistleblowers are going to sit there, and you listen to what Democrats have already said about them. And it gets way worse during this hearing. And I kind of feel bad for these guys, a little bit. And then I think, well, these guys would be the same ones that would investigate you for having an illegal firearm, and then they'd help the ATF collect information. And it's the law, baby. They'd follow the law, and they'd lock your happy motherfucking ass up. To get to the fucking level where this hearing's gonna go. I'm glad I split this show out with the Legal Man show, and I can get Lee out of the line of fire because he seems like he's just such a fucking smart, mellow dude. He'd be a fucking cool cat to just sit down and shoot the shit with, man. Again, like we did tonight, and especially in person. Me, on the other hand, I tend to be a little bit more of a knuckle dragging caveman who uses a lot of profanity, smokes too much, drinks too much, and has a serious fucking small tolerance for getting fucking lied to. Yeah.
Mr. Allen served in the United States Marine Corps, including service in Iraq, Kuwait, and Japan. In the Marines, Mr. Allen received several awards, including the Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medal and the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal. Mr. Allen received an honorable discharge from his Marine Corps duty.
Yeah.
And again, the letter we got from the FBI, they're questioning his commitment to our country.
That ting. That is the perfect fucking point, and it's the only way it could be a little better if it was Mr. Friend Lee instead of Friend. Hi, I'm with the United States federal government. I'm with the FBI. My name's Mr. Friend. You know you're getting fucking boned right there. But apparently these dudes, I'll give them credit. I gotta give them a break. They did stand up far enough to actually try to tell the fucking guys that, look, man, this shit ain't right. There's some bad shit going on here. And then they just get turned around and boned. Some fucking I almost told the legal man we were talking about, the whole voting for your own warden in the prison. Yeah, it's a little like voting for your own warden in the prison, and you're still going to get all the free shower rape you want. Well, it ain't free for you. You have to actually pay them to do the shower raping. And then they're still going to rape you even if you don't pay them. So, I mean, what do? You pay them for the lube? Is that where we're at in this point in time in history? Here's $50, please, Mr. Big Guy. Use some lube.
Find that astounding. Prior to blowing the whistle, Mr. Allen received several awards from the FBI, including being selected as Employee of the Year for the Charlotte Field Office in 2019. Mr. Allen holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from American Military University. Mr. Tristan Levitt. Mr. Levitt is an attorney and the president of Empower Oversight, an organization dedicated to enhancing independent oversight of government and corporate wrongdoing. Prior to joining Empower Oversight, Mr. Levitt was a Senate-confirmed member of the United States Merit System Protection Board.
Biden fell again.
Which adjudicates whistleblower retaliation claims. Mr. Levitt also served as the principal deputy special counsel at the Office of the Special Counsel, which enforces federal whistleblower laws. Earlier in his career, Mr. Levitt was a counsel for Senator Grassley on the Senate Judiciary Committee and staffer on the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. He's a graduate of Brigham Young University and Georgetown University Law Center and is considered an expert on the whistleblower law. As far as I know, the FBI hasn't questioned his loyalty to the country. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please stand and raise your right hand?
So these guys, here's a kicker.
You swear affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct.
So you see all these people fixing to testify, right? Got that right hand up in the air. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Sometimes they say, so help me God, sometimes they don't. But I swear to tell that truth. Do you see a motherfucker sitting on the other end of that table or the other side of that table that is swearing to tell the truth under that same basically legal burden of perjury? All those motherfuckers sitting, on the opposite side. Democrats, Republicans sitting over there on this dais or whatever the fuck they want to damn name a bench. Looking at this shit these days and actually seeing how dirty it is. Those dais, those hallowed halls, they got about as much fucking sanctity to me as a goddamn truck station bathroom that ain't been cleaned in 6 fucking months. That's how much respect and awe you owe these people. Boy, that rant almost went a little bit further than that. Let's watch some more hearing.
Correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God. Let the record show that each witness answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered in the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in approximately 5 minutes. We're going to give you plenty of time. But if you can keep it around 5, great. But go over,
Maybe I should hit up Chat GPT
we'll
real
start
fast
with Mr. O'Boyle,
and ask it to make a
Mr.
funny
O'Boyle, you're
song
recognized for your
about a senile president that keeps falling down.
Chairman Jordan,
Just
members
see
of
where
the
it
committee,
goes.
thank you for addressing FBI malfeasance and allowing me to speak today. Aside from that point of
Danger.
gratitude, I'm sad, I'm disappointed, and I'm angry that I have to be here to testify about the weaponization of the FBI and DOJ. Weaponization against not only its own employees, but against those institutions and individuals that are supposed to protect the American people. I'm here today because even though I'm wrongfully suspended from the FBI, I remain duty-bound to the American people to play my small role in rectifying these issues. After all, I never swore an oath to the FBI.
Rectifying your
Swore an oath to the
rectum, baby.
Constitution. I've served my nation and community my entire adult life, first in the United States Army, then as a police officer, and lastly as an FBI special agent. Shortly after high school, I joined the United States Army where I served in the infantry and I was quickly promoted through the ranks. I deployed to both Iraq and Afghanistan in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. I served in the historic 101st Airborne Division. I received the Combat Infantryman's Badge, which is awarded to those infantrymen who engage in ground combat with our nation's enemies. The Army's official motto is, "This will defend." Along with numerous others, I volunteered to serve this nation, risking my life in combat to protect America and her values. I know some of the best men and women this country has to offer. They come from all backgrounds, races, and creeds. They helped mold me into the person I am today. Each was willing to sacrifice, and many did, to protect this great nation. It is our duty to honor their sacrifices by standing up for what is right, regardless of the difficulty. After serving in the Army, I became a police officer. Police officers, like me, are imperfect beings, but we strive to uphold the law and the Constitution. People who go to work every day trying to make their communities better, yet who nonetheless are faced with budget cuts and calls for defunding as we continue spiraling away from law and order as a nation. While serving as a police officer, I finished my bachelor's degree, graduating with honors in criminology and law studies. Shortly thereafter, I began the long road to becoming an FBI special agent, a position I once understood to be the pinnacle of law enforcement and a way to continue to serve this nation and protect.
Yeah, good old J. Edgar Hoover.
During my 4 years as a special agent, I received the highest annual review an employee can receive. I volunteered for, tried out for, and was selected for an FBI SWAT team. I also volunteered for, tried out for, and was selected for a new unit the FBI created. I also received an award for my work on an anti-abortion extremism case. I've been smeared as a malcontent and subpar FBI employee. This smear stands in stark contrast to my life in public service. This smear campaign, disgusting as it is unsurprising.
Fucking team.
Despite our oath to uphold the Constitution, too many in the FBI aren't willing to sacrifice for the hard right over the easy wrong. They see what becomes of whistleblowers, how the FBI destroys their careers, suspends them under false pretenses, takes their security clearances and pay with no true options for real recourse or remedy. This is by design. It creates an Orwellian atmosphere that silences opposition and discussion. We know what is right to do, yet we too often refuse to do what is right because of the difficulty and suffering it incurs. I couldn't knowingly continue on this path silently without speaking out against the weaponization I witnessed, even if it meant losing my job, my career, my livelihood, my family's home, and now
Think
my
about it.
anonymity.
If the Constitution
It's up to
mattered,
members
if
of
all
this
of our
committee,
constitutional
current
rights
and
were
former
so
FBI
great,
employees, and
shall
indeed all
not actually
Americans to
means
ensure that the
fucking
weaponization
shall
of our own
not.
government against the people comes to an end.
How many
no matter
police
the personal
enforce
cost.
unconstitutional laws?
As James Madison prudently opined,
Because
in
it's
framing
the
a government
law.
which is to be
Let the courts
administered by
work it
men
out.
over men, the
You'll
great
have your
difficulty
day
lies
in
in
court.
this. You must first enable the government to control the governed. In the next place, oblige it to control itself.
Yes, they did one car,
Safeguards
and they got
currently
a
in
lot
place
of
at the
people
FBI are
blinded and
clearly
killed a lot of
inadequate
people.
and must be reworked to protect whistleblowers and others who are inappropriately targeted. The FBI can extract whatever they want from me. I'm willing to bear that burden.
Hey,
I've sworn to defend this country from
there
enemies,
is
both
no
foreign and
end to the
domestic,
amount of
even if that
dirty
means
shit
sacrificing my life.
that our
I've lived
federal
that oath out
government
since
will
first
do,
enlisting in the Army,
and people are
consistently
still
saying,
buying the
"Here am
fucking
I,
grip.
send me." My oath, however, did not include sacrificing the hopes, dreams, and livelihood of my
Part
family.
of this whole
My
discussion with
strong,
Legal Man
beautiful, and
tonight
courageous wife,
with Lee
and our four
is
sweet and beautiful
to show
daughters who
you
have endured
guys
this process along with
it's
me.
a rigged
In weaponized fashion, the
system,
FBI
and
allowed me
it's
to accept orders
rigged
to a new
for
position
their
halfway across the
power,
country.
and you
They
can go
allowed us
play
to
a
sell my
game of
family's
hide and
home.
go fuck
They
yourself.
ordered me to
for
report
all
to the
they're
new unit
concerned.
when our youngest daughter was 2 weeks old. Then, on my first day on the new assignment, they suspended me, rendering my family homeless. They refused to release our goods, including our clothes, for weeks. All I wanted to do was serve my country by stopping bad guys and protecting the innocent. To my chagrin, bad guys have begun running parts of the government, making it difficult to continue to
Has
serve this
begun?
nation and protect the innocent.
Motherfucker, that's been a
But I,
long
for one,
time
will never
ago.
stop trying. And I'll never forget my oath. Thank you.
The criminals have been running this organization
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
forever.
God bless you. Mr. Friend, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Jorman. And members of the committee, my name is Stephen Friend. I'm a senior fellow for the Center for Renewing America. Prior to assuming my current position, I was a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation for 8.5 years. During that time, I investigated approximately 200 violent crimes, such as aggravated assaults, murder, child abuse, rape, robbery, child molestation, child pornography, and human trafficking.
Get them
I also
drugs
served
out.
5 years on an FBI SWAT team and spent 5 years as a local law enforcement officer in the state of Georgia. In August 2022, I made protected whistleblower disclosures to my immediate supervisor,
Man.
assistant special
If
agents in
anybody
charge,
was still
and
just
special agent in
waiting on
charge
the
about my
proof
concerns regarding
and
January 6th
finally saw
investigations
it when
assigned to my office.
McCarthy,
I believe our departures from
pulled his
case management
deal.
rules
I'm
established
glad
in the
you're
FBI's
awake.
domestic
Welcome to the fucking
investigations and
club.
operations
But
guide
if you ain't
could
saw
have
that shit
undermined
already,
potentially
you're a
righteous
fucking
prosecutions
idiot.
and may have been part
Let
of
me
an
mute
effort to
myself and
inflate
watch
the
Dawn.
FBI's statistics on domestic extremism. I also voiced concerns that the FBI's use of SWAT and large-scale arrest operations to apprehend suspects who were accused of nonviolent crimes and misdemeanors represented by counsel and who pledged to cooperate with the federal authorities in the event of criminal charges created an unnecessary risk to FBI personnel and public safety. At each level of my chain of command, leadership cautioned that despite my exemplary work performance, whistleblowing placed my otherwise bright future with the FBI at risk. Special agents take an oath to protect the U.S. Constitution. The dangers of federal law enforcement overreach were hammered home to me when I was required to attend trainings at the Holocaust Memorial Museum and MLK Memorial. I cited my oath and training in my conversations with my FBI supervisors. Nevertheless, the FBI weaponized the security clearance processes to facilitate my removal from active duty within 1 month of my disclosures. In addition to an indefinite unpaid suspension, the FBI initiated a campaign of humiliation and intimidation to punish and pressure me to resign. In violation of HIPAA, individuals at the FBI leaked my private medical information to a reporter at the New York Times. In violation of the Privacy Act, the FBI refused to furnish my training records for several months. To date, they only provide a portion of the records, which are essential to obtaining private investigator and firearms licenses in the state of Florida. Even after releasing some of the records, the FBI refuses to confirm their legitimacy to the Florida Department of Agriculture, rendering the few documents they have provided practically useless. The FBI denied my request to seek outside employment in an obvious attempt to deprive me of the ability to support my family. Finally, the FBI Inspection Division imposed an illegal gag order in an attempt to prevent me from communicating with my family and attorneys. Working as an FBI special agent was my dream job. My whistleblowing was apolitical and in the spirit of upholding my oath. Nonetheless, the FBI cynically elected to close ranks and attack the messenger. The FBI is incentivized to work against the American people and in dire need of drastic reform, particularly in these areas. The integrated program management system incentivizes the use of inappropriate investigatory processes and tools to achieve arbitrary statistical accomplishments. Mission creep within the National Security Branch has refocused counterterrorism from legitimate foreign actors to political opponents within our borders. The FBI weaponizes process crimes and reinterprets laws to initiate pretextual prosecutions and persecute its political enemies. Bureau intelligence analysis capability increasingly dictates operations, turning the FBI into an intelligence agency with a law enforcement capability. FBI collusion with big tech to gather intelligence on Americans, censor political speech, and target citizens for malicious prosecution. A dysfunctional promotion process fosters a revolving door of inexperienced, ambitious FBI supervisors ascending the management ladder within the agency. FBI informant protocols that are broken and abusive. The FBI skirts the Whistleblower Protection Act and exploits the security clearance revocation process to expel employees who make legally protected disclosures. I am pleased to see the Weaponization Committee is taking testimony from FBI whistleblowers. I would also like to take this opportunity to address correspondence recently received by the subcommittee. Yesterday, May 17, 2023, FBI Acting Assistant Director Christopher Dunham submitted a letter to this subcommittee. Portions of his letter concern the suspension and revocation of my security clearance. Parenthetically, I also received a letter from the FBI Executive Assistant Director Jennifer Moore yesterday, notifying me that my security clearance was revoked. I find the timing of these letters dubious, but leave that up to the subcommittee's determination. Instead, I would like to address and add vital context to the portion of Mr. Dunham's letter pertaining to my alleged violation of Adjudicative Guideline J. Mr. Dunham is referring to an audio recording I created of my August 23 meeting with Jacksonville Assistant Special Agents in Charge, Colt Markowski and Sean Ryan. After making protected whistleblower disclosures to my immediate supervisor in August 19, 2022, ASAC Markowski summoned me to a meeting at the FBI Jacksonville office. ASAC Markowski told me the meeting was intended to be an opportunity to discuss my concerns. I anticipated the meeting might ultimately lead to my executive managers attempting to compel me to participate in an activity which placed public safety at risk. I was concerned ASAC Markowski and ASAC Ryan may threaten adverse actions toward my career as a result of my whistleblower disclosure. Prior to the meeting, I consulted Florida law to confirm that a law enforcement exemption exists for state two-party consent restriction. I decided to record the meeting to memorialize our discussion and my concerns about the FBI's misconduct. When I entered the FBI Jacksonville office building, ASAC Markowski and ASAC Ryan were having a private meeting. I waited for them in a conference room. When they entered, all of us placed our cellular phones on the conference table. As an experienced investigator who has conducted hundreds of recorded interviews, I noted how both ASAC Markowski and ASAC Ryan repeated themselves throughout our discussion and continually insisted I agree to their premise that I was insubordinate and refusing to perform my job. I rebuffed each allegation and repeated that I believed I was fulfilling my oath of office by making my disclosure about the FBI's rule of departures and the inappropriate risk to public safety via aggressive arrest tactics for January 6th subjects.
Yep.
It was my sincere belief that my ASACs were also recording our conversation.
Gort, what's up, brother man?
January
What's happening?
2023, I participated in an interview with the FBI Security Division. During that interview, I was asked if I recorded my August 23, 2022 meeting with ASAC Markowski and ASAC Ryan. I answered honestly that I had. Although it would seem to be an obvious and natural follow-up, the FBI Security Division interviewers did not request a copy of the recording. FBI Security Division should be gravely concerned if executive managers threaten subordinate whistleblowers with adverse action. I submitted that this omission by the FBI Security Division solidifies my contention that ASACs Markowski and Ryan created their own recording of our meeting. The FBI was not concerned about potential whistleblower retaliation. The Bureau was only interested in learning if these actions were at risk of exposure. I pray that all members consider the information I and my fellow whistleblowers present. You may think I'm a political partisan. You may think I am a grifter. You may think I'm a conspiracy theorist. It does not matter. Simply put, This committee should avoid the temptation to impugn the character and the motivations of the messengers seated before you. I sacrificed my dream job to share this information with the American people. I humbly ask all the members to do your jobs and consider the merit of what I have presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friend. I appreciate your
Mr.
testimony.
Friend.
Mr. Allen, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, my name is Marcus Allen. I'm a staff operations specialist for the FBI in the Charlotte
There's
field
a
office.
particular part of this
Due to
hearing where this guy,
whistleblower
with,
retaliation by the FBI,
one of the
I've been
Democrats
suspended
on
without
there
pay
that's
for over a
absolutely
year.
fucking hysterical.
Thank you to the committee for allowing me time today to convey my concerns about the current FBI.
Yeah, that's
In
it,
particular,
NC.
I'm
Character
concerned, and I believe
assassination.
This committee should also be
Let's get to
concerned
it.
about the FBI's use of the security clearance process.
We got the
to
shit
retaliate against
shotguns and
whistleblowers.
get the damn hose and
First,
shit.
Though, just so you know a little bit about me, I served honorably in the United States Marine Corps from 2000 to 2005. I was deployed to Kuwait and served 2 tours in Iraq and contributed to Operation Iraqi Freedom. During my deployments, I was exposed to live enemy fire on numerous occasions, even though I served primarily in analytical and intelligence roles. I was awarded the Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medal and the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal. I eventually joined the FBI and was Employee of the Year in 2019 in the Charlotte field office. As the holder of a top secret security clearance since 2001, I've been trusted with the nation's greatest secrets. So why am I here today? Despite my history of unblemished service to the United States, the FBI suspended my security clearance, accusing me of actually being disloyal to my country. This outrageous
Think
and
about
insulting
that fucking
accusation
joke right
based
there.
on unsubstantiated accusations.
Your
that
country's
I hold
doing shady shit.
conspiratorial views regarding
You
the
blow
events
the
of
whistle and
January
they go,
6,
you're unloyal to your
2021,
country,
that I
we're revoking
allegedly
your shit.
sympathize with criminal conduct.
Thank you for being a
I do
cog in the
not.
machine. We
I was
are
not in
now
Washington,
replacing your
D.C. on
ass with
January
a better
6th,
fucking
played no part in the events of
mindless
January 6th,
drone.
and I condemn all criminal activity that occurred. Instead, it appears that I was retaliated against because I forwarded information to my superiors and others that questioned the official narrative of the events of January 6th. As a result, I was accused of promoting conspiratorial views and unreliable information. Because I did this, the FBI questioned my allegiance to the United States. Since I was suspended, there's been a dearth of communication from the FBI, with interactions seemingly only being forced by actions from my counsel.
You want to know what happened on January 6th?
For example, I was not even interviewed
You
by
had a
anyone
group
from
of
the
Americans
FBI until May
who
of
had a grievance
2022.
with the government.
I was suspended in January.
But instead of going and burning down the
This interaction
local
with the FBI happened
gas
on the
station,
heels of a public statement
instead of
from
going
congressional
and
member
burning
in
down
early May of
apartments in their
2022.
own
Member made
neighborhoods,
statements indicating the FBI was
instead
conducting
of
a
going
purge
out
of
and
employees
beating the
with
shit out of a
conservative
bunch of
viewpoints.
people that they didn't
Within hours
know
of the
that
public
never had
statements, my
anything to do to
counsel
harm them,
received a phone call
they
from the
showed up
FBI
in
wanting to see if
Washington
they could conduct
to
an
show
interview.
the
I
government
promptly
they had
complied and did an
grievances
interview with
they wanted
investigators
aired.
within a week. Throughout this ordeal,
And you
I
had
and
the
my counsel have
FBI,
responded quickly,
and there's
whereas the
testimony
FBI
in
has
this that
only
proves
stonewalled.
this.
I have filed
You
a
had
federal civil
FBI
rights
agents,
lawsuit, which is pending,
provocateurs
seeking to
in the
recover my
crowd.
livelihood and restore my good name.
And
Recently,
you had
my counsel filed a
Capitol Police
whistleblower
officers
complaint
who
with the
riled
Justice
people up to
Department's
where they
Office of
actually
Inspector
started
General.
to get
The
violent.
complaint
Because
set
you
forth
can only poke a
retaliations with
motherfucker
misuse
so
of the
many
security
times.
clearance process, as well as reprisal
And they
against me
knew
for
what
making
they
a
were
protected
doing. And they
disclosure.
turned around the
Interestingly enough,
exact
in the wake of the
fucking
filing,
night.
complaint, in the wake of
Republicans
filing the
and
complaint, I received
Democrats
correspondence from
disowned
the
all
FBI
them sons of
indicating that
bitches,
my clearance had now
dogged
been
them
formally
out on the
revoked.
House or Senate
This
floor.
occurred
I think
after
the Senate
filing my
floor at that
complaint with
time.
the IG. The new and baseless claims made in the letter had never been brought up prior to the issuance of the security clearance revocation letter.
And just blew that
I have
shit
never
off.
had the opportunity
How
to defend
dare the
myself.
people we
I only had one
rule
interview with the FBI,
question our
which occurred a
fucking
year
power?
ago after apparent prompting from Congress. In that interview, the investigators, towards the end of the interview, uttered in response to my exasperation, "Don't sue us."
For your own good.
This has been
right?
a trying circumstance for me and my
NC,
family.
take it easy, brother, man. You
It
stay
has been
safe
more
out
than
there.
a year since the FBI took my paycheck from me, and we're getting financially crushed. My family and I have been surviving on early withdrawals from our retirement accounts, while the FBI has ignored my request for approval to obtain outside employment during the review of my security clearance. We have lost our federal health insurance coverage, and there's apparently no end in sight. I'm hopeful scrutiny from Congress and from the Inspector General will deter the FBI from abusing the security clearance process to retaliate against others the way it's retaliated
I'll
against
be
me.
back, guys. Let me go
This is
check
why I
something
filed a
real fast.
whistleblower retaliation complaint with the IG and why I'm here today to answer your questions. Thank you. And I also have a rebuttal if the member will allow me this. Thank you. This is a rebuttal of the FBI correspondence just recently sent to the committee in reference to my clearance suspension and now revocation. Calumny is not a word to be thrown around lightly. In regards to the FBI's treatment of me, it is fitting. This is conduct unbecoming of an organization given the public trust. Think about that. My treatment, without a doubt, has sent a chilling effect through what semblance remains of an analytical cadre. This was not a thorough investigation in my regard. I've not been afforded an opportunity to appropriately defend myself or confront the claims made against me. Interestingly, the revocation language citing Guideline E is the first instance I've ever seen referring to this specific guidance in my case. The claim that I obstructed a lawful investigation is dubious, and I do not recall ever being admonished for such an infraction. In regards to the paragraph in the letters highlighting an alleged incident with a special agent, I have no idea what it refers to. This alleged incident did not come up at all during the alleged thorough investigation. Again, as with Guideline E, this is the first appearance of this allegation during this entire ordeal. Next, I do not recall ever receiving a directive to stop sending information in regards to the 6th. Why would you not want any more information sent to you? Furthermore, the September 29, 2021 email referred to in the letter is part of a protected disclosure, and this correspondence represents documentary evidence of a protected disclosure as a source of retaliation and reprisal. Alternative analysis and differing viewpoints should be welcomed, even though they may not be ultimately acted upon by the actual decision makers. Groupthink should not be an ethos championed in an investigative organization. To shut down differing viewpoints is the end of any analytical or investigative body. It sends a chilling effect across the workforce and does not allow for intellectual freedom, which is vital to any investigative body seeking out the truth. It is possible the ire towards my perspective could have been due to folks wanting to maintain invincible ignorance instead of consciously and mentally transferring over to willful ignorance. This is the end of my statement. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Levitt.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, members of the subcommittee, thank you so much for the invitation to testify today. I currently serve as the president of Empowered Oversight.
All right, I'm back.
We're honored to represent
Gabber,
Stephen
what's
Friend
up,
and
brother?
Marcus Allen. FBI whistleblowers have second-class status compared to those in most federal agencies. When Congress adopted the modern system of whistleblower protections, it prohibited retaliation against FBI whistleblowers. But it gave them none of the process other federal law enforcement agencies received, like the DEA, the ATF, U.S. Marshals, and Secret Service. Whistleblowers of those agencies can all file retaliation complaints with the U.S. Office of Special Counsel, an independent agency. FBI whistleblowers cannot. Whistleblowers at those agencies can all repeal retaliation to the Merit Systems Protection Board, on which I recently served. Until just last year, FBI whistleblowers could not.
Cool
They finally
deal,
got that
Gabby.
right in last December's NDAA. But Congress must ensure that this new jurisdiction applies as intended to all FBI retaliation cases. Many have been wending their way for years.
That's some hell of
through
some
DOJ's
work, brother.
long
Good
and
deal.
extensive process. But the laws prohibiting retaliation have been on the books that entire time. The FBI cannot
still the
claim
same
now that
old
these
shit,
are new
HBS.
rights just because they now have to justify their actions before the MSPB. Time has demonstrated, in my opinion, that it was a mistake to exclude the FBI from the standard whistleblower protection process. It discourages integrity and encourages deceit and even corruption. Congress should treat the FBI the same as all other federal law enforcement agencies, eliminating a special exception and giving its employees access to OSC to investigate retaliation. The hardworking employees of the FBI deserve equal protection of the law. The FBI's latest troubling practice is suspending security clearances to retaliate against whistleblowers. Mr. Friend and Mr. Allen, along with Mr. O'Boyle, are just several public examples of this trend. When the FBI suspends a clearance, it also suspends the employee indefinitely without pay. To make matters worse, it holds them and their families hostage by requiring them to get permission to take another job, permission the FBI routinely denies. Congress needs to ensure the FBI stops this abuse.
In light of all these obstacles for FBI whistleblowers,
All
you would
good,
think
man.
Congress would do everything that it could to welcome their disclosures here.
How about you and yours,
But
bro?
FBI employees coming to Congress have unfortunately been shamefully treated by Democrats on this committee. It's one thing to hear allegations and find them unpersuasive or even distasteful. An office can even ignore those allegations if they choose. That's their prerogative. But to go out and actively smear the individuals making disclosures is far worse. That's what the Democrats on this committee did when they released a March 2nd report entitled GOP Witnesses, What Their Disclosures Indicate About the State of the Republican Investigations. That report was inaccurate, both on the law and on the facts. The law
It wasn't
doesn't define the
inaccurate,
term
motherfucker. It was a goddamn
Instead, it
lie.
protects from retaliation individuals who engage in protected activity. For over a century, simply making disclosures of any information to Congress
I ain't read the
has been a
motherfucker, and I can
protected
tell you
activity.
what it was.
Furthermore, an appropriations rider in effect at this time prohibits money from paying the salary of any federal employee who prohibits or prevents any other federal employee, such as FBI whistleblowers, from communicating with Congress. The Democrats' report denied whistleblower status to individuals engaged in the precise activity the legislative branch has considered protected since 1912. The report's reliance on evidence for whistleblower status.
We could call court right now. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Here's the court. Make a law. Constitutional amendment. Anytime someone is voted into Congress or a federal agency, they are always under oath. Always. You want the power? Here's your fucking responsibility. Don't goddamn lie and be a piece of shit. And if you do lie and you are a piece of shit, and we can prove that you're a lying piece of shit, Biden, we get to fucking put you in prison so that you are no longer a danger to society. How about that? You don't get to write some shady ass report, twist a bunch of facts, lie to the American people's faces, and then just shuffle your little short, fat, Humpty Dumpty ass, Jerry Nadler, up and down the halls of power. Fuck these people. Yeah, I don't think it really hit me until tonight. There's a lot of different ways things could go. I don't think America's looking at things in the last while. America ain't got the balls to go full out civil war. They don't. They don't. It can go really nasty and it could get really bloody. But the only real peaceful way out of this is the jury nullification. Unless in some way states are able to secede. But even if the state breaks off, you still got a state government. And I showed you video evidence of a state legislator tonight say we pass unconstitutional laws all the time. Meaning they know they're fucking unconstitutional by the Alabama state constitution. But no, who's playing ball Monday night?
Simply communicating
Who's
a
in the
reasonable
finals?
belief of misconduct is protected whistleblower activity under the law. This applies regardless of whether the whistleblower produces evidence at that time backing up their allegations. Only protecting whistleblower disclosures
They didn't
accompanied by
forget their
conclusive
0-2
evidence,
team. They just
as the
don't give a
Democrats seem
fuck
to
about
require,
it.
would have disastrous consequences for retaliation throughout the federal government. My experience working for Congress was that whistleblowers brought allegations, and where the committees found those allegations worthy of further follow-up and congressional action, we conducted investigations. No one expects a private citizen to investigate a crime before going to the police. And we didn't expect a whistleblower to investigate their own agency. That's also essentially how the law for remedying retaliation through the MSPB is set up, where making a non-frivolous allegation leads to discovery, interviews, and more. Simply put, the burden isn't on the whistleblower to produce the evidence at the outset. That's why there's an investigative process. The Democrats' report also got the facts wrong. For example, they claim DOJ IG declined to investigate Mr. Friend's claim, when in fact, DOJ IG will be interviewing Mr. Friend tomorrow and has an ongoing investigation. DOJ IG says no one from the Democrat staff ever contacted their office to verify this claim before issuing their report. Inexcusably, a number of mainstream media sources simply repeated the Democrats' wrong information uncritically without bothering to check the facts for themselves, which is why there were multiple retractions. FBI whistleblowers have traveled a hard road over the years. They should be treated by Congress the same as other whistleblowers. Issuing reports smearing those who come forward from the FBI will unquestionably deter others from taking that same path. Congress must have firsthand information about how federal agencies are operating to perform its constitutional duty of oversight. Why would future whistleblowers bring their
What would
disclosures to
happen,
Congress if they think they might be
HPS, is
treated
they
like
would say
attacking
that
whistleblowers
you
hurts this
started
committee and
a
others,
seditious
House of Representatives
militia
as an institution, and Congress
and
as a
they'd
whole.
lock your ass up.
Thank you, Mr. Levitt. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes.
It's the same thing they would do to a
Thank you,
sheriff,
Chairman
which is a
Jordan. I
constitutional
want to thank
position.
our witnesses today for
He's
their service
sedition.
to our country,
Lock them up.
service which includes their willingness to provide protected disclosures to ensure that the federal government is held accountable for wrongdoing. We've heard their
Bullshit.
testimony, and my colleagues will ask more questions so
Order
we
in
can
the
further
court.
understand the wrongdoing they have exposed and the retaliation that they have now suffered. As this hearing gets underway, I want to focus on the cultural changes that have occurred within the FBI over the last 20 plus years. Fundamental changes that have led to the political capture of our
Addition.
flagship law enforcement agencies.
Terrorist
And with the Democrats
organization.
using these agencies as their own personal political hacks.
Hold on.
What
I-
happened that
I will
allowed for
grab a
politicization to
representation
permeate every
of
facet
one
of
of
the
said
FBI?
symbols.
Well, there are many things. But I think we must
Um,
focus on the information that was provided by retired FBI Special Agent Thomas Baker, who testified before the Select Subcommittee earlier this year. Mr. Baker explained that in the aftermath of 9/11, and upon being
The whole
embarrassed
MVE.
by being scolded by President Bush for not being able to stop it from happening,
I got dang
then
old
FBI
Matt's
Director
plasma
Robert
cut over there.
Mueller
I
made
gotta
the
mail out in
decision
the
to
next couple days.
fundamentally
I've had
change the
tons of shit
FBI
going on.
from a law
That's another
enforcement
symbol.
body to an
The bulldozer
intelligence-driven
with
one.
the MVE symbol on it.
Such
You want it
redirection of
to
the very
tread
purpose
on
of the
them.
FBI resulted in centralizing its power in Washington, D.C.,
Brace the fucking
while placing less
stereotype.
emphasis on the field offices. Changes that replaced agent executives in the headquarters with so-called professionals from the outside, and stockpiling more and more power in D.C. and away from the country that it serves. 9/11 was a watershed moment for many reasons. It was a horrific terrorist on the United States of America. But our government's ultimate response is
Killdozer
also
for the win,
tragic.
baby. That's it.
And by eventually finding a way to target not the terrorists,
Dude,
but
big
American
roll.
citizens, which is where the FBI and DOJ are at this point in time. Both the DOJ and the FBI, they've used the FISA court to obtain illegitimate surveillance authority. They've targeted political campaigns with which they disagree.
Oh,
They
they've
have
got all of
created
your
a
records, man.
Russia hoax
They've
to
got all your
cripple a
records
duly
now.
elected president. They have targeted
With the
Catholics for
exception, they may have to
exercising their
update some
faith.
shit.
They've targeted parents for wanting to protect their
But
children.
I've already showed you
And what we can say
testimony
in
of
short
a
is
of
that the
a
eye of
FBI
Sauron
agent
has
saying
turned
Bank of
inward,
America
and it is burning
gave
with a white-hot
the
intensity
FBI any
that seeks to
bank
destroy everything in
records
its path.
that happened within
What I think we
7
can
days,
say
8 days of
is that as
January
the
6th.
DOJ and FBI
In that
have become
range,
more
7, 8 days,
political,
that's
they have
anybody
amassed more power.
with a
And
Bank
as
of
they have
America
amassed more
account that was in
power,
that area.
they have become
And then
more
they gave
political.
them every
This is a vicious
single
cycle that
no
must be
bracketed time
stopped.
for
To be
firearms
blunt,
purchases with
the
their
leadership of the FBI and the DOJ are corrupt.
Here it is.
I will name names. Christopher Wray and Mary Garland are corrupt. They know it, we know it, and the American people know it. Congress needs
Dude, I just need to put
whistleblowers like
ting
you
up and gun
to
for it.
so
We
that
can all
we
get
can
together. We
conduct
can
our
make a fucking
oversight
killdozer.
and correct
Only I'm
course
doing
on
this
these
shit out of like
abusive
a
federal
fucking
agencies.
big
And sadly, what we've
excavator.
already seen and what we will continue to see
Hell of a lot
today
bigger than what he
is
used.
that
We're
the
gonna keep that
Democrats
arm
will
on
not
it, baby.
focus on the
We need to
substance
scoop
of
anything
what
out of
these
the way, move
brave
anything
men
over.
are
We can just
exposing, or engage in a discussion about
that
how to
boom out
protect our
there.
constitutional
Leave that
rights
shit
and
to the side. That
institutions
way we can ease
from
on
the
about what we're
tyrants that are
doing.
running these agencies. Instead, what we will see is that they will deflect, they will call the witnesses names, They will scream MAGA and extremist at the top of their lungs. They will attempt to impugn your integrity. But make no mistake, they are simply trying to cover up the unforgivable and the indefensible, which is the creation of a two-tiered justice system based on political beliefs and the corruption of our political elites.
Hey,
I
wasn't
encourage
there
the
a
American
certain
people to
criminal
listen to these
son of a
witnesses,
president
to
who
read the Durham report, to
had
study what is
a whole lot of
happening with
proof
the
of a bunch of
FBI
illegal acts,
and the DOJ,
and now he's trying to use the Bruin
and to
decision
listen
to defend
and to
himself
sift
against
through the
illegal
lies
acts.
and recognize that this
At least
nonsense
we're at one
must
set
stop,
where that was a
or we're going
firearm
to
and
lose
drug
the greatest
possession deal.
republic that's ever existed. in the
Bruin's coming
history of
through
the
on him.
world.
I guarantee you,
Thank
Bruin's
you
going to work
for your
for fucking
willingness
Hunter
to come
Biden.
here. Thank you for your willingness to stand on the
Ain't gonna
wall.
fucking work for me.
Thank you for your willingness to tell the truth about what these agencies are doing. America thanks you as well. And with that, I yield back.
Lady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Mr. Chair, just as a point of order, I understand and we have been made aware from what you stated in your opening statement, as well as in a press conference earlier, that Mr. Allen did meet with you all and might have testimony that was transcribed. Neither,
Yes,
and I understand that he
whistleblower
stated that he did not feel
testimony
comfortable meeting with the Democrats.
to
He's comfortable being here
certain
today
members of
in
Congress.
this open
They
forum.
can
We
protect
will
that
be
whistleblower
questioning him.
testimony.
Will you give us a copy of that testimony that was transcribed of your
I would
discussions with
love
him?
to see
Yes,
that
Mr. Allen.
testimony.
But you are in possession of them, aren't you?
Sure are.
So why would you not give them to us?
Mr. Allen's a whistleblower and he didn't want that to happen. We'll
He
talk to
didn't
him.
want, but he's comfortable
You're in possession
here
of them.
in
These
discussion with us
nuts.
today.
What do
Sure
you
is.
mean,
You can
these
ask the
nuts?
question.
These nuts
You
on
don't
the
share
thing ain't giving you a shit but a
your
bunch of
information with the minority?
Nope.
The whistle? No,
So
that.
you're not sharing
that's a-
information
The
that you've obtained
whistleblower,
with
the
the
whistleblower
minorities.
whistleblower saw what you did with Mr. Friend and others, the false information you gave the press, so much so
No.
that they had to issue corrections.
The whistleblower doesn't
We've
decide
seen-
that. The committee decides.
It wasn't false
And we
information. It was a
And you decided that
goddamn
you're not
run-up.
gonna share.
Mr. Allen is here. You can ask him questions and we can talk
Fucking
about
run
the
it.
testimony, but
Throw
right now
some
you're not giving
balls.
testimony. Mr.
But-
Allen's here to
No,
testify.
And you'll give us the
Margaret Taylor
testimony
Greene, I'm
when
not a
after he's
real
left,
huge
or
fan,
at
but
no
at
point in
least she
time,
had
or when
balls
will we
enough
have
to
that?
fucking
That's
nut
only
up
for the
and call a
Republicans. Is that
guy a
what you're saying?
goddamn
Mr. Chairman,
liar the other day.
gentlelady did not state a point of order.
The point of order
Gentlelady
was,
is
will
out of
he be
order.
giving us the testimony
Whole
of
fucking
the
thing.
witness that is
At
here
least she had
before us?
fucking chest
And that
close
you
enough to
have
get up there and
information
goddamn
of
Chairman, I
say
asked
it.
that you are
for-
not sharing with
Mr.
the
Chairman,
Democrats.
I move that
I was indulging the ranking member, the gentleman from California's right. She's not stated a point of order.
Night strike.
5-minute
I
questioning.
swear to
is on.
God,
Point of
you
order
get
is I
this
would
one,
like
I
the
will let you
testimony. I
send it
move
to me.
that you
But
give
the
us
fucking
the
pictures you're gonna
testimony
get, you're
of
not
the
gonna be
individual
happy
Move to
with.
table.
here.
Well, you might be.
There's a motion been made, it's been moved to table.
You do look a little.
Chair, we will call.
You might be. But
We
if
don't-
you're happy with
Chairman,
it,
we
my
don't-
OnlyFans
ask for a
page was
recorded
start
vote.
up shortly
Mr. Chairman,
after.
can we have a recorded vote?
Coop's
No, it's
big
not a
old
proper
belly,
point of order.
small pecker, and a
You just did a
call.
motion to table.
No.
Your
this is
side
not a
just
motion.
did a motion to table.
Not a proper motion.
Not a point of order.
The
Mr.
chair has
Chairman,
recognized the
Hobbit feet and
gentlelady
banana
from
hammocks.
California, Ms. Sanchez,
Chairman,
for
I
her 5
have
minutes of
a
questioning.
point of inquiry. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, it is, yeah, it is
can I
Ms.
ask
Sanchez's time.
the chairman a question?
Hey, look,
After
as
Ms.
long as they
Sanchez,
can
I'll
handle
gladly
hobbit
take your
feet and
question.
banana
Ms. Sanchez,
hammocks,
and we will
baby,
restore
I'll
the 5
roll.
minutes for Ms. Sanchez.
Bit of jelly belly on top of it.
I find it incredible that evidence that one side has garnered is not going to be shared with the other side. That is not how
It's
committees work.
fucking theater.
Chairman
these
Jordan,
goddamn
Ranking Member
Democrats go
Plaskett, I
through,
think
and
it's
the
important that we
Republicans.
recognize this hearing for what it actually
This
is.
fucking
Make no
bitch right
mistake,
here.
this hearing is a vehicle
They got
to
evidence we
legitimize
don't
the
have.
events
Yeah,
of
that's how it
January
works out
6th
when someone
and
blows
the
the
people
whistle
who
on Democrat
perpetrated it. And
institution
why?
or
Because
organization.
Donald Trump is
We
running
don't
for
turn all that
president
over to
again.
you right
And if
away.
you normalize
So
the
you can
events of
fucking
January
try to
6th,
do
if you
damage control.
repeat his election fraud lies, then maybe he doesn't seem quite so extreme. Maybe it will be easier to overturn a free and fair election the next time. For those of you who have forgotten, on
Free and fair
January 6th,
election.
a mob of
Free and
people
fair election.
who believed Donald Trump's lie that the 2020 election was stolen stormed the Capitol, seeking to stop the certification of the 2020 presidential election. They erected a gallows on the lawn just outside this
You
room.
couldn't have hung
and they
a
ran
fucking
through the
yard
halls
gnome on
looking
that
to
gallows,
find and
bitch.
hang the vice
If they
president of
tried
the
to hang
United
you on that
States.
gallows, you'd
It
have
was a
broke that
shocking
motherfucker.
moment of
It might as
political
well have been at a
violence. Many of
popsicle
us on
stick.
this dais, including myself, were there that day. We all felt the fear of knowing that there were people roaming the Capitol
Listen to the
looking to
fucking-
kill us.
Just
But clearly, some of us have
the
quickly
people that were
forgotten
gonna
that.
kill us, and
I've heard my colleagues on the other side of
there's
the
dumb
aisle
motherfuckers that
suggest
believe
that,
this
quote,
thing.
the FBI was participating in the insurrection.
Yes, they were.
called the rioters who attacked the Capitol, quote unquote, peaceful patriots and quote unquote, political prisoners.
That
And they
63-year-old
described the
granny
violence on
waving her
January
little
6th
American
as
flag,
akin
walking
to
through
a quote
velvet
unquote
ropes and not touching the
normal
goddamn thing.
tourist
That's a
visit.
violent militant
It was
extremist
not.
motherfucker right there.
Last
Those
year, the
goddamn
Judiciary
cookies she
Committee
cooks,
even had
those
to entertain
motherfuckers
a
can fuck somebody
resolution
up.
on the repeatedly discredited Ray Earp's conspiracy theory.
Ray Epps,
Mr.
bitch.
Allen,
At least get the
your
name right.
security clearance was first suspended on January 10th, 2022. Is that correct? Yes or no will suffice. And the FBI's reason behind your suspension was because it found you to have, quote, espoused conspiratorial views, both orally in writing, and promoted unreliable information, which indicates support for the events of January 6th. Is that correct? Yes or no?
That is the language that they placed on the letter.
That's a yes, then. Do you believe
No,
it's
that
important
is the
for federal
language
agents
that they
to have
use.
allegiance to the
That's
United
not
States?
what
Yes or no?
happened, you bitch.
It is absolutely important that personnel
I'll
for
take
the
that as a
government
yes.
have allegiance
Do
to the
you
United
believe
States.
you
You
should
can
have
take it as a
allegiance to
solid
the
gold
United
dick
States
right
to
down your
possess a
throat. I don't
security
fucking
clearance?
care.
Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Do you believe your obligation as a federal agent should supersede your First Amendment right? Yes or no?
Can you please rephrase the question, ma'am?
Do you believe that your obligation as a federal agent should supersede your First Amendment right? Yes or no?
Lace up your little black boots, get in line, don't
I don't
express
know.
your own
Can you please
opinion,
rephrase
and
the
just
question
fucking
again, ma'am?
enforce
Do you
the bullshit we
believe that
push.
you have an
That's basically
obligation to
what
serve
she's
as a
saying.
federal agent regardless of what your personal political beliefs are?
Yes, I have an
Thank you.
obligation to
Thank you.
serve the United
Do
States.
you believe that FBI agents should be permitted to express support for individuals who stormed the Capitol on January 6th? Yes or no?
I believe agents have to do their jobs, ma'am.
Do you believe that agents should be permitted to express their support for individuals who
fucking
stormed the
whine and
Capitol
crack in
on
her voice
January
is
6th?
annoying as
Yes
fuck.
or no? It's a simple question.
No, you're supposed to be apolitical, ma'am, and do your job
So
as
that
an
is a
FBI
no?
person. You're supposed to be apolitical and do your job.
I'm asking for a simple yes or no.
Can you please
Not a
rephrase the
difficult question. Do you believe that FBI agents should be permitted to express support for individuals who stormed the Capitol on January 6th?
You should not be
Yes.
voicing support for criminal conduct. You have
Okay,
to do
thank
your
you.
job apolitically, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, have you ever used Twitter? Yes or no?
I have utilized Twitter, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is your account
This point.
at
Listen to
Marcus
this. Listen to this.
645?
She thinks she's got some sort of gotcha moment right here with a Twitter account. Listen to her or watch her just breeze through the fact that it's not this dude, that he never said it, but she's still going to hold him to statements done by another account he has no idea about and never showed support for. Listen to this. Listen to this. Oh.
That is absolutely not my account.
Okay, that's not your account. Well, on this 5th, 2022, an account on Marcus Allen retweeted a tweet that said,
That
quote,
is not my account, ma'am.
you haven't let me finish the question,
Might have been
sir.
the football player.
You haven't let me finish the
I
question.
like that answer. Might
On
have been a
and the
football
time
player.
is mine. On December 5th, 2022, an account under the name of Marcus Allen retweeted a tweet that said, quote, Nancy Pelosi staged January 6th, retweet if you agree, end quote. Do you agree with that statement? Yes or no?
That is no.
It's not his account. There's no proof he saw the tweet. No proof he read the tweet. No proof he shared the tweet. It is completely disconnected from him. But she's going to breeze past all that and still press the narrative, because understand, motherfuckers, the narrative is the game. The more people we wake up to the narrative, the better. But like Quash said, man, and Lee said, it's like spitting in the fucking ocean. It's just like the fucking Marines or SEALs telling a damn recruit, get out there with your mopping fucking bucket in the surf, and I want you to stop those waves from coming in. Useful fucking idiots. Some of them are true believers. Do I think she's a true believer? Maybe. But she damn sure don't believe in honor, integrity, truthfulness. None of that.
No, ma'am. That's not my.
I'm asking whether you agree with that, yes or no?
Can you please rephrase the
Yeah.
statement?
Do you think
The
that
gentlelady has
Nancy Pelosi
expired.
staged January 6th? I just want him to answer
He'll
this
answer.
last
He'll answer.
question.
Yeah, he'll answer. I'm just telling you your time's up.
Do you believe that Nancy Pelosi agree with the statement that this person tweeted that Nancy Pelosi staged January 6th? Yes or no?
No.
Dude,
Thank
strike.
you. I yield back.
Chair, recognize gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
I yield to the chair. Excuse me,
I
Mr.
think-
Chair, I think we're going to indulge Congresswoman from Freedom of Inclusion.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you.
Chairman,
I'll hit you up with an email. I'll send you my number. Just give me a call.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
I promise I'll try to be faster than
It's
calling
my
Rich back
understanding
because
that the minority.
I
in this
waited a
committee
day
under
or
the
so before I
rules is
called.
entitled to
Maybe,
the
well, maybe
same
3 days, Rich,
testimony,
before I call
information,
Rich back.
documents that the
And I
majority
still got to get with Dark on some
is
stuff too.
entitled to.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll shoot you an email here in a little bit.
I'm not aware
Shoot
that
you
you're
my
able
number.
to
And just
withhold
hit me up.
information from the minority that we would need to use to prepare for.
Matter of
When it
fact,
comes to whistleblowers, you're not. And I would just remind the
These
committee,
aren't-
remind every whistleblower.
That's not right.
that is right.
It's shocking that the
That is
gentleman.
not right.
It's shocking
In
that
fact,
the
you
gentleman.
talk so much about the
Mr. Chairman,
whistleblower and the
it's
impeachment.
shocking that the
We gave
gentleman
you
from New
all
York
of
would
the
state
information
that
we had.
when you were part
Yes,
of
we
an
gave you
investigation
all
with an
of the
anonymous
information you
whistleblower.
had. We
Mr.
had.
Chairman, these
Mr.
individuals
Chairman, I
haven't been declared
can't hear
whistleblowers.
5 people at once.
I
Could
know.
we have regular order?
Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes,
This
I'm
fucking
inquiring,
circus.
and I was not.
and I've told you,
Look at this fucking circus. Look how this shit goddamn devolves. And these are supposed to be your betters. These are supposed to be the intellectuals who are up there and they're running society. It's a fucking joke, man.
that when it comes to whistleblowers, you were not entitled to. Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman, these
He said
individuals have been determined
he has
not
not
to be
agreed to that.
whistleblowers. These are not whistleblowers. They've been determined by the agency not to be whistleblowers. Are you deciding that they're whistleblowers?
Yes, the law.
So that's a lot like being on a football field and the ref calls a flag, throws the son of a bitch clear up in the air, it hits the ground, and the team who just face masked the dude and curb stomped him goes, "You can't call that foul. You're not the fucking referee." How the fuck did people not catch on to this, man? How? I don't fucking get it. Let me let this roll. I'm going to try to take care of something real quick.
Law decides. Did you not listen to Mr. Levitt's testimony? Did you not read the law? The
His
law
attorney
decides
is
that they are
asserting-
whistleblowers.
his attorney
The
is
chair
asserting that
recognizes
they are
the gentlelady
whistleblowers.
from
The
New
law
York.
has not
The
determined
gentlelady
that they
from New
are
York has been
whistleblowers.
recognized.
The law has not determined they are whistleblowers. His attorney is just asserting that.
Gentlelady from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have lost my voice. Mr. Gates.
I thank the gentlelady not only for yielding, but for her for these issues, not only during our hearings, but during the many depositions we've taken to develop evidence and to bring it forward for the majority, the minority, and all of the country. And
Did you give us that evidence?
I know that if the gentlelady from
Are you
New
going to give
York
us that evidence?
was able to speak, that she'd certainly be eager to do so. Mr. Allen, we just astonishingly heard a Democrat on this committee question your allegiance to the United States. How many tours in Iraq did you do?
I did 2 tours in Iraq, sir.
And for how many decades have you held a security clearance?
For 2 decades, sir.
Ever been called into question before?
No, sir.
And you also received the Employee of the Year award for the Charlotte field office, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Did you receive any medals during your service for the Marine Corps in the United States
Right
Navy?
now, I'm not texting any.
I did, sir, as a member of the Marine Corps. I received a Navy Commendation Medal and a Navy Achievement Medal.
Seems to me your allegiance to the United States is pretty well established over multiple decades, wearing the uniform, fighting for our country, and I am proud that you continue to fight for our country as a whistleblower here, making a disclosure to the United States Congress. And Mr. Allen, is it your belief that you were retaliated against because you shared an email that questioned the truthfulness of FBI Director Christopher Wray?
Yes, sir.
And you believed that he wasn't truthful based on testimony he'd given to the United States Senate, isn't that
Give me a
right?
second because I can't see chat.
And in that
guys. I'm
testimony
trying
to the Senate, you believe that Christopher
trying to
Wray
work on
indicated
something
that there were
real
no
quick.
confidential informants and no FBI ads that were present at the Capitol on January 6th that were part of the violent riot. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
The video, we're now going to hear from George Hill, who worked at the Boston field office.
Motherfucker, man. I hate having to switch up devices, especially when I got so
The
much
SSA
that was
walks
going
and
on
said
one device.
They were going to a political rally, which is First Amendment protected activity. No, we're not uploading. We're not starting cases against people. To which they said, well, we're going to call your SAC. And the SSA said, go right ahead. Because when you're pushing back, you know, you want to make sure that you have your six covered. So the SAC and the ASAC were intimately aware of these kinds of exchanges that were going on. And again, to his
I
credit,
got so many different
Joe
fucking
Biden
passwords
said,
and
no,
shit.
we're not
So many
opening
different
up cases
goddamn
of people who went
things.
to a rally. And I forgot a key part. The SSA for CT2 said, happy to do it. Show us where they were inside the Capitol and we'll look into it. Which WFO said, we can't show you those videos unless you can tell us the exact place those individuals were, and to which the SSA responded back. And I was privy to these conversations first.
Now, for everybody who's not catching on there, they requested videos of January 6th. And the government said, nah, we can't give you those videos because you're going to have to give us exact times so that we can screen out the amount of agents we had in the Capitol building. So the ATF or the FBI there is admitting they had agents in the Capitol as part of the so-called riot, insurrection. The FBI is telling you there were agents there. They were in the crowd. They were moving into the Capitol. We might have to get to that one later, brother. I appreciate that one.
Tan, why can't you show us? Why can't you just send us, give us access to the 11,000 hours of video that's available? Because there may be UC's undercover officers or CHS's confidential human sources on those videos whose identity we need to protect.
So, Mr. Allen, you got retaliated against for the very thing, for saying the very thing that the Washington field office was telling Boston, when the Boston field office was saying, we're not going to go and investigate people that just showed up at a rally without sufficient criminal predicate. The field office of Boston, we can't give you the evidence.
I've been logged into my email.
CIs
Let me
and
log into my
UCs
email.
you are
You
concerned
fucking
about. But that doesn't surprise you, Mr. O'Boyle, does it?
No, sir.
And the reason it doesn't surprise you is that in a different part of the country, you saw that same pressure from the Washington field office. And did they ever try to get you to do something that was outside the normal order of law enforcement activity?
Yes, sir.
And what did the Washington field office try to get you to do that violated the law and regulations?
They tried to get me to serve a federal grand jury subpoena when there was no proper predicate to do so.
And the reason there was no predicate was because it was based on an anonymous tip, right?
That's correct.
And time and again, the Washington field office was trying to pressure you without corroboration to go start process on people. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And so while I agree that January 6th was a violent day, a bad day, a day that nobody wants to relive, violence on January 6th doesn't justify weaponizing the government against people who were innocent and did nothing wrong. Thank you for blowing the whistle on that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a legitimate of inquiry.
Sincere point, my ass.
Rule 11, Clause 2.
The gentleman is not recognized.
I have a question about the rules.
Lynch for 5 minutes.
It's a point of order, a question about the rules.
Point of order, state, point of order.
And Clause E1 not apply this committee. I read for you. Each complete committee action include, in the case of a meeting or hearing transcript, a substantially verbatim account of remarks actually made during the proceedings, subject only to some technical things. Such records shall be the property of the House, and each member, delegate, and the resident commissioner shall have access thereto. Why does that not apply? Where the rules of Congress that says that does not apply?
It's the prerogative of the committee to decide.
No,
we
it's
have
not. It's the rules of the House.
We have the whistleblower testimony. The whistleblower does not wish that to be made available to the Democrats at this
The
time.
whistleblower doesn't make committee
Mr.
rules,
Lynch,
sir.
Mr. Lynch is recognized for 5 minutes of question.
Mr. Chairman, is the ruling of the chair always unquestioned, or do we have a vote on how some of these issues are decided?
If you state a proper point of order, and there's some kind
I
of.
just did state a point of order.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Friend, I want to ask some questions about surrounding the circumstances of the removal of your clearance by the FBI. Mr. Friend, I'd like to ask you about your move to the domestic terrorism unit. You originally transferred to Daytona from the FBI's Omaha field office, Sioux City Residence Agency in June 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force at the end of September.
Joe
2021.
Morris, what's up, brother?
Yes, I was reassigned.
And you had been working on child sex abuse material known as CSAM cases. Is that correct?
Prior to that point, yes.
And that was before you moved to the JTTF, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did you stop working on child abuse cases after October 1st, 2021?
No, I did not.
Well, in fact, the FBI planned to find a replacement for you when you moved from one position to the other. Is that correct?
Which office are you referring to?
So when you were moved from the child sexual abuse cases and moved to the JTTF, you were informed that the FBI would find a replacement for your other position. Was that correct?
No, that's not correct at all. I was told that those cases were going to be considered a local matter going forward. They would not be resourced, and that I was going to be reassigned to work on domestic terrorism cases. At the time, my supervisor retired, and his interim told me there was not enough work to do. So until a full-time replacement could come in to continue to work on the child pornography investigations and make myself available for domestic terrorism cases. And then when my new supervisor arrived early in 2022, I explained that arrangement to him, and he agreed that that was the best use of my time, even though I was told to, on my timesheet, account for my actions as being solely devoted to domestic terrorism. I was in a situation where I was essentially only working child pornography and human trafficking cases.
I just want to point out that in your interview with the committee, you stated that you were told you could balance both until a permanent replacement arrived. That was during your transcribed interview. Are you restating that or disputing that now?
I'm not disputing that. I was unofficially said, just keep doing what you're doing, but on paper and on your timesheet, we're going to put you down as a domestic terrorism agent.
You said here that they told you you could balance both responsibilities until your replacement arrived. Are you disputing that now?
I'm disputing that there was no replacement that was going to be arriving, ever. I was told that that violation was not going to be worked after I was moved over to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. And subsequently,
But here you're saying that
What's
you
up,
were
Brother
allowed to
Jeff?
do both jobs until your replacement arrived. So your assumption
Where's
then
this
was
guy
not
going
that
with this
the
whole line of
replacement was
questioning?
not going to arrive, right?
are you talking about a replacement for my supervisor or a replacement for me?
For the responsibilities that you were doing under the
Still trying to figure that
child,
shit out. Where's he going with this? Where did
sex
he?
abuse
Was he
There was
trying
no
to go with
replacement
it?
that was going to arrive
Lost
in our
on the way
office.
to the
Those
corner.
cases were
or
going to
what?
be no longer work.
that would be a conjecture on your part at that point, right?
No, I was told that.
Okay. You continue to work the child abuse cases until you were suspended in 2022, correct?
Yes.
You
In
continue
fact,
to do your
you even
job
received an
until we
award for
no
your
longer
CCM
allowed
work
you
in
to do
July
your job. Is that
2022,
correct?
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
You got this award after you took on all the child exploitation cases for the local sheriff's officer earlier that same year, while also working your JTTF responsibilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You took on the role of a full-time employee assigned to work child abuse investigation cases, correct?
I took on the role of whatever I was needed to work. I made myself available to work domestic terrorism, but there was not enough work to do.
So could you tell us that you were
Funny,
reassigned? And
considering
so
domestic
first, you
terrorism
tell
is
us
supposed
that
to
you
be
were
the thing
reassigned
right
and
now.
told that the CSAM cases weren't a priority. Then you tell us that not only did they plan on replacing you, they let you continue working those cases until you were suspended. Is that correct?
Yes, it was no longer a priority on paper. This is the way that the FBI allocates its manpower resources. So on paper, I was not supposed to be recording my work on those cases. But then within my office, which was not in the Jacksonville headquarters, my frontline supervisor agreed that my time was better spent working on CSAM cases.
All right. Chairman, the challenge is
Gentleman's
expired.
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida for 5 minutes.
Ask a bunch of questions that don't where
Mr. Chief,
and
thank you to our gentlemen
then
for
my
being
time's
before us
expired.
today and coming forward. I want to thank your courage today and all for your service to our nation. And as we predict, have immediately opened up with claims of conspiracy theories, MAGA extremism, mock outrage. Seems the only one up here today. Journalists who appear for it are
This
saying
chick
you
actually
here
gets
today
kind
are
of
not
brutal.
whistleblowers, but we in fact know that you are. But
If nothing else, it's a good watch.
interesting times. The line about Republicans defunding police,
Later, team.
that one seems to be particularly special because, respectfully to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as the wife of a SWAT medic, as the wife of a first responder currently who has served our community for the last 16
And she
years,
can play a hell of a middle
I can
linebacker.
tell you with certainty that no one hates a bad cop more than a good cop. No one. And I see from you nodding your head that you agree with that sentiment. It is inaccurate and wrong to make that assumption that Republicans want to defund police. It is false, because forcing a political agenda down the throats of
I
our
want to
hardworking
defund
men
the
and women
fuck
of the
out of a whole lot
FBI
of
with
law
the threat and then
enforcement agencies.
subsequent follow through of retaliation because they are whistleblowers, because they didn't want to break the law, because they knew that it was wrong to target Americans without cause, and they swore an oath to the United States Constitution, not to a political party. That makes them whistleblowers. That makes them courageous for coming forward and telling the truth. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you all to please turn on your microphones because we're going to go really fast, okay? Mr. Friend, during your service with the FBI, you served on the FBI SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
As you heard, my husband is a SWAT medic and has been part of joint operations with the FBI. So I would like to know, what is the threshold for these call-outs? And can you briefly detail the type of crimes warranted for an FBI SWAT team call-out?
There's a threat matrix, the SWAT matrix, in order to utilize the tactical team, but it could be as easy as somebody being in possession of a firearm or a request from a local
How about as
agency
easy
to
as the
use
motherfucker was with
Okay,
his
so
lawyer
Mr.
and
Friend,
said he'd
your
turn
security
himself
clearance
in?
was suspended by the FBI after raising concerns for the use of excessive force with regard to the use of FBI SWAT teams to your direct supervisor, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider this retaliation?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. O'Boyle, you were suspended without pay from the FBI on September 23rd, correct?
So hold on, because I got to hit that
Initially
real
suspended
fast.
on the 26th. The suspension came a little bit later.
So one of the cases he's talking about is there was a anti-abortion activist, and I'll call him what he is. He's an anti-abortion activist. That's what he is. Protesting at an abortion clinic. A guy tried to just basically hem his son up, and he pushed the dude. Dude hit the ground. Assault. They're going back and forth with the Department of Justice. They're trying to treat this guy like an extremist. He, through his lawyer, says, hey, I will turn myself in. Give me the date and time you want me to show up, and I will walk my happy ass right into your courtroom, nonviolent, and I will turn myself in. But our DOJ decided to send multiple armed people to his door to, beat his door down at like 7 a.m, armed to the fucking teeth, pointing guns at his wife and kids. Fired. Come back. Yeah. She's a damn snapback. I'll tell you that.
Thank you for that clarification. You had raised in your chain of command no that you reported these concerns then to Congress, correct?
Correct.
Once you contacted Congress, you were then suspended. Your top secret security clearance was then suspended for those protected disclosures to Congress, correct?
Correct.
That seems like retaliation, no?
That's to me.
Okay, Mr. Allen, you were suspended from the FBI without pay on January 10th, correct?
That's correct.
You were suspended because you sent links to your squad to provide situational awareness about the FBI investigation on January 6th, correct?
Yes.
Yes or no? Wasn't open source searches and sharing of information part of the duties of your job?
And by
And
open
subsequently,
source
after doing your job and your
information, he's
supervisors not
talking about
liking
searching
the
social
tone
media,
of the
social
open source
media,
articles you provided because it didn't
live
fit the
streams.
FBI's narrative, your security clearance was revoked, correct? To all our whistleblowers, yes or no? Do you believe that the retaliation pattern has a cooling effect on other agents from coming forward or speaking up? Yes or no, Mr. O'Boyle?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you believe that the FBI is purposely hostile to you for that reason to keep agents from speaking up?
Yes.
Yes. That question.
So I think it's clear we have a pattern here. If you speak up about the abuses, you are seen as an agent or are sharing information that may not fall in line with the FBI's political narrative. You will be suspended without pay, have your security clearance revoked, and your life will be turned upside down. It's pretty clear that the MO is if you don't comply, they will retaliate. If you don't
Gotta
agree with the
respect
political
my
agenda,
authority.
you get suspended. And they do it in such a way to deter others from speaking up and speaking out. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the weaponization of government. That is the weaponization of government, and that is why we are here today. Not because we have a political agenda, not because we are here to go over events of the past. We want to fix it. We have to expose it, stop it, and prevent it from happening again. That is why we are here. These men are whistleblowers. The gentlemen who came before us in previous hearings, they were journalists. And to address them as such does mean that they are not who they say they are. They have been retaliated against. And regardless of your party affiliation, this behavior is unacceptable and we need to stop it. Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, this is a concern we should all share. This is the weaponization of government, and it is our job, our constitutional duty to stop it. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes.
I'm so sorry.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this document that clearly indicates the questions of allegiance to the United States on the part of Mr. Allen, and that were specifically
This chick right here,
verification
Ben.
of his security clearance.
Out
in
of
spite of
Florida.
the
What are you
gentlelady from
doing?
Florida's assertions.
What
to the
are you
contrary.
doing?
Thank you. Mr. Friend, I find some humor in the irony of Republicans inviting you here the same week Congress is focused on honoring law enforcement. You've repeatedly made calls to undermine our law enforcement agencies. Since being rightly suspended, you've led Republican calls to defund law enforcement, recently describing the FBI as a feckless garbage institution. Since joining Twitter in November, no less than 40 times you called for our brave law enforcement personnel to be defunded. You even urged local police to sabotage criminal investigations by urging citizens to, and I quote, pressure your sheriffs to refuse to cooperate with
In
FBI
the flying
investigations.
fuck.
That is not only reckless advice, it's a recipe for allowing more criminals to run loose in our neighborhoods. Perhaps Chairman Jordan can explain why Republicans are promoting defunding law enforcement and increased crime before our subcommittee today. But Mr. Friend, your motivations appear to be today crystal clear. For months, you've pressured Republicans to call you to a hearing. In fact, in December, you said Chairman Jordan and Republicans took your complaint of alleged FBI wrongdoing and, quote, used it for campaign rocket fuel and 4-minute appearances on Fox News. And I'll admit, you're right. Republicans are using you, but it goes both ways. You're engaging in the self-promotion of your new book that's about to be released. And what great timing to be on TV and in Congress right before your book tour starts. It's quite coincidental. But let's try to move past your financial exploitations and talk about your objection to the use of a SWAT team to arrest a January 6th suspect in August of 2022. You repeatedly stated that you objected to the use of a SWAT team for the arrest of Tyler Quinton, a man who was involved in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Mr. Friend, you did not participate in any decisions about the use of the SWAT team, nor were you a member of that SWAT team, correct? Just yes or no, please.
I was not a member of that SWAT team.
And you didn't participate in any decisions about the use of that SWAT team, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. You also testified that being a gun owner is a reason why a SWAT team could be used to arrest a suspect, according to the SWAT team official protocols. Mr. Friend, I'd like to ask you to take a look at the screen. Those are on the screen are 2 images of the only member of the 3 percenters arrested in your area that day. For those who don't know, the Anti-Defamation League describes the 3 percenters as a militia movement with, quote, a track record of criminal activity ranging from weapons violations to terrorist plots and attacks. As you
You think there could possibly be someone underneath that full face mask that wants to hide their identity from any sort of video identification? Follow me down a path where your government is a absolute lying sack of a lot of other things, and they want to stir things up, and they don't want to get caught. They've got agents. They don't want them seen on video. Maybe they wear a mask. Just kind of, follow me down that road a little bit. And then remember, we've already discussed many, many times that your government is a lying, no truth telling sack of schizophrenic, neurotic, power hungry little bitches. And then we can kind of see where this goes. Gord, take it easy, brother, man. You be safe out there, man. Be a good perk. Keep that thing on you at all times. You know the drill, man. You be cool, though, brother. Take care of yourself.
You can see in the pictures of Mr. Bench at the Capitol on January 6th, he's in full tactical gear, wearing chemical irritant canisters on his tactical vest and a black radio and antenna on his left, with a GoPro-style camera mounted on his right shoulder. The FBI knew Mr. Bench to be both federal, state, and local law enforcement know that making the right decision on bringing qualified backup to dangerous situations has life or death consequences. It's a decision that has particularly resonance for law enforcement in my own community. A little over a year before Mr. Bench was arrested, 2 FBI agents in my district in Sunrise, Florida, were shot and killed on the front doorstep while trying to serve an arrest warrant on child pornographers. They were just trying to do their jobs, protecting the American people, when the suspect opened fire and started shooting from inside. In fact, these brave agents who work for what you call a feckless and garbage institution lost their life doing the very work you claim it neglects, chasing down people who exploit children. So yes or no, Mr. Friend, knowing what you know now about Mr. Bench, that he was known to be heavily armed and a member of a terrorist group, was it appropriate for the FBI to use a SWAT team as a precaution to protect
Don't show
other law
kids.
enforcement
That's
officers that day?
3%.
Yes or no?
I can't answer that.
You're
yes
an
or no.
MDE.
It gives you a little bit of context.
I'd like to
Anybody
know
that's
whether you
military
still
My,
think it was
whatever they want
I've
to say.
served over 150 violent criminals in my career, never had to use a SWAT team to do it.
okay.
The reason for that is because
On that
individuals
day,
were
yes or
cooperative
no,
with us.
reclaiming my time, or even indicate you
That
have
fucking
changed
kills.
your
That term
mind
right there is
that
one of
using a
my
SWAT
most
team
hated
to
terms.
arrest
Reclaiming my
that gentleman,
time.
was
I get to cut off
inappropriate.
your answer. You don't
My
get to
opinion,
tell me what the
being
actual,
cooperative
and
in
I can
place
just
to
inject,
surrender in the
inject
case of
my
law
narrative
enforcement
and
accruing criminal
So the
charges.
answer is
You
no.
gotta
You
SWAT
also
team not
claim,
necessary for that.
reclaiming my time, you also claim that security clearance was improperly revoked, yet an independent investigation concluded that you demonstrated a number of security concerns, which included that you refused to execute a court-ordered arrest warrant, and when you downloaded documents from intelligence systems to an unauthorized removable flash drive. The cherry on top could be your unauthorized recording of executive management, which I'm sure you know violates Florida law, along with your unsanctioned interviews with Sputnik News, established by the Russian government in 2014 and fully owned by the Kremlin and Putin's cronies.
Time of the
I
gentleman
think
has
it's
expired.
clear who is weaponizing government.
Gentleman
I yield
from,
back.
the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Friend, do you want to quickly respond to that? Because she cut you off to respond to those
Yeah,
questions.
I can quickly respond to that. So the, you have to bring up, so the,
Let me help you.
yeah, go ahead.
So,
Prompt me.
so if a suspect is being cooperative in your testimony and in your experience, as an enforcement officer, to you go in with guns ablazing and pulled out and going after an individuals cooperating, and that wasn't that part of your
Part of what I brought forward in my whistleblower disclosure.
and that's in your experience as how many violent criminals have you arrested?
I have 450 and I have 5 years of SWAT experience.
And you didn't have to use, there wasn't necessity in some of those circumstances to use SWAT team because the individual was cooperating.
Never single.
The individual that a SWAT team should not have been on, but was being used on for political purposes, was somebody that was cooperating, correct?
Yes.
So testimony, everybody else's testimony, which by the way, I want to thank you guys for being here. I know it takes a lot of courage to do it. I want to thank you for your service as a military veteran myself who served I was probably in Iraq when some of you guys were there. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for standing up for the Constitution for America, because I know that this is difficult to go through, what your families are going through, being barricaded out, having belongings, not being able to get FBI taking away your security clearances so you can't get a job. I commend you for standing up for American values and commend you for standing up for what you believe are huge misgrievances that are going on at the FBI. And based on y'all's testimony, the report that we have seen, the FBI has turned into the enforcement arm of the Democratic Party, going after pro-life individuals, going after individuals who were not in restricted areas on January 6th, who were not violent on January 6th, using SWAT teams to go after them to try to intimidate them. And then when officers like yourself, who have served our country, who have served the FBI, who have served in law enforcement, suddenly want to raise concerns and use the whistleblower status to be able to, hey, you know, this isn't right. This isn't be treating these individuals. This isn't fair. Suddenly, the FBI is shutting you out, taking away your clearances, taking away your pay, shutting you down so your families can't even survive financially. So I want to thank you your testimony here today, and I hope the American people will gloss over the lies that have been perpetrated on you today for the truth that is underneath every single one of your statements. Egregious abuse, misallocation of law enforcement resources, misconduct in leadership ranks of the FBI. And I've been here 5 years, and during that period of time, Director Wray and AG Garland have both sat in desks just like that under oath and testified that they would not retaliate against whistleblowers. And it's my understanding, Mr. Friend, that you went through all of the required regulations at the FBI in order to raise your concerns to your supervisors. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you followed inside protocol for the FBI, utilizing whistleblower statute protection, information regulations through the FBI to make your complaints and information be known.
Yes.
And you did that to your
And when he
supervisor.
goes through proper channels, his
3
boss
levels
is
of
the federal
supervisors, and the
government.
response to
Ultimately,
that
tell him to
was
eat a bag of
losing your
dicks.
security
We don't
clearance,
care what you
shutting you
say.
out, losing your
We're
job,
going
taking
to
away your
ruin
pay.
your life, not allow you to gain any other employment.
I'm so frustrated and angry, and I don't have
And we're
only
gonna
a
crush
minute
your
and a
life.
half left to try to display the level of corruption, weaponization, politicization that has occurred at the highest levels of the FBI and the DOJ. And both Director Wray and Merrick Garland have sat there and testified that there's no
See, what's up,
retribution
man?
for whistleblowers. No, we don't retaliate against whistleblowers.
Mark,
We have
I don't think
testimony.
I said
And I'm
I
a lawyer
do
too, and testimony is a fact in evidence that exactly in the FBI and the DOJ. Just quickly talk about how the inflation, Mr. Friend, of the domestic violence or the statistics as it relates to January 6th, how they were inflating those statistics to make it look like there was a bunch more cases than there really was.
Typically,
Yeah,
you would,
you're right.
you would investigate January 6th
That-
as one case
it's that
with lots
round
of
tumbling.
subjects, but instead,
It's a
the
cavitation.
decision was made to open up a separate case for every single individual there. And instead of on paper investigating them from the Washington field office, spreading and disseminating those to the field offices around the country, and if the individual
Thanks,
lived in
thanks,
that
man.
area. So it, in effect, made it look like there was domestic terrorism cases and activities that were going on
Well,
around
you
the
guys
56
know
field
my
offices, when in
streams.
fact, the cases were really all from
Um,
Washington, D.C. and
when
Washington
I
field
have
office
other
had a
people
task
on,
force
whether it's Night
responsible for
Strike or
calling
some
the shots in all
majority,
those
man, I
cases.
treat this just like
Thank
a
you guys
simple
for being here. My time's
conversation.
expired.
I don't
Gentleman yields
script
back. We
anything.
have votes on the floor.
I try to let it go
Witnesses,
wherever it's going
so
to
we will
go.
take a break now. We will stand in recess until
And
15
Lee is a
minutes after the close of
seriously
the vote, the
interesting
final
cat
vote
to
on the
talk to.
floor. And you guys are welcome to wait here in the back. The committee
All
stands
right.
in recess.
So they went to recess for a little while. God knows they had to go play on the monkey bars or fucking something like that. They had to go to some more votes so they could fuck you over a little further, is actually what they were pretty much doing. And let's see, let's fast them forward.
I can respond and be judged in the court of public opinion. I have no objection to both sides.
There we go. We're
Access
back
to
in the game.
Transcript, and I look forward to reviewing it myself.
Well, it's not of much help
thank
when
you.
you give it to us during the
All right,
hearing,
see, I'll
but I
crank
have a
the
point of
main volume
point
down a
of
little
order.
bit. Let's see what we can do.
Recognized.
Recognized for point of order.
I point the chairman to Rule 10, Clause 9G, which in
See if that's a little better
conjunction
for you,
to
Z.
Rule 11, Clause 2E, which I read earlier, states that each staff member appointed pursuant to a request by minority party members shall be accorded equitable treatment with respect to the accessibility
Listen
of
to how they
committee
try to play the
records.
fucking rules.
Now,
of
the chairman is
shit, man.
correct in pointing
It's
out that there are
hysterical.
restrictions on whistleblower
Parliamentary
disclosures. However,
inquiry
those
and all this
restrictions
other horse
pertain
shit.
to the House as a whole. They do not mention any distinction between the majority and the minority. Instead, what we have are two clear rules that require the majority to provide information
have
to
the
the minority
rules.
that is committee property, which would be any meetings between
You got
the
these
committee
nuts.
members or staff with any potential witnesses. So I would move for the chairman to agree to order that all materials, notes, and otherwise related to these witnesses before us be provided to the minority according to the rules of the House.
Overruled. Mr. Allen, we thank you for your
I
willingness to make
move
that.
for a recorded, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I move to,
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Let me do this, just cause. And I'll swap that back out. Been many years ago now. Doesn't seem like it's been all that long. There was a woman that was taking care of a guy. Matter of fact, it was her father. On his deathbed. He knows he's going. But he's in and out a little bit, and this is true. He's in and out a little bit with his cognitive, what he's recognizing. It's got to be like slipping in and out of a dream state, basically. But he comes out of this dream state for a minute, sees the woman sitting there, sees his daughter sitting there, and he tells her, "Hold." And I'm paraphrasing this, so there's some parts what I probably won't get right. But he tells her, hold this side of this string. She's sitting by his hospital bed. He's in his home, but he's hospice in the bed. Hold this side of the string. She holds it. And he tells her, okay. He acts like he stretches this string out. And he tells her, hold the other side of the string. And she holds both sides of that string. And he said, do you got it? She went, yeah. He said, really? She went, yeah. He said, you ain't got shit. And that's exactly what it is in these hearings. You ain't got shit. You can do all these little parliamentary inquiries and all this little fucking bullshit, back gambling horse shit. But it's all fucking theater. And it can be close to fucking soul crushing to figure that out.
Someone's asked, we will,
These so-called
suspend,
elected
have
leaders and
clerks.
stuff up there, it's all
We have to have the clerks at the table
all a
tally
game.
the vote.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid you're excused for a little while.
One second, if we could just step back, we'll have the clerk. Be real quick.
See, I think I know which story you're talking about.
We could probably
The
use
meth
right there, the clerk,
squirrels.
so-
Hey, Alabama's got to try to keep up with Florida, man, just a little bit. I mean, we can't be just completely punked the fuck out.
Clerks will call the roll.
All right, so they go through this vote.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes Mr. Isa.
Yes.
Mr. Isa votes yes. Mr. Math.
Of course, they give the tallies up. Motion, fucking chairman stuff is upheld. Democrats
Chairman,
go
there are 8
fuck
ayes and
themselves.
5 noes.
Motion to table is approved. Chair recognizes gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Boyle, have you publicly shared what you discussed with Chairman Jordan's staff before today? It says, yes. or no.
Yeah, I did go to D's nuts.
Share, like,
With whom?
with the public.
About which part of my testimony?
Any of your testimony, sir, that you shared with Jordan's staff, have you shared that with the public or this committee?
What's up, Warsaw? What you asking
It's
a
a
question
yes or no,
for?
sir. It's really not that
I didn't
hard.
catch something.
We don't believe that, so, okay. And during your transcribed.
Oh,
interview
shit,
on
yeah, let me-
February 10th,
let me,
did you explain to the committee
post something up.
council the content of what you had previously shared with Chairman Jordan's staff?
If I get my shit straight, give me a
To
second.
some degree regarding the questions that were asked on that day,
To some degree, is that,
that's
so
not
that
wrong.
is a yes?
some degree.
Okay, but you shared it only with the lawyers.
Mr. Gates was present for part of that testimony as well.
Okay. So the only people who know the wrongdoing you claim to have uncovered at the FBI or not are Chairman Jordan, staff, Congressman, and Congressman Gates.
Disclosures prior to coming.
No, I'm
to
talking
Congress.
about your testimony here today.
So let me pin that up, man, because
Right,
hell,
yeah,
you're welcome to join. Anybody's welcome to
provided to
join.
my
So
team.
hold on, I got
Command as
to catch up.
Well,
Well,
there's
where I'm
nothing,
at.
I said that it cannot comment on ongoing adjudication matters. So you know if your secret decision is under adjudication with FBI.
Oddly enough, the email attempting to.
I'll just
schedule
replace that
an
with a
interview with
pin,
me for
so.
Tomorrow, which I find is no coincidence, heading into the hearing today. But prior to that,
Being the answer is yes.
prior to that email, I had not.
All right,
So
so
anybody
Somee
wants to jump in, jump in.
adjudicated, but in her April 24th transcribed interview, executive assistant. Director Warren-
Miss
Warsaw,
Garcia.
what's up, my brother?
When Mr. Jordan's counsel.
I'm good. I just don't like this woman,
Yes, the illustrious.
Garcia.
The illustrious ruler, Miss Garcia, who looks like she took a fucking full-on damn road armor bumper to the face. But yeah, that's her.
Hey, I hate to say this, Coop, but if I was in to Grammys, let's just say if I was, I'm not gonna take Miss Garcia. You know what I would probably take?
Dude, I'd do Nancy just because she's got big hooties. If I was all gilfing,
No,
I mean, I'm just saying.
I'd take Blackburn.
Marsha Blackburn, if you were gilfing, that wouldn't be a bad one.
I hate to say it, she's got some beautiful blue eyes, man.
Hey, I'm there with you, man.
Yeah,
if
but
we
Miss
were going
Garcia
straight
is-
out gilf. And for those of you who don't know what gilf is, it is a grandma I'd like to fuck. Just to introduce you to that little slice of hell, because I found out about it a couple of years ago, and it has completely fucked me up.
No, but Garcia is not in the listings, in my opinion.
Oh no, she's not in the top. I don't know, 100 in that building.
Yeah, I'd like to see Blackburn versus Garcia. I'd like to see a fight going between them sometime.
Oh man, we can throw them down in a mud pit. At least we'll get some fucking entertainment out of that shit. Maybe get them doing some jello wrestling.
Your case that she, quote, is not allowed to discuss any ongoing security.
What's your over or under on
So
which
it's
one
still
uses
being
the rear naked choke first?
But neither you nor the FBI can help us understand what information you shared and when you shared it.
Well, I have provided that information to members of this subcommittee who.
Well, no,
Goddamn, Joe.
submitted it to the chairman and the committee's staff. But
That's
in the hearing
getting
this
fucking.
morning, a lot of
That's
that,
getting.
most
put
of
up.
that, we have not seen as Democrats. It's not been shared. It's not been shared pursuant to the laws, our rules. It's not been shared, just even in keeping with the notion of fairness.
Hold on,
You know,
pause for a sec.
In any proceeding like this.
Hold on, I'm trying to
Guys who
unscrew something real
claim that
We
fast.
we
don't
aren't
know what was
whistleblowers.
disclosed. The council hasn't had the opportunity to assess the.
Yeah, brother.
You know what she looks like to me, actually? Hold on a sec. Let me say.
Bring it on. I'm ready for about anything.
Oh my goodness.
Cole Thornton, yes, this is where the pain's at. You have showed up. Welcome to the party, kid.
Let me see if I get this on camera here.
Considering we've already bounced through which gilf, we've already figured out that our government's completely full of shit. Will screw us over, bend the rules, break the rules, write new rules, to throw your ass in prison. Yeah, we all about some pain here.
Miss Garcia kind of reminds me of this woman. Rat face.
Damn near.
This
Damn
Kathy
near.
of New York.
Oh God, Hochul.
I mean, like,
shit.
out of all your candidates, even if you're a Democrat, why the fuck did you have to vote for that type of woman?
Hey, why the hell does Georgia keep electing goddamn Hank Johnson? And do we have to seriously go back and replay this guy's track history with thinking an island would tip over if we put more Marines on it? I'm willing to go down that little slice of hell again. And I can't believe that admiral took that question that easy and that in stride.
The information.
Because I'd have been like, what the fuck did you just say?
Here we are hearing on the matter. There's been no transparency, no real effort to inform. It's just a partisan political stunt that is more interested in attacking the FBI than helping whistleblowers. In Texas, we would just say that this is just a lot of hot air blowing here, and it ain't a whistleblower. By having this hearing before the majority makes even basic information.
By the look of her face, I don't think she's authority on blowing anyway.
We're meeting without.
She looks like a
No
fucking
guy
witch.
has put his
opening
pecker near
remarks, he
those
said that
lips.
He had brought you here to
She looks like a
have
witch.
you, tell us what you have seen.
She
and
damn
what
sure
you
looked
have
like she ought to be wearing
witnessed.
striped stockings and a house
Yet,
ought to land on her.
We really still don't know because you haven't told us anything. I went through your whole witness
Seriously, she looks
statement,
like a witch.
and there's nothing in there about what you saw or what you heard.
That's
It's
not
just,
true. That's
sir,
not
it's
true.
just a bio
That's
and
false.
your political statements. I read the whole thing, sir.
That's false.
So by having
I
this
read the whole
hearing before
thing.
us
Do I
today,
need that motherfucker in
the
braille
majority
so
makes
maybe
even
you can get it
basic
right this
information
time?
about your claims not available to us. So Chairman Jordan is just doing us all a disservice. He's doing the minority a disservice by not allowing us to vet your claims, to be able to adequately ask you questions. Frankly, he's doing you a disservice, sir, by all the lights and cameras before his claims have even been examined. More than that, this
And
hearing
you know
is an
she is
insult
just
to
reading
the
a
brave
statement from
whistleblowers
her
out there who
staffers.
do risk their careers for the
Oh
good
my
of our
God.
That's
country.
all she's
Ay,
doing.
The
ay,
circus
ay, ay.
of embedded secret accusations puts at risk the critical role whistleblowers play in holding the powerful accountable. Most whistleblowers
Yeah,
aren't
the more you
interested in
learn, Joe,
being political pawns
knowledge is
in commercial
power.
Republicans' games. Playing politics is holding up this scheme as whistleblowers will make other public servants fearful of coming forward out of fear they'll just be used. Whistleblowers serve an important purpose in this country.
Here's something for the crowd out here. And I may dive down another rabbit hole in a second just because this thought came up. Have you ever seen anybody read a statement for the first time? They haven't practiced it. They haven't, got the tempo down. They just read it for the first shot. That's what she's doing. She didn't write it. She didn't direct it. Her staffers wrote it. She's sitting there reading it. She's like a fucking Jim Henson knockoff Muppet at this point because someone else's hand is up her ass and they're just moving her fucking lips.
Actually, pause for a second. You know what she actually does remind me of, actually? She reminds me of a person in Germany. What was her name? Angela Merkel.
Merkel? I'd have to look up a picture of Merkel and see.
Look at her mouth. She looks like a fucking nutcracker.
Damn near. She ought to have a big ass wooden lever on her back and you just stuff fucking testicles in her mouth and she crushes them.
Brave individuals who help root out
This could go so bad. It's gonna be fun though.
Just this last degree whistleblowers.
Ron Wayne, what's up, bro?
Fired by
Sam,
General Ken Paxton in
what's
retaliation for accusing him of crimes, came to a settlement with the Attorney General.
Time the gentlelady's expired.
Mr. Chairman.
He had to settle for
The gentlelady's
$3.3
expired.
million.
fucking circus.
Chair now
Because he
recognizes.
wanted to make sure some information
Chair now
didn't get out.
recognizes the
That's
gentleman
what
from
whistleblowers
California.
do.
But gentlelady, this is my time. I've been recognized. Thank you. Mr. O'Boyle, is it true that you have 157 pages of questions that were asked you on a bipartisan basis?
There you go. Yeah, just about.
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Mr. Friend, isn't it true that for several hours you accumulated 198 pages of Q&A, half of the time being yielded to the Democrats for your interview?
Yes.
I yield time to the chairman.
Someone needs to tell the Democrats, I think, John Field, someone needs to tell the Democrats you came and talked to this committee because you're a whistleblower. Isn't that right, Mr. Levitt?
Yes, sir.
That's exactly how it works.
May I take a moment to address this idea that these aren't whistleblowers?
Sure.
The law.
You need to educate the members on the other side
Listen
of the
to the fucking cunt right
The way
here.
that the law.
Mr. Chairman,
This is
I don't
my
need to
time.
be
I did not
educated.
Stop the clock.
be demeaned.
I don't
I'm a
need to be
lawyer
fucking
just like
educated.
this gentleman is.
I'm a
I
lawyer.
haven't read the law. We just have a.
Fucking
Now your
debate.
time, the
straight-
time belongs, the time
Exactly
belongs to
straight
me. And
Karen.
Mr. Levitt, is Mr. Levitt has been asked
You
a
need to
question.
stop demeaning
Cool.
your
The
colleagues.
Whistleblower statute,
It's people.
Stop
It's people.
demeaning your leagues.
right? One doesn't.
It's people like this that get people locked up in jail accidentally.
The entitled fucking vile falling out of those motherfuckers' mouths ought to just piss everybody on the planet up. No, bitch, you're like the fucking stupid cunt in Burger King who got fucking lettuce on her hamburger and you're freaking out because some 14-year-old kid got your hamburger wrong. Hey, here's the deal. Pull the lettuce off your hamburger, shut your fucking mouth, and put the goddamn hamburger in it. Just
Eat the-
fuck off.
And eat the fucking onions with it, bitch.
Yeah. Just fucking eat it. Because she don't look like she's missed no goddamn meals. I'm one to talk. I'm a chubby bastard, but goddamn. Kind of called balls and strikes, you know.
Doesn't have to be retaliated against in order to be a whistleblower, right? It's not the way that it should happen. And what's being discussed today is that you're not a whistleblower unless you both share this engage in protected activity and then are retaliated against and then go through this process. The Department of Justice Inspector General is currently investigating the claims of Mr. Friend and Mr. Allen. That's exactly what, I don't know what perfect whistleblower there would be, but if they did that,
train's
those
gonna
are the
go
steps they
right
would
off
take.
the
And so by
fucking
this
track in a
definition,
while.
they're not considered
No, we
whistleblowers.
can't stop yet.
Boyle, you
We
went
can't
up
stop
your
yet.
chain of command with your concerns, is that right?
Yes, sir. I initially started with them and those complaints fell on deaf ears.
Then you came to the House Judiciary Committee with those concerns, is that right?
After going to my local congressman, then I came to the judiciary.
Exactly.
So this dude went straight up the ladder like he should have. Diversity hire. Get your ass in here.
Oh, shit.
What's going on, brother?
I'm promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I see that.
Are you guys with me on my nuclear-powered diversity train?
Hey, I am all about equity, inclusion, diversity, fuck, I can't remember all those damn catchphrases. I can't keep up with all the shit.
We have phrases at work. There's the diversity champion. Sometimes there's a person that's assigned that role. I have an unofficial role. I call it the inclusion champion because you can't forget about me. You got to include me. I'm the inclusion champion.
I'm real inclusive. I'm an asshole to every fucking buddy if they have
Mm-mm. Yeah, oh no, I'm super polite. That when you're super polite, it's such butter. It's
It
great. It's
can
great.
be. It really can be. I will
Well,
give you
it's
that.
it's professionalism too, because when I'm going into a meeting too, I mean, when our building was populated, like there were like 300 people buzzing around inside there, and now it's depopulated because of the COVID fallout, and nobody wanted to come back to work because they're babies.
Yeah,
So,
the nuclear waste and the let me
well,
see.
yeah, I work in a Walking Dead building, man. It's like desolate. There's areas that there's nobody been. You see calendars from 2019 hanging up on a desk at my workplace. Swear to God, it like play
Fun.
that never got cleaned out. I swear to God. So it's pretty desolate. But
Dude, that's like a fucking bad dream right there. Imagining seeing.
well, no, it's like Walking Dead. It's like, dude, when we went back, like there was I think maybe 12-month stay before people went back, but we had to go back in 6 months because we were involved with field support, and there was equipment in that building that we needed to monitor and like radios and
Joe, you
like
were an essential worker. You ought to be
yes,
proud of
yes.
that.
I got a tag that says it. Like if I get pulled over, like when the road's closed, if I show them the tag, I'm like, you can call that number and verify it. But seriously, I really do have to get on my way.
Dude,
And I'm going here and you can follow me.
Back
It's
this shit up to, I don't know, 2000. Okay, we had the Y2K scare there, yeah. Maybe 99, 98. Back it up 98. 98 was a decent year. If someone told you in 98 that in the United States of America, in your state, that you were going to have to have a badge that said you were essential for you to fucking go to work, you would have laughed in somebody's fucking face.
well, it was weird. Like it never came into use. Like I never had to use it for that purpose. But we were told, like when the roads were closed, if they were navigable and we could get through safely based on what the officers that were guarding the road said, we should probably try to get through because they basically wanted us at work. The pass wasn't a privilege. The pass was chains because you had to go into work when it was shitty out. I mean, many a nights I drove home from work 40 miles an hour on the interstate, four-wheel drive high, 40 miles an hour on 79 for like 30 miles on icy packed roads, like 2 inches thick of icy packed snow and ice. It's freaking nasty.
Let's listen to some more of this fucking circle jerk hearing.
Bribes for you to do when you see something that is wrong. You did that. So did Mr. Friend. So did Mr. Allen. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Mr. Levin, briefly, am I correct that starting with a resolution in 1778, whistleblowers have been recognized by our government, by our Congress, and that's been amended again in 78 and 84 and 94, and the most recent one in 2012 passed unanimously in this House. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We recognize whistleblowers for their patriotic duty.
You know what's amazing is when I authored the 2012.
Ooh, hold on. We got to back something
along
up.
with Mr. George.
I just noticed something.
You know what I noticed? I noticed purple ties. You know what the purple symbolizes, right? They did this when Hillary Clinton lost the election. She immediately came out in purple, and her husband also wore a purple tie. And anybody that wears a purple tie, like especially to showcase it in public, a politician, you cannot trust that politician. That's kind of like a quote unquote sign of royalty or ruling class, and that's what they feel they've established. Pay attention to it. It's not just a blend of blue and red. They're not just trying to do that and say, oh yeah, it's just like bipartisanship, blue and red. That's not what they mean by it.
Enhance.
Symbolism.
Look at dude's shirt right here. Murdered by Capitol Police. The image on his shirt is Ashley Babbitt, the chick who got fucking absolutely assassinated on January 6th.
Image on what shirt? Where's it at?
Hold on, let me pull up. Oh,
I mean
damn
that
it.
dude, that was nasty. I saw the video of that several
Okay.
times. That was
So,
so nasty for them to
I
showcase that guy and treat him like a
I had
hero
to
was
pull,
so.
yeah, I had to pull this up so I couldn't see the chat. But if you look over his right shoulder, see the girl in the white shirt, you may have to go full screen, and then look right on her shoulder. You'll see murdered by Capitol Police on this.
It's
dude's
out
shirt.
of frame. It's out of frame on your on your cast.
Hold on, let's see. Let me back
It's
it up a little
out
bit.
of frame. It cuts it off about like she got like her left titty in there. That's it.
Oh, I gotta fix this real fast. Hold on. Let's see. I don't want to do this because I can see it bigger than shit on mine. And if I
Yeah.
switch over to the damn stream, I can see it.
Yeah, that was some sadness, man. That woman got murdered. That freaking the retard that shot her, dude. He got heralded as a hero. That was so and dude, so wrong, so bad. I mean, it reeked. It reeked.
Dude, I've watched that shooting from about 3 different angles. There were cops in uniform on the side of the window where she was at when
She didn't
went
have
through.
a firearm. She did not have a firearm, and she wasn't threatening the man that fired on her.
There were people walking down the hallway in front of her casually. This dude set up on her in that doorway.
I think that dude. It was already arranged. That fucking dude was told to shoot somebody that day, and he was just picking out somebody to shoot. It doesn't make sense the other way because that was not a stressful fight or flight situation.
I don't know whether it was arranged, but I will tell you this. At that distance, which was only just a couple of feet.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
a yard, maybe a yard.
Maybe a yard. He was going to shoot her dead in the head, but he forgot about side over bore distance.
Yeah, and he knocked her in the neck. Yeah. He was going for a beaner. For sure. And he was not good with his gun, so he did the Glock fucking, trigger drag pull and drug it down to the right.
Sam, I'll try to find, I've showed it on streams before, and you can still find some good unedited video when she got shot. And there's 2-3 different angles of it. And I'll see if I can find them. And I'll run through those. I did it on a stream. It had to be 2 weeks ago or so. But I showed that, and it is fucking blatant. This dude flat out executed her.
What was his name? Was it Michael Bird? I believe.
BYRD.
He's the biggest fucking hero coward of the fucking century, dude.
I never learned his name. But
I believe it's Michael Bird. The last name is Bird. I know that, and it's with a Y. So
I was watching live streams that entire day. When Ashley Babbitt got shot, I was watching, I can't remember which angle it was. It was an angle that was kind of further off to the left, I think. And you saw her walk past a couple of cops in uniform. Someone else had broke the window. She walks past a couple of cops in uniform and goes to step up on the window sill, and you lose track of her in that shot. And then you hear pow, and then you see there's a body laying there. Yeah, it was a
falls back.
It's nuanced, but certainly interference. That's a surefire way they can just get them out of the way when they want.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
Thank you.
And I just would point out, I think it's the first time we've been with your staff. I know you had that terrible.
Pay attention, Coop. Look at the purple ties.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I really.
Purple ties or your Satanists. Those are your bad blood.
I don't know.
You'll see them. And look at them.
concern
Pay
for
attention to how they
whistleblowers and
look,
protecting
how
whistleblowers
they act.
was in the Ukraine episode in that perfect
Good
phone
man.
call Donald Trump had with President Zelensky, in which a whistleblower, Colonel Vindman, was in fact subsequently punished for reporting on that phone call, which led to the impeachment of the President of the United States. So
I forgot to give you
these
time.
we were consistent on our concerns about whistleblowers.
Would the gentleman
No,
yield?
I will not. Mr. Levitt, I have 5 minutes and I haven't got time. Mr. Levitt, you represent an organization.
Dude, 5
president of
minutes
the
is at
Organization on the
least.
Power
You
Oversight
have you have a yellow tie. Please
Power
yield.
Oversight represents an
Is your
FBI
tie
agent,
purple?
former FBI
Continue.
agent, Mr. George
You
Hill.
watch. Watch it. Symbolism.
Well, no, actually. Mr. Hill did not have counsel for his transcribed interview, so my partner, Jason Foster, agreed to sit in on his interview just for procedural.
Okay, so you were sort of like a surrogate counsel, but not formally. You have no formal relationship with Mr. Hill?
Correct.
But why did you choose to help it? Deposition.
Well, I didn't. Again, my partner,
Power
Jason Foster, we were informed that he didn't have any counsel, and we both of us have experience sitting in many congressional transcribed interviews.
And your view is he is also a valid whistleblower.
Again, he's not my client. I can't speak to his claims.
There's that shirt
I
in
do
the
have the view
background
that
still.
going out and, again, the idea, attacking someone saying you haven't yet been given the magic wand of whistleblower status, I believe that's inappropriate. I'm not familiar with all of the substance of his personnel actions.
Huh. Well, might it cause you some concern? Let me show some tweets on the screen from Mr. Hill. This one, he had theories about January 6th that it was
All right, that's Mr. Ray Epps, is it not?
Looks like Ray Epps.
Yeah, where's that cat? Whatever happened to him?
And if you were in a totally peaceful freaking environment, like a peaceful protest environment, and this guy starts coming up and trying to rile people up, and you were somebody that had some influence over at least a handful of people in the crowd, you could have surrounded that guy, maybe throw a couple beat marks on him, and be like, "Dude, you need to get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome. You got to get the fuck away from the breach point. We're gonna beat you if you keep talking like this." And then if immediately people swooped in on you, then you would have known. But nobody did that to him. That's what should have happened. He should have caught a couple hits in the head, a couple shoves down, or something like that.
Because crowds can operate in some weird ways.
Oh yeah, with mob mentality is horrible,
let
dude.
me find something.
No, but if somebody would have like struck him a little bit here and there, knocked him around, and if somebody would have swooped in and immediately saved him, well then it would have been, he was done, he was made, and he would have been out of the game. You know what I mean? If that's what his job was, which I assume. I mean, dude, you don't have to be a fucking jigsaw puzzle master for this shit, dude. This is fucking blatant. Blatant.
Hold on, let me see if I can find something real fast. I'll show you something about crowds if I can find this.
Mike Balloon's in the chat.
My brother Mike's out there. What is up?
That's the first time I saw it.
Oh, let me see.
No, you know what I mean, but there were agitators. They caught people like hiding in some shrubbery, changing out of freaking red, white, and blue shit into black shit. You know what I mean? There were definitely agitators, and of course that's going to happen with that many people.
Oh, there were agitators all over that joint.
Oh yeah.
And I watched that in real time because I had live streams. It doesn't look like I'm going to find it real quick. Anyway, let me give you guys the and I'll put us back on video in a second with the video. So if you want to know how crowds can react to something and how fucking sheeple people can be, I'll find the video.
Oh yeah.
There's a woman, and it's set up as an experiment. She's in, say, it's a waiting area in like a doctor's office, and she's got 4 or 5 other people in there. And then it ends up being more than that. It ends up being like 10 people in there with her. And she's a plant. They're watching this. They want to see what happens. And what happens is she just stands up for no reason and then sits down. And she does it a couple of times. And she's not telling anybody to do anything. But after a couple of times of her just standing up and sitting down, there are a couple of more people in that crowd who aren't, I mean, they're part of the experiment, but they don't know what's going on. They all of a sudden, spontaneously with her, every time she stands up, they stand up.
Oh my
When
God.
she sits down, they sit down.
Did this experiment happen in my office?
No, but by the
Okay.
end of that video, every time she stood up, everybody in the room stood up. And every time she sits down, everybody sits down. There's only about one person in there who's looking at her and laughing. He's still getting up, standing up, and sitting down when she does, but he's looking at her and laughing. But he's still taking part in that experiment. So if you want to know how to manipulate a crowd, you don't do it.
I do that.
In a lot of
Dude,
cases.
I can manipulate like individual and crowd behavior with people I work with just by like, not really not by placing it, mostly by placing obstacles, because the majority of the people I work with are lazy people, and most of them aren't even there anymore. But when I work with a mass amount of people, one of the most toxic areas was the refrigerators. We got 2 huge refrigerators in our break room. You can go put your lunch in there if you bring, I bring leftovers for lunch or make a lunch. You know what I mean? I don't go out to eat that much. Yeah. So you got it in there. You got a fridge, you got a microwave, you got a freaking, I put a toaster oven in there. So you got a nice little lunchroom, but they get toxic with their refrigerators. They leave lunches in there for 4 or 5 days. They decide they don't want to eat their lunch that day and go get tacos, and they forget about their lunch and just leave it in there. It's nasty. I mean, it makes them nasty. But you know where all the nasty lunches are? There's 2 fridges, and they're in the far right corner of the room. There's a fridge on the left, and there's a fridge on the right. So when you walk in the door, the fridge on the left is only about 1.5 to 2 steps away from the fridge on the right. Guess which one's nastier?
I would assume the one that's closer.
Yes, because it requires less effort to get to. When I realized hardly anybody used the fridge on the right, I cleaned the fuck out of that thing and I made it my fridge. And when people fuck up with my fridge, I say, check yourself. I keep my fridge anti-E. coli. I'm going clean fridge. So if you want to use it, use it. But dude,
it is amazing when you look at the way crowds will fall in line. It's like when they were putting the arrows on the floors in the stores to tell you can only go one way in an aisle. And I get looked at like, what's a favorite line from a book?
I'd tell them I'm dyslexic. Yeah, I told them I'm dyslexic.
It's a series of audio books that I've listened to, and I'm listening to them again. It's called Arisen. It's a zombie series. And this big dude does something in this fucking book that's absolutely amazing. I don't want to spoil it, but he lands in front of the people that he does it right on his ass. And they said they looked at him like he had 3 heads and 6 dicks and all of them were on fire. And that's the way I got looked at when I was just like, that fucking arrow means nothing to me. Why?
No.
Why are all you motherfuckers?
That was the mask. The mask stuff too, because you know where I live, right? So it was like 50-50. If I was a longtime patron of a place that I went to, like there's a couple gas stations I go to all the time, and the one Walmart I go to all the time, shit like that. If you deal with the same people all the time and you rolled in there and you didn't have a mask, they let you pass. They're just like, who cares? You know what I mean? So I did that as much as I could.
I just
and then
breezed past them.
Yeah, I breezed past them too. But when it got to the point where they were like, "Yo, you can't breeze past," I was like, you know what? I'll wear one. But back in the day, at that time, I purposely grew a really long beard. I had that long ass goatee part of my beard, dude. So the mask didn't seal anyway. It kept it away from my face. I just like freaking buffed it
Well,
up. I was like, there you
any,
go.
any
You happy?
jackass that has ever been through any sort of respiratory protection program knows that if you have to be protected against respiratory, any kind of part of particulate
I don't
matter,
want to.
anything like that,
Yeah, I don't want
you
to. I
have
don't want
to
to
be
breathe that shit.
you have to be clean shaven, or at least where the mask sits. You have to be clean shaven. It has to
Sealing,
leave
sir.
a positive seal against your
Yeah.
face, and then there has
Yeah.
to be filter media there.
Well,
But when it
it's
came
all
down,
it was all compliance, and that's what I told the people at the grocery store. My buddy's wife worked there. I tried not to do it when she was there because I didn't want to get her in trouble. But freaking, I was like, no, listen, this is all. It doesn't matter. I was like, I'm just coming in here. I'll be out in 10 minutes. Just
positive pressure suite. That's it, Z.
And they would do that for a while, and then a couple times the guys were like, "Come on, dude, man." It's like, you're a nice customer. We like you, dude. Just do it.
I will say that
Here, I'll give you. They were like trying to give me one. And I was like, I don't want it. You know what I mean? You just refuse it, and
there
they
were
let me do that for a while. But I had to wear it for like well, dude, it ended up being like maybe 4 or 5 months anyway, and then they'd slack off, or just it would depend on who I was there with. And then
yeah.
sometimes you had customer confrontations, which I really didn't care about because they're
Dude, I had
one
boss.
what
I had a
what one
boss
wrong move from
was
being
me.
over.
We were in the bigger one of the big auditoriums that we have, and I had my neck gaiter that I was wearing. It was like a little.
That's what I was doing for a while. Yeah, my
But
boss got me a couple good ones,
I just had
like
it cranked
nylon
down.
silk ones.
I just had it
Yeah.
cranked down around my chin, and I'm sitting there through this whole meeting, just sitting there drinking my coffee. And I had one of my bosses, who actually the boss of my boss, the bigger boss, text me and go, "Coop, you need to put your mask on." And it was like, I'm drinking coffee and I can't do that through a mask. So I'm going to drink my coffee. I'm going to sit right here in the back. And
That's what I always had, a
that's
hot
how
cup of
I'm rolling.
coffee or an ice water with me when I was rolling through the building because I was consuming my beverage.
But think about this though, Joe. How much of
And
a
that's
level,
so, dude, that's
how
so
much,
gay. That's so
how
gay.
much,
I had
how much was a level of compliance for that for us?
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. In the office is a controlled environment. However, the physical shops, your lawn shops and stuff like that, anywhere there's physical workers, they can't do that. It just doesn't work. They're up in the air. I mean, they need to breathe. They need to get oxygen.
We had a dude.
They're doing physical work, and they're working
Yeah.
around machinery that they could possibly get injured by if they make a wrong move, like a bucket truck and an
We
auger
had a
truck.
guy.
You know what I mean?
I was teaching a class that's basically part of another program, but I teach it since it has to do with welding.
Yeah.
And it's basically like maintenance welding. So this
I
kid
don't
comes
think you
in,
would want to wear a paper mask under your
Yeah.
welding mask in
Yeah,
that
hold on.
class. You might
Get
catch it
this
on
one.
fire.
Get this one. He wears his mask religiously. And we start off the first part and it's lecture, and I'm trying to get these guys spooled into safety, and this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it, all that.
Just
We
start
finally
calling
get out
it
in the shop and we start working and start doing some welding and stuff. And he's wearing his mask, and it's like, okay, dude. I said, before you leave here tonight, it was like one of our first nights in the shop where we were really getting down. I said, before you leave here tonight, I said, go into the bathroom. I said, blow your nose. Tell me what your boogers look like. And he looked at me like I was crazy. I said, tell me what your boogers
Yeah.
look like.
Yeah.
He comes shooting out of that bathroom. Coop, my boogers is black. I said, yeah, motherfucker, and that's way bigger than a virus. What the fuck you think that mask is doing?
Nothing.
It's a
Nothing.
symbol.
Well,
I
it's a
had to
symbol of
wear.
compliance. It's a symbol of compliance, and that's that's a given. But I don't know.
I
My
had to
dad,
wear them. I had to wear them. Doctors' offices were big. There's some doctors' offices around here that are still playing that fucking bullshit game.
they will if they're playing the game though, they'll give them to you because I don't travel with one
Yeah.
anymore. In fact,
No, I
if
don't
I don't
travel
have
with
one,
none.
no,
Dude,
no.
I travel with a couple of different blasters that are close to me. Where if I gotta protect myself and my family, I can, and I carry.
I got a handgun.
I
I got a
don't
handgun and a long
fucking
gun
mask.
in each one.
Yeah.
Yeah, each car has a handgun and a long gun for sure.
I got the get the fuck off me gear. I'm getting home gear. I don't have masks.
Yeah, I think I'm
I think
gonna go back, dude. I think I'm gonna go back to my roots. I've got to do a little work here and there, but I think I'm gonna go back to shotgunning as my primary weapon.
Dude, a
Things
shotgun for rolling gear is not a bad idea.
well, no, for truck, like to have in your vehicle. Yeah, for your truck. You can configure a shotgun with the bird's head, 14-inch. I think it's.
I wouldn't do anything with a bird's head, brother.
I want to do an automatic. I want to do a semi-auto.
Well, that's the thing. What I would do is I would go with a pistol grip setup with a side folding stock. I wouldn't do jack shit bird headed.
Well, honestly, I mean, really, I've got a. It doesn't even have to have a folding stock because I just do like something I can grab it with when I open my door. Like I got wing doors on my Tacoma. It's a extended cab, not a 4-door cab. So when you open up the front door, you pop your wing door open, and I could have an easy sling, between the two seats on the back, just like draw it straight out. I got a couple, semi-autos I could put in there.
Yeah, if I was gonna roll a shotgun as the get back home gun, anything like that, I would make sure it had a pistol grip and I'd put a side folding stock on it where the shotgun could operate without the stock, impeding the operation. And that's the way I'd roll it. Because you're gonna be stuck at an 18-inch barrel. Typically they're gonna be 18 and a half.
I got a pistol grip, 18-inch barrel Mossberg 500 410 Cruiser. And it's it's a little beaut. I run those Hornady triple defense through them, those slug, buck, and shot, and it's a beaut. But I mean, my main automatic 12 gauge, I got the FN SLP, and it's got the Monte Carlo style stock on it with the just a regular handguard 6+1 semi-auto.
You want to see a
fast as shit. It's basically like the Winchester. The FN and Winchester are sister companies. You know that. You're into gun stuff.
If you want to see a badass semi-auto combat shotgun, Richard Hoffman.
The Benelli 301 was 300A, the new one, or the Beretta A.
No, nowhere near that.
Okay.
If Richard Hoffman's page is still up, go look what he did to a Remington 1100.
Oh yeah, he made the super shorty.
That thing is a fucking monster.
And honestly, an SBS would be a righteous build worth $200. It would be worth that if you want to do an SBS. But I would do I've got the Sega 12 gauge. It's not a Sega. It's a really, really good Chinese copy imported by a company called Cherry's Imports. You won't see many. It's called the Comrade TAK 47.
Okay, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Because there are a lot of people who I've heard had them and they had a bunch of issues.
Mine was a golden boy. Mine was a golden boy, and it's got a really thick receiver. I judge a receiver on how you can pinch the magwell. If the magwell will flex or not, you can't flex this magwell. It's
the
thick
magwell flexes its shit. Period.
Yeah. It's thick. It's thick as shit. This is a quality Sega copy, and it's very good 12 gauge. but
You
it's
know
gonna
who had a
it's got, I think, a 19 inch from the factory. But
you
I
know
was thinking people throw the profile looks good too. They threw Silencer Co. What's that big oblong 12 gauge suppressor they put on those?
dude, I fucking forget, man. I couldn't tell you on that one.
You know the design style I'm talking
Yeah,
about,
yeah.
not like straight. I would prefer a straight cylindrical for aesthetics, but that one's like, it's modular, it's popular, it's easy to clean. You know what I mean?
Hey Sam, which Benelli M4 clone are you talking about? Throw it down in the chat.
Has he got a turkey gun that's not meant for turkey hunting? That's where it comes from.
My wife, I think she has such disdain for like a Benelli M4. It's not even funny. So I would damn near bring one home just to show her, hey baby, look what I got. She'd probably beat me to fucking death with it.
I'll tell you what, man, the
Hands,
Winchester,
arms. Okay, I'll check them out.
that Winchester design, or the FN SLP design, those were good systems too. But if you wanted to run the I think mine's chambered for 3, maybe 3.5, I forget. But if you wanted to run the Hot Boys, you had to change out your piston. So you had to pull your fore end off. You had to unscrew the front end of it, which is not a big deal. You didn't have to pull the barrel off, but you had to unscrew the front end. You had to put the, I think it was color coded black. There was a black and a red one, and you had to put the other piston in it to run the Hot Boys. So that was the only thing. Like the Mossberg, the 590, is that what it's called? Yeah, the 590 automatic.
590s really.
It made everything like universal. Like it's a gun that will run almost anything. You know, if you tune it right, that gun could run a variety of rounds. They're a little bit better than what I've got. Better technology.
Give me a sec. I'm going to throw this hearing back up. Let's listen to some more of this, and I'm going to do something real quick.
Instigated by the deep state, not by insurrectionists who were up to no good, seeking to hang the vice president, Republican vice president, I might add, of the United States, or other depredations. It was the deep state that led to this. Are you familiar with that tweet?
No.
Here's another one. Familiar with this tweet, in which he talks again that the deep state is real on the January 6th insurrection.
I'm not familiar with any of his tweets. We just believe that it can be helpful for people to have counsel, and we were willing to assist in that way.
Well, but isn't it also helpful to kind of know a little bit of background when you are providing counsel?
We were just there for the procedural counsel of the interview, not to represent him and all his interests.
I understand, but wouldn't you want to be curious about his status and what led him to be?
I'm sure it's quite possible that my co-counsel, Jason Foster, is familiar with these. I literally wasn't even an employee of Empower at that time. I was still sitting on the Merit Systems Protection Board.
And what's your view? Do you believe that January 6th was instigated by the deep state?
Define the deep state, sir.
I don't know.
I sure don't either.
Oh, good. All right.
Great question.
Because it is a phrase frequently used by the former president of the United States, so it's out there. But you don't know what it means.
The Merit Systems Protection Board, we dealt with people at all layers of bureaucracy.
Well, I actually kind of share that with you. I don't know what it means either. I think it's kind of made up, like a boogeyman, so that we can use it as a catch-all. In this hearing, y'all have employment grievances. That doesn't make you whistleblowers. And maybe those grievances are legitimate, or maybe some aspects of it are legitimate, and all of you have careers. And I'm sorry for the situation in which you find yourselves. But
that's when you know, like Mike McClune, some other cats in there really sharp. You start talking about microns and all this and filter media and stuff like that.
Of discrimination or violation of law.
What are we filtering out here?
He's probably got more.
I'll tell you what, we should all be filtering our drinking water, or maybe even our bathing water.
About their situation. And
It probably
the
wouldn't
enumeration
hurt
of grievances
at
does
all.
not constitute whistleblower
Wouldn't
status.
you'd be
It's
healthier? You wouldn't even know
not
why.
we had this hearing. I certainly don't think it proves some consistent pattern of wrongdoing by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And I've heard some things here that run counter to the history of the FBI.
Yeah, Mike, that was another issue, man.
Like a new
Some of
idea
that
that
filter media, that was getting switched over from a lot of other applications.
who loved intelligence and in fact preferred it over some
Yeah,
forms of law
you can get
enforcement. Had a whole
like
network of
a dual stage Manitowoc set up for like $300. I think the cartridges are about 80 bucks, 90 bucks.
I leave more skeptical
About 6 months lifespan, depending on your family size.
I gotta prove something to the crowd since Man Against Masses is there, and I know I'm going to give him more ammunition.
Congress in 2019 and returned in
Come on,
2021.
come on.
I believe the gentleman saw an absence of conduct by me.
All
when
right.
I wasn't in conduct.
See if I can get this on camera.
I must
What's
say,
that?
I'm so
No
fond of my
tramp
friend from
stamp.
California. It was
Zero
like he was
tramp
still here.
stamps.
And I think,
And I know I'm going to get a meeting about me having a tramp stamp in probably 5 minutes.
Just for the.
I didn't know people thought you had a tramp stamp, dude. I didn't know that.
Whistleblower
Oh,
remains,
then Man
whistleblower
Against
remains
Masses,
anonymous.
that mean?
And unlike Mr. Allen, we never saw Mr. Allen's willingness to give us the transcript. We never saw the transcript from the anonymous whistleblower.
What are you talking about? There was a
Let me
complaint.
see if I
that was
can
publicly
actually get into my
disclosed.
damn.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't believe you. There's no makeup there. There's a scarf and back surgery. There's
Thank you,
no
Mr. Chairman.
tramp stamp.
The
No
Democrats,
tramp
our
stamp.
friends on the other side of the aisle, are trying their best.
I had no idea that there was this
Considering it,
conspiracy.
They don't understand the meaning of it. Here it is.
Man Against some asses.
Justice.
Well, what the hell's my
Every
damn
day
shit doing? Oh, this thing went all fucked up on me. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to get this back to where it's at.
Hey, man, I tell you what, when you get your shit together,
This was said here a moment ago.
even if you don't, you still with me?
Yeah. I'm trying to unfuck something real fast, and then I gotta have a word with Man Against the Masses. Man Against the Masses. I gave you a complete back shot on me. If you don't do another meme with me having a tramp stamp, you don't have a hair on your ass. I'm calling you out at this point. Okay, now that business is done, what's up, Joe?
Not much. I'm down to my last cigarette, dude, and I'd like to smoke it with you, man. I'm gonna fire up my camera, and I'm gonna fire up a smoke, and after that's done, I'll go in the chat and probably head to bed.
If I could push one through the camera, homeboy, I would push it through the camera for you.
No, I don't need any more, Coop. I've smoked enough cigarettes today, man. This is a good last one.
You can, well, that's, maybe it's just me. You can't smoke too many cigarettes.
Dude, I smoked too many of them. Yeah, there is such of a thing as a nicotine hangover, and it's worse than an alcohol hangover.
That's why I wake up smoking. That way I never hit that hangover.
It happened to my buddy all the time. He'd sneak smoke over here because his wife didn't like him smoking, and he'd smoke half a pack of smokes when he didn't smoke every day, and he would go home. He'd wake up in the morning feeling like a dog.
Hey, hold on, Joe. Let me catch Sam real fast. But yeah, Sam, do I have you down as a mod? Yeah, post it, man. If you got a link, throw it out there.
Were you aware, Coop, that I am sponsored by Joe Bob Outfitters? I'm just kidding. I always wear the t-shirt.
Okay, yeah, hell yeah.
I always wear the t-shirt. Get them free with big order.
$450 for that, dude? Damn, that's not bad
For what?
at all. This Panzer Arms, it's an M4 Tactical, 12 gauge shotgun, 18-inch semi-auto, black, yada yada yada. It's basically that M4 clone he was talking about.
What's the how many rounds in the tube?
details M4 tactical 12 gauge, chambered for 3-inch, 18.5-inch barrel, fixed stock. I'm going to assume that's like maybe a 7-round.
Maybe it doesn't have like the goofy Benelli neck down end on the end of the tube to where it restricts it to 4.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, you might be
That's
right.
That's what's weird. That's what's weird. Sometimes even the Turkish copies, they copy the redundant, the bad stuff. They should just make a straight tube gun and make it more marketable. They copy yeah.
Yeah, when you said that, I zoomed in on it. And yeah, it's got that funky.
It had those little ribs.
You're probably talking. Yeah,
4
you're probably
round.
talking 4 in the mag, 1 in the pipe, and then if you can ghost load that one, you can get another one in.
4 or 5, but it ain't 6. And it definitely ain't 8. But I think if you run the police tube, it's like what, 7 or 8, maybe 7.
Oh yeah,
I forget.
dude, I would extend the shit out of that tube, easy.
I mean, I've got a nice auto. I do love an auto shotgun for reals.
Oh, dude, for a smooth automatic, yes. That's the Remington 1100 that I finally wrestled away from my dad.
I should have bought one, dude. It was nice.
I practically had to pin him down and choke him out to get that gun. But yeah, it's 12 gauge Remington 1100 semi-automatic. Besides, that gun was made, I think I looked it up one time. That gun was made in 84, 86. So
my Mini 14 was made in 86.
84 to 86 to me and my wife were in our house now. So it had to be to maybe 2019, I think, when I did it. So from 80 something to 2019, the only thing that you really had to do to that gun to keep it running was replace the gas rings. And I know I have fired hundreds of rounds out of that shotgun by myself.
I've never had a Remington. You said it was an 1100.
Remington
I've never
1100.
had one of those. Does it have a rotating bolt or no? Or just have gas rings and a straight bolt with an extractor?
You've got gas ring, straight bolt, extractor.
Okay.
Most of your shit's coming, of course, from the spring.
You know how the Winchesters work, like the auto Winchesters and the FNs. They've got like it's almost like an AR bolt, like it rotates and locks.
Yeah, no, these don't rotate into place. Matter of fact, I could put my hand on another bolt and everything from another Remington 1100.
And you would think that they would run faster because they don't lock like that. They don't lock like that, but that was like the beauty of the FN SLP. At the time, it was the fastest running autoloader that you could get.
That 1100,
the Winchester equivalent. I forget what they called those. I have the pump gun, but I don't have a auto Winchester.
I will promise you this: that Remington 1100 runs so smooth. You would have to be Jerry Michalak just to keep up with the trigger on that gun.
Is it classic wood furniture, blue?
Classic wood furniture.
Blue, that's nice. What's your leg?
Yeah, it's a beautiful 11.
Is it a bird gun or have you cut it down?
Yeah, no, that's just straight bird gun, man.
Gun.
I will never change that gun. When I was growing up and learning how to shoot. A couple of guns that we start on. Of course, we all started off with 22s and 410s, and then we started getting into bigger bores. There was a Stevens 20 gauge pump I hated because its length of pull was too long for me.
Yeah,
that Remington 1100 fits so good, and that gun runs so fast.
The automatics. The first time I shot an automatic 12 gauge and it worked because I wouldn't going to shot a 12 gauge that people had that were running shit ammo through it and it wouldn't run good. It was an auto. But when you finally shoot one that runs good, you're like, oh Jesus, this is where it's at.
This one,
fuck pump Pump Town. If you've got one that's serviceable and you can keep it running, dude, automatic 12 gauge all day, no bruised shoulders, maybe slightly bruised, but not
Dude,
bad.
you got to shoot a lot of rounds for that gun to get bruised. Now it's only
Yeah.
chambered 2 3/4 inch, but it'll run 2 3/4 inch high brass. It'll run 2 3/4 inch just shitty, fucking low aluminum shelf rounds and all that. It will
I had
pump them
this
out
shit.
without
I had this
issues.
shit called Spartan. There's some shit I got from like SG Ammo, like a
Yeah.
long time ago. Spartan. You ever had any Spartan?
I don't
Spartan.
think I have, man.
It's a 12 gauge. I forget where it's made. I think it's made in Turkey, but it's red shells, like red colored shells, and for they're nine pellets, and the powder isn't dirty. They're actually fairly clean burning, for discount shells, good shells. And back in the day, you could get star crimped ones, and then they went to the freaking clear card with the roll crimp on the end. You know what that does? Eventually, that ends up, negating one round of your magazine because they're too long. They come out too far.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah. So they're no go anymore. I think it's Rio makes something comparable to that now, but it's just like a 9 pellet, really cheap, freaking half brass shotgun shell with double out buck, and I could run that through my KSG, and it wouldn't kill my shoulder because I don't know if you ever shot a KSG, Coop, but the KSG is not pleasant to shoot. They are not. They're bullpup. The action's back by your. It's actually by your right ear.
I've never messed with a bullpup. Never.
I bought one because it was an innovative design. I loved it. And I already had other Keltec products, and I know how Keltec is, but I still was a Keltec fan. And I still haven't sold it. I still have it. And I still use it occasionally. But the mods I did to it to make it a shootable shotgun was Keltec had a factory gel freaking shock absorber pad. What's that?
Man Against the Masses does not disappoint.
He got a tramp stamp? Or is that a belly stamp?
No, he stamped me when I turned around and showed him my back. He went ahead and put the tramp stamp on it.
Oh, okay. You've been tattooed, bitch. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I love my Man Against the Masses, you crazy motherfucker.
Yeah. But no shit, man. Real quick public service announcement though. Keltec freaking KSGs are almost unshootable unless you put a freaking large recoil pad on the back of it that you can get the factory one that clicks into the factory stock, because it's a sandwich style stock, clicks into that, screws in, and it's perfect. It doesn't fall off. It's not like slipping a freaking one of those limb savers over there. You don't want to do that. Like, yeah,
Mike, I'll look that shit up.
Dude, it's gel. Instead of just being a little thin piece of rubber, it's like gel rubber, and it does absorb quite a lot of shock. They should make it stock on it. They should just put it on there. And then I put a brake on it and, a couple other things to add for speed. But I can run mine pretty decent, but it's a heavy bitch. When it's full, 14 rounds, a 12 gauge, when
Joe,
that thing's slung over your shoulder like that, dude, and you pull it up, dude, that's heavy, dude, until it starts unloading.
Diversity, we have a request. Before you leave the stream, you got to show your titties.
Huh? My titties?
Yeah, before you leave the stream. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
He showed it.
There's one and done. Now we need to have some ladies. I've done my part.
Oh, fucking Joe, you.
Who was that, dude? I know freaking freaking Dirt McGirt used to love to see my titties when I was rocking shirtless, and I honestly put a shirt on before I freaking came on here because I was working in the yard before I came on here.
Hey
Got
man,
done.
you could have rolled it topless, baby. We'd have been there. We just got to
I
talk
always,
you into getting
I,
the
I
nipples.
always do that. Hey, it's a long, hot summer, Coop. You'll have time.
Hey, dude, don't say that because it has been beautiful in Alabama lately. The humidity hasn't kicked in yet. The weather's been
Man.
awesome, and I know we're fixing to get fucking raped.
You, dude, you know what's raping us? Freaking when I
The
look up,
government.
when I look up and I see two days of blue skies, and then I look up and I see crisscross freaking, quote unquote, condensation trails. I mean, we're talking waffle patterns in the sky, and then I see the plane when I'm driving to work. I'm like, oh, great. And then guess what happens the next day or 2 days after? It gets real hazy. Imagine that. It's real hazy.
Man, I used to.
Dude,
There
you
were
want
a
to talk
lot of.
about climate change? They can change the climate with some freaking particle freaking dispersion and some freaking lighten up some freaking HARP freaking arrays here and there. They have small dude. They can do that on a small scale. There's a big HARP array, in a couple different places around the world. The U.S. isn't the only one that has it. There's other places. I think Saudi has it. That's how they keep their area, freaking, productive. I'm being serious. You think I'm lying, dude?
No, I was laughing at you. He said people from NJ or freaking weather in NJ is insane. People from the South don't believe us when we say that we have the same weather. Dude, if you have our weather right now, you're living the dream. But good and well, it's going to be like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then we're going to get boned. 100% humidity, 110 in the shade. You're never going to be able to stay cool. You can't drink enough to stay hydrated, and it's just going to be a miserable time.
I remember
anytime you're outside.
The river that I used to love taking my motor canoe out on. I hadn't been on that river since like freaking maybe like 2010, and I went back on it like about 3 years ago. Dude, it was rough and it was brown. I mean, it's been so brown, I didn't want to go on it. It's muddy. You can't see the bottom of it when you're in a small craft. You know what can happen if you run up on a wall.
Log, stump, sandbar, rock.
Big river, small craft, and then large craft all around you. So you gotta hug to the sides. You gotta hug to the sides and try to keep out of everybody's way and hope that they don't want to blast past you and throw you a little bit of wake wave to like push you into the freaking shore and like and shear your freaking sear pin on your freaking prop. That always sucks.
Yeah, you got your handful, brother. If you got all that going on, yeah.
Oh yeah. When you go out fishing, I mean, you go fishing too. I know you've got a small boat, dude. You got a John boat or something, right?
Nah, well, dude, for the last quite a few years, I've been running a 17-foot bass tracker.
Okay.
Not a big boat by any means. You throw 2 people in it, throw fishing gear in it, it gets crowded quick.
My old roommate's got a big. He's got a big welded something like that. I think it's about his might be 18, and he just upped his motor. He got rid of his 2-stroke and he went up to a 4-stroke because of well, it was an older motor. He was going to get some money out of it while it still had good compression. It was running good because he was like, you know what I mean? Are you running 2-stroke still?
Dude, well, the only reason I'm running a 4-stroke right now is my dad and my mom got together and was like, look, we've been running that boat since my dad bought that boat new in 97 or 98. and then there was a damn. We were down on a Lake Seminole and ended up having an issue with the original motor and locked it up. And then I bought another motor to go on it, and had that motor. We've ran that motor until last year, and that was from, oh God, we ran that motor over 20 years that I put
You
on
say
that.
it's
That I
like
put
a.
on
You
that
said
boat.
it was a 17.
No, that was it was a Mercury Classic 50 that I
Well,
put
no,
on.
the hull
The hole's
length.
a 17. Yeah, the hole's a 17.
17. So you probably had like what would it hold up to like 100, 125.
No, I think that whole type tops out at a 75. Believe it or not,
Okay.
I don't think it goes up to 90 on that hole.
So you weren't running no freaking towers of power on that one.
No, man. But that Merc Classic 50 that I bought, and I worked on that motor constantly, kept that motor running, and we've done. I mean, like I said, we put 20 years on that motor. And then it finally just got to the point that it was just starting to dog out. And my dad had mercy on me, and he was like, look, we're going to put an 40 horse Yamaha on it, call it a day. And that's what he did for me. And my parents ain't rich. That was a fucking bite for them. But it was
that's like, what was it, $6,000?
Installation, everything else, I think it came out closer to 10, believe it or not.
Oh damn!
Yeah, it was a fucking bite. But
I know it's heavy. It's hard to do it yourself. It is hard. It's easier to do it at the boatyard. They ain't gonna fuck shit up. If they do fuck it up, they pay for it.
Dude, if I had the money to just purchase the motor and then stick it on there myself, that would have been a pretty simple job. But it's just to the point where my dad actually had mercy on me. He was like, look, that old Merc, man, it'll start every time you hit the key, but it just doesn't have the ass that it used to. And they ended up sticking that other
The
motor
four
on.
strokes do behave different, and that's honestly like that kind of like weirded me out. I mean, they still have they still make two strokes for motocross, but they're getting away from it in marine. But man, two stroke when you're working with a sport boat for marine application, that whole prop flex and everything works better with a two stroke than does a four stroke. Like
Dude,
you know what I mean? When you encounter waves and everything.
That Classic 50 Merc that I stuck on that boat. I realize, guys, give me a break. We'll get on to back to hearing in a minute. But that Classic 50 that I stuck on that boat, I actually bought another boat with that motor on it and then moved it over to this boat. But that thing was pretty much bulletproof. I'm pretty sure I could have gone in there and shot that bitch with a 50 cal and it still would have started and ran. The only thing that hurt that motor was fucking ethanol. Ethanol.
Yeah. It makes your hoses hard. It makes your fuel lines hard and everything.
To make your fuel lines
a
hard,
lot faster. I mean,
it'll-
eventually it always does it, but it makes it do it a lot faster.
It'll erode the inside of them. But also, if you guys, any of you guys out there in the
Corrosion
chat
around.
know about a carburetor, and the bottom of that
Any
carburetor,
corrosion around brass.
and you've got a float there. That float controls how much gas is entering that carburetor and all that. And most of the time, it's a needle valve, and it has a, guess what, rubber tip on it to make a seal to control that gas flow. And that ethanol would eat that rubber seal out. And then what would happen is you'd go to pump the bulb up on the motor, and it would just start hosing gas inside the motor, and it wouldn't run right. So you'd have to pull the damn front of the motor off, pull the top of the motor off, pull the carbs off. The bottom carb on that motor, whoever designed the bottom bracket and everything on that motor deserves to burn in hell for eternity, because you can only get like a little 16th of an inch of turn on the nut on the bottom of that damn If I'm looking at the motor, I think it's the left side. That's where the starter bracket went. If I'm not getting shit reversed. But either way, there was one of them you could only get like a little like 16th of an inch turn on it. And then I'd have to end up replacing fucking needle valves like every season, every year to every other year. I'm tearing that motor
What was
apart.
it? What was the vehicle? What was the vehicle? What was it? What was the vehicle?
That was that Mercury Classic 50. It was like an 84 Mercury Classic 50.
The scooter?
No, 2-stroke engine on the boat, Joe. Keep up with the conversation, you drunk fucker.
I got you. I got you.
Joe got hooked on
Dude.
dirt bikes and took a left turn. He went on the road. I'm on the water.
I'm looking to the left of the phone, and there's my outboard motor. I've got my Nissan 3.5 horsey. I'm sitting here looking at it while we're talking, and I'm sidetracked.
Dude, that buddy of mine, Trev, made me a believer in a damn Yamaha motor. He's got a G3.
The modern ones. I was going to say the modern ones like this one. I'm going to see if I can flip around and show you, or I'll just go like this. Yeah, you can see it. I got a custom tiller handle that I put on there. I made that from a lawnmower handlebar, of course.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and then I upgraded to the aluminum prop. It had a poly prop on it when I got it.
Oh, that
and
had
the
a
3.5.
poly prop on it?
It had a polymer prop, and this is a 3.5. That was like the last one that they would put a poly prop on, and it had a lot of flex when I was going through turbulent water, or even sometimes through. Well, you noticed it more through turbulent water, but through calm water that you were planing, you would notice any disturbance. If you got a cross wave, you would hear the flex because it's 2-stroke too. It's harmonic, so you hear all that. I mean, it's loud as fuck. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's a canoe, right?
Oh, dude, people don't realize, and it's 4-strokes the same way. But either way, a prop on a motor, you can have one that's factory, perfectly in balance, and then bump a stump, and you can bend that prop just a little bit.
That matters on big boats. Yeah, on big boats, yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah, on big boats, that's a big deal. Yeah, you got to keep your props balanced because you can shake it back. Like, I mean, I'm not talking about if it's an outboard, it's an outboard. I love outboards because they're easy to work on, right? You can take them off. If you're dealing with like inboards and like even like long shaft drive freaking inboards, then fuck that shit. That's beyond me. I can't afford that shit.
No, I haven't had to work on anything like that. I've worked that Mercury class. Well, there were 2 motors I worked on a lot, and that Mercury Classic 50, and I had a 40-horse Johnson motor that was probably about an 80-something Model 2. That 40-horse fucking Johnson, I swear to God, I could have hit that joker with a cruise missile and turned around and looked at the key, and that sumbitch would have started.
I worked on Dad's. Dad had it was a Johnson as a 48 SPL. So the SPL was like the budget motor, right? And it was on it was a low. I think it was like a 1988, 89 low 24-foot pontoon boat with a 48 SPL and freaking shot carpet. Freaking seats were shot, the freaking everything. We rebuilt that whole thing structurally, like all the seats, and took the vinyl off and redid it all, dude. Very nice rebuild. Ran it for several years, but the 48 SPL was a decent motor, but it just didn't have any nuts. 40 horsepower, somewhere around
Well,
there.
I mean, 40-horse motors you just can't overpower the motors. So you can't stick a 40-horse motor on a damn 19-foot boat and think you're going to haul ass, especially if it's a fiberglass boat that's heavy as fuck.
I don't have a hauler. I don't even have a half-ton truck anymore. I don't have a hauler. So any boat I buy has to be small because, the trailer weight and the boat weight
Yeah, yeah.
combination. I'm working with, what's that, 56 or 5800 somewhere with my Tacoma.
Dude,
And
as long
that's pushing it, and I don't want to damage the truck either. You
yeah,
know what I
well, as
mean?
long as it fits what you want to do, that's all that matters. You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's like me.
Yeah.
I watch these guys fly up and down the river down here, fucking bass boats with damn 250s and 300 motors on them, and they're doing 98 miles across the surface, and I'm like, fuck it, I ain't
Oh,
got to get
no,
nowhere
no.
that goddamn fast.
100 knots. Jesus Christ. No, you don't want to do that. I mean, there were some guys that had some hot shit, like when I lived in Fairmont, but um, it was kind of like they would be up there maybe for a weekend or two, and then you would never see that boat again. Like the one, I mean, it was all cammed up, like it was a Lopin, V8 motor, rear exit, like out of the water exit, like it had headers that were like turned up, so everything was like on, you know what I mean? The exhaust was on top and like coming out. It wasn't through the water at all. It was a big old freaking showboat, basically a showboat.
Hold on, Uke's throwing out something right here. We're fixing to share a tab.
Hi. Hello. This is the worst iced tea I've ever had.
His parents hired me to bring him out of his
Hey, man.
shell before college.
All right, Coop, I'm done with my smoke, and
Oh, I got you, Uke. I got you.
who you got there? I mean, I'll still talk to you. I'm just off cam, man. I'm getting ready to go to bed here in about probably 10-15.
Yeah, man, go ahead, brother. Because I'm gonna start this damn hearing back up and watch some more of this fucking horse shit.
Bring it on.
That then you came for this from.
It's accurate that we did discuss it at the squad level, but the FBI is set up in a way where line agents like me or line supervisors even
Fire order. My
are not
bass
going to
boat
be able
does
to accomplish
75.
fixing
Fuck me
such a
running it, man.
vast problem from
That is
the
fast
side
on water.
of the FBI.
And what you've done is exactly what federal law requires of you. We recognize, as was said here a moment ago, we recognize and protect whistleblowers for their patriotic duty. Why? Because it's essential to maintain the rule of law and to make sure that corruption does not fester throughout government. And isn't it true that once the FBI found out you spoke to Congress, your security clearance was then suspended?
Yes, I believe that's what happened.
And what effect has this had on your ability to provide for your young family?
I've since had to rely on charity because the FBI stopped paying me, and there's no other way for
And
me
he
to
can't
make a
go to
living.
work
From
anywhere
other,
else.
whistleblowers that the FBI routinely denies them the ability to get outside employment, and then as a special agent, you can only
Oh,
make
yeah.
$7,500 a year
Dude,
outside of your
I know
government
about
salary.
that, Uke.
So
That whole
I've
redefinition
really
of a
stuck between a rock
firearm.
and a hard place because on one hand, we want to try to get our jobs back because we are trying to do our patriotic duty. But on the other hand, we still have families to take care for. It's essentially a death sentence in the modern era.
Yeah, talk about a chilling effect, right? Not only we chilled the rights of parents to go and express their views, any other whistleblower better take note, right? They better take note. You may not be able to feed your family. It's disgusting. Your security clearance was wrongfully suspended. You have no recourse, right? Because here's the thing.
Disgusting.
The clearances, the FBI is the one that you appeal to, right? The FBI is supposed to investigate itself. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I just want everybody to understand. We only have 40 seconds. FBI investigating itself. This is why we're here, folks. This committee, we have jurisdiction over the Department of Justice, over the FBI. We are the checks and balances in the system. We have to draw this attention to this because it's our oversight duty. We're all trying to fulfill our responsibilities here. I am grateful you men for your willingness to stand forward and take the arrows as you have, even from members of Congress over here who are trying to disparage you. It's disgusting. I thank you for your
They're not
patriotic
trying to
responsibility.
disparage them.
The
They're
free
trying
speech
to
of parents
fucking
is chilled.
destroy
The,
them.
the speech and the duty of
It,
whistleblowers is chilled.
it would, I would love to serve my country as a public servant in Congress,
Members of the audience are refraining
but it
from
would be hard to be around those people.
any type of applause or anything.
Dude, I wouldn't last
Gentleman from
fucking
Virginia
3
for
weeks
unanimous
up there.
consent.
I could no, I could do it, Coop. I could do it, but it would tax me so bad. It would probably age me like 5 years if I did like a 3-year term or whatever, 2-year term.
Jason Foster.
Fuck me over.
Oh, way more than that, dude.
Without
way more
objection,
than that.
the chair now recognizes Mr.
It would definitely double the time that I spent there as far as like what it would do to my freaking psyche.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
Oh,
Chairman, I have a
absolutely.
parliamentary inquiry.
You can do this all day.
Even you know,
Inquiry.
All day.
even though Obama was a plant, when he went in and when he came out, did you see what he looked like when he went in? When he came out, all of his hair got gray real fast. There's I don't know what the deal with that is with men, but if your hair goes gray fast, that there is a stress factor. I think that deals that.
Oh, there certainly is. But
Yeah,
Obama's
you got silver hair. My hair fell out, dude. My hair fell out before it went freaking silver, and I don't even have. I got salt and pepper. You got full silver.
Hey, dude, my hair was going gray before I turned 18.
Anything to obscure the facts, anything to stall the committee hearing. Unbelievable.
I'm not stalling. I think
Mr.
we need to follow
Garamendi,
procedure.
Mr. Garamendi is recognized for his 5 minutes.
Watch this fucking horse shit.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that Mr. Garamendi's time be restored.
It's all procedural.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm taking a procedural backyard piss off my stoop off my garage door. Very nice.
I understand that.
Oh, dude, I made my grass after work. Sweet. Everything. Nice.
And their lawyer. I'm trying to find the issue that is pertinent to the committee. Yes, we do investigations, presumably to write law to address problems.
Think about this real quick.
How is Adam Schiff roaming the streets, dude? How is Adam Schiff roaming the streets? How's he roaming the streets? He lied to Congress. He lied to Congress because he said that he had evidence of Russian collusion. He had it. He didn't say we believe we have evidence. He said we have it. Motherfucker.
Here's the point, Joe, and this is part of what I'm getting at. You have witnesses down there from the FBI that are under oath. The people that are questioning them aren't under oath. So they can say whatever they want. Adam Schiff like you mentioned, Adam Schiff running out of hearing. Russia. I have all this evidence. He's not under oath. There is no legal recourse, really, to fucking deal with that shit. This is where
Dude,
we get to the point that
we're in a banana republic.
Oh yeah, dude, we've been past the banana republic for a long time.
Dude, I don't even like bananas. I hate bananas. I'm done.
These guys up here doing all the questioning, doing all the talking, they're not under any sort of oath or anything like that. They get to say whatever the fuck they want. This dude could literally get up here and talk about gay fucking clowns and midgets and donkeys and whatever else, and they all have evidence on Trump, which, trust me, I don't think Trump's saving the fucking country, but he could sit up there and say that shit, and there is no recourse for it.
Dude, he ain't freaking Satan. He ain't a saint. And he ain't a savior. But what he is not connected. He's not connected in the New World Order shit. He's seen
Hold
it.
on, Joe. Joe, let me hit
I
you
mean,
with something. Let me hit
I
you
mean,
with something.
go ahead.
All right. Trump, big family, New York, country money,
Real
developers,
estate,
all
landlords.
that shit. Let me tell you something. Trump is just as dirty as a lot of these motherfuckers sitting up here. But the
Yep.
only thing that keeps him safe is that to call his dirt out, they have to call their own dirt out. That's the reason they're
Yeah,
doing all these
dude,
little end run rounds about porn star and all this other shit.
it's funny. It's funny, Coop, how much West Virginia gets like national attention because West Virginia is West Virginia. But have you seen where our governor Jim Justice he's put his freaking hat in the freaking circle to run against Joe Manchin for freaking not Joe Manchin. He's running on Republican. That Manchin he didn't flip, but I know Justice flipped from Democrat to Republican. Dude, it is a freaking mess. Dude,
It's all a fucking mess, man.
he's got like several businesses that owe like millions of dollars in back shit, and nobody did anything because he was the governor, so they let it ride. And I mean, serious money, dude. And well, you know what I do for a living. But it's in the news. It's in the news. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? It's an open story.
These bastards are all so fucking dirty, man. We
Yeah.
are ruled by the unhonorable liars.
And that's what sucks. That's what sucks. If you got in there, you cannot make a difference because they'll crush you.
No.
To maintain their dirty business.
That was kind of the point about having the quash on tonight. Was the whole jury nullification thing. Your laws don't matter when no one will convict you of those laws. The problem is we have so many useful fucking idiots out there when the government says it's a crime to have a machine gun. And
they happily squeal on you.
Well, look at it. It's a crime to have a machine gun. Well, what's a machine gun? Well, a machine gun is whatever I say a machine gun is. I'm the government. That's what a machine gun is. Well, what did this person have? They had this little metal. What did this person have? This person had this little metal card about the size of a business card. Did it work as a machine gun? Well, we say it is, even though we couldn't get it to work. But you're the jury, and you're going to convict these guys.
You know what? If Matt was convicted, they should have had to been able to make that thing work. They should have had to freaking mill that thing out, and they should have had to freaking put an auto sear group in it and do all that shit and make that thing at least run a string of 5. If they couldn't do that, if they couldn't run a string of 5, or if it was a burst gun, a string of 3, if they couldn't run a string of 3, then not guilty.
Here's my problem with that, Joe. I could go to my shop right now, my weld shop, and I can find the specs for a lightning link online all day long right now.
Yeah. It's not even the best way to get. It's not even the best way to get.
Find that. Yeah. And I can go to my shop. I can take a piece of sheet metal. I can make a lightning link. I could make that gun probably run full auto. But here's the deal. You're the fucking alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. This is your Fat D department, which if you guys don't know what Fat D means, that is the fat dick you're getting fucked with. They couldn't get it to work. And then they still convicted 2 guys solidly on fucking machine gun charges. And if that's
That
gonna
that
piss somebody
that
off,
that, that does that doesn't add up to me. That doesn't add up to me. They didn't have enough.
it landed.
Yeah, they didn't have enough basis on their conviction. I don't know about the charge, but the conviction,
Dude,
it shouldn't have been that hard
if
because
I'm
it couldn't work.
sitting,
Dude, it didn't work. If it doesn't work,
if
it doesn't
I'm
work.
sitting on
So
that
so
fucking
so
jury,
then so then it like gets downgraded or should get downgraded to attempt of whatever the fuck
what
you
it
were
should have
charging
got,
with.
what it
Now
should
it's
have got,
attempt.
what it should have got, Joe, in a just fucking world was one person sitting in that goddamn jury box who had a lick of fucking sense or an IQ over my goddamn shoe size, who went, wait a second, these are supposed to be machine guns. Wait a second, there's never been anybody killed with one. Wait a second, the government in their technology couldn't even get it to work, even though they could Google the fucking specs for a lightning link and fabricate one. They're the fucking government. They make goddamn nuclear missiles, but they can't make this shit work. So how am I going to convict this man over having a fucking machine gun when the shit don't goddamn work? Case closed, not fucking guilty.
Not fucking guilty based on lack of evidence.
Based on no.
I just did you hear that fart? I just farted. Did you hear that?
Not guilty based on the fact
On
that our
lack of
government are a bunch of lying sacks of shit. Period. Not guilty. Well, they did this. We told you what you have to say. I'm sorry, motherfucker. I think for myself, you gave me evidence. Your evidence fucking sucks. And my deduction is you can go eat a giant bag of fucking green goddamn goblin dicks. For all I'm concerned, they're going fucking home tonight. But that's not how that fucking worked, is it? Goblin dicks. Yeah, I threw that out there. Where that came from, I don't know, man. That's my sense. Way out in left field, I just reached over there and grabbed him real fast and slid his ass right down the lane like you're throwing a bowling ball. Fuck these people.
You hear that, Cube?
I hear another can cracking, baby, and I'm fixing to do the same myself.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This might be less. I don't feel like drinking whiskey, but I almost want to.
Oh, dude.
I gotta get to work tomorrow. I probably should.
Yeah, I gotta be there in the morning. Yeah, Taco. Yeah, I might be a little fired up, just a little bit, just a little tiny, just much.
Yes, sir.
Tacos.
Limited protections. They were.
Tacos does sound. I'm gonna throw some meat out. Tomorrow is Friday.
Your recommendation is a change in the whistleblower law as it applies to, I suppose, all federal agencies.
Yes, because as it is right now for DOJ employees, they have to wait a year after being suspended before they can go anywhere to appeal as a whistleblower the suspension of their clearance.
Well, have you made a specific recommendation to the committee as to the change of law that would address?
Yeah, Taco. It's another reason I'm an acquired taste.
That's why I'm here right now. I just made it.
A lot of people were responding to chat like tacos.
Other than, I would appreciate in writing your.
That's because
change to the law.
Would be happy to.
All these sons of bitches in the chat are cool ass motherfuckers just like you.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about doing like a smoked pork butt and doing like the smoked pork butt and pineapple taco, a little soft taco action, grill it up, throw it on the side.
Hey, we still got a while in this hearing, and I still got a while before I actually have to get some sleep. So, yeah, dude, hit the 7-Eleven, man. Rock and roll. We'll probably still be going.
Express support for law enforcement.
Just be careful. Don't do nothing stupid. Obey all traffic signs.
And dismantle local law enforcement agencies.
Brakes on the left, gas pedals on the right. I am dyslexic. Don't fuck that up.
You remember the foot-long hot dogs at 7-Eleven?
Dude, many years ago.
Dude, we would get those things and dress them up with chili, nacho cheese, and jalapenos. man,
Joe,
big old
The
freaking
scientific
murder
evidence
dog.
model- the
Joe,
sample
just
that
admit it. You
abolished
just like
the
round
FBI,
meat
I
that's
have.
foot long going in your mouth.
and the FBI is
At the
accusing
time, I
the
did, but
Yeah.
I got
My
past it.
domestic intelligence agency with its law enforcement
I
capabilities.
was
It
in
was only a
college,
state.
dude. I was in college. I was finding myself.
There is
I
a
was
term.
finding
It's slugs.
myself.
the
Yeah.
uprising of a
Yeah,
small
it's
mind.
I mean,
slugs.
dude, we
Let
all
some
got it.
people grab
They
your
were
butt.
awesome. They were a good buy too, because late at night sometimes they give them to you half off because they're getting ready to throw them bitches away. But like, dude, that big fat daddy.
Yeah, that motherfucker looks like it swelled up 3 times.
I want to throw some nacho cheese and chili on that bitch, dude. Give me some jalapenos.
Have their issues adjudicated.
If you haven't showed up at a gas station eating shitty food or at a Waffle House,
7-Eleven,
about 3 o'clock in the morning,
7-Eleven at the base of the hill right below my college, and I lived in the dorm, so I could walk there, and we would like freaking there all the time, freaking get your fat dogs.
Hey Sam, you're perfectly right. Always keep one in the chamber. No one's going to give you time to rack that fucking supply,
Yeah,
baby.
yeah,
You gotta
exactly.
pull it, get.
Yes, my carry guns are chambered, of course. And be careful when you clean your weapons and you service your weapons to put that round back in the chamber. The best thing to do is to just rack a new one out of the bag in the chamber, and then put another one in the bag.
Consensual law, Mr.
Instead of just dropping it. You gotta watch that extract.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I will say I've sat struggling to figure out what I think the Americans who may watch this hearing are to take from it. And it's troubling. An aspect of the ranking member's opening statement was interesting. I heard this part of it that really stuck with me. It sort of suggested, this is not what she said specifically, but it was sort of a paraphrase of what I heard her saying. To you witnesses, especially the three who've been serving the country as FBI agents and before, it was sort of like, so your lives have been turned upside down by the FBI in retaliation for raising questions about abuses of the rights of Americans? Good. How do you like it? That's kind of what I heard. It seemed that her perspective, she went on and talked about how people have been victimized by police all across the country. ACAB is the idea. And it's almost like since she
I
thinks
won't
they're
say
victims
all
of plenty,
are, but there's
it's
a lot
okay
of them.
if you're victimized. There's a supreme irony in that, isn't there? I mean, you have one of you was concerned about the improvident use of a SWAT team. And that's been ridiculed. Another of you has been concerned about the
If you've
investigation
never
of
hit a
people by
damn
the
gas
preeminent law
station at
enforcement
12
agency
o'clock
in
in
the
the
country for
morning
nothing more than
for
being on a
coffee
bus,
that's been burning
travel
since
to a
6
place
o'clock that
where there was a
morning
speech by the
and a
president
bag
and so
of
forth,
corn chips,
and a
you're
couple of
not
people on
living
that
right.
bus were subsequently looked at, that you're
Gotta watch
concerned
it,
about
yeah.
whether the investigation was adequately predicated for those people.
I think it was in Maryland that Asian dude shot some like a 14-year-old kid. He shot him in the back, I think, too, for stealing a drink or something.
And expressing their
Could
views.
have been. I haven't seen that one.
Because all they were engaged in was First Amendment activity. That's not an adequate
I
predication.
don't know, man. It'd be hard for me to have a entrepreneurial business like that, like a gas station, 7-Eleven, freaking liquor store, anything like that, vape shop. Fuck that, dude. That's just an invitation for weirdos.
And even the impeachment of the
Yeah,
credibility of
it's
witnesses
an invitation to get
appropriate.
robbed.
Now, I
is
will
what it
say,
is.
the things that have been
Yeah,
raised
yeah,
as
yeah.
impeachment of
Because the people
credibility
that frequent those places are weirdos. You don't want that in there.
because they are not
And
fair
that's the damn
mechanisms
fight.
for attempting
I
to do that.
only wear my thong and
What has
overcoat when
struck
I'm
me
going to the sex shop.
is that
Leave
these
me out of this.
whistleblowers
Yeah.
have your
I
comportment, your
And never
demeanor,
mind the fact that there's a hole
your
cut in the right pocket.
poise, your articulation,
Don't even
Oh yeah.
go there.
Yeah.
your
Yeah, you
discipline
gotta breathe.
has been exemplary
You gotta, you
at
know, you gotta
every
have a
point,
little.
even as the members on the dais beclown themselves.
Be around this
Quite a
show.
testament, and it deepens something. I worried,
The
to be
fucking
candid, about
theater.
this
This is
hearing
Game of
because
Thrones level fucking
many
drama.
Americans, it is my impression.
It's the
and
Game of Bones.
Many
What do you
Americans
do?
have been
I drink and I know
victimized
things.
by
It's the Game of Bones, and you're taking one in each ear, in the mouth, and in the butt.
And I worried
Dude, every
we might
fucking
have,
thing
have
they
you ever
can
heard the
fit
quote, it's
something
sort of
in
used
is
in athletics,
taken.
never tell anyone your
It's
troubles.
the Game of Bones.
People don't care, and the other half are glad it happened to you. And that's a supremely pessimistic worldview. I don't really subscribe to it, but you've heard that out there. I think this is, this is making a clear point, and I commend each of you for what you've done.
Listen to this guy trying to wrap it up. I think this is a good point. We're good, and I want to get done talking out here, so I gotta go.
And I think Americans need to hear it because there are other glimpses of just how the victimization is going on and how it's victimization at
what
scale.
you guys should have
This is one
discovered
fact that
already is
struck
I
me.
just really
The
love
Bank of
pain.
America record.
And I
The
like
story that
sharing
the
it with
Bank
the
of
rest of
America
you guys.
turned
Thank,
over
bacon for the name
the
of the
credit card
streams, but
transactions, whether
share
for
the
an
pain with
aircraft
it.
or a lodging or the purchase of a cup of coffee.
Did bacon make it?
Everyone who decided to
Nah,
come
bacon ain't in
to
here.
Washington, to be in
Okay,
Washington area,
I didn't
buildings
see him
in the
earlier.
area. It's one of the things that you asked questions about. There are
Watch, we'll say
victims
that and bacon will fucking show up.
all over the place.
Oh no! You know, it's like Candyman. Bacon, bacon, bacon.
Security got involved in censorship with social media platforms. Millions and millions of tweets and narratives being taken down. That is victimization at scale.
Victimization.
It must be resolved. And the fact
You hurt my feet.
you're most concerned about victimization.
You hurt my feet.
Enforcement in this country. Point in
And
the
by
victimization
love,
of you.
by love, I mean absolutely revile. These guys will get in here and they will try to talk with such passion over what's been going on. And they've been in government for 20 years and they can't believe this shit's happening. Well, this shit's happening because you've been in government for 20 fucking years.
Would you like to know their kryptonite word? I'll tell you, Coop. You'll love it.
Is it like
when you're looking at somebody and they're telling you this, and you're like, man, you're so dumb, I can barely tolerate you, and they're saying this like, and they say whatever they're gonna say, and you look at them like, all right, well, that sounds retarded, and I guess that makes you a retard. Especially if they disparaged you. You don't have to call them a retard unless they disparage you. If they disparage you, then you can call them a retard. But if they don't, be like, well, that kind of sounds retarded, but you know, carry on. They're like, what do you mean retarded? I'm like, dude, it sounds retarded. I mean, like, slow down mentally. That's backward think. It's backward think.
This is 100% completely honest. I have known people in my life. How did Jerry Clower put it? They'd rather climb a tree and tell you a lie than stand on the ground and tell you the truth. I've known those people. I have seen those people tell me some fucking lies where I looked at the guy next to me and I literally looked back at the dude telling me that shit. Went, do you think I'm that fucking stupid? I felt like I had my intelligence just rolled over by a train, a Norfolk Southern coming off the rails train full of dildos, and they were all
I don't know.
in my ass. That's how insulting it was to my intelligence. And that's what I get when I watch fucking hearings like this. And why do I share them with everybody? Because not everybody takes the time to watch this. You guys got other interests, man. You have other things in your life. And all I'm trying to do is much like Lee or the Quash or Legal Man does, is trying to show people the signs saying this is where the game's at. And if you think that some text is going to somehow finally break through and be the savior of everything, no. You are
It's
in
all,
a
it's all
war.
going on. It's all going on. You're just trying to put a spotlight on it, and I like that.
Yeah.
It's a spotlight.
Well,
It's a
look at this.
spotlight. Like, hey, check it out. Check it out. This shit is seriously going on. You might want to pay attention. That kind of.
So here's the deal. We're in a ring. Me, all you guys that love freedom, we're in a ring. And we're gonna fight a dude. We have no say-so in the rules. We have no say-so in what that other person does. The person who is running the ring, well, they are fucking right there with the person we're going to fight. And the guys on the side of the ring, they're supposed to be ringing bells, calling ball strikes, whatever the fuck. All they're doing is they're hitting a bell on a cash register. Ding, 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 ding. Every time you hear ding, it's just dollar signs for them. So we get in there. We have honest intent because we're the people with honor. We believe in honesty. We believe in my word is a bond. We believe in right and wrong. And we're in a fight with someone who doesn't give a fuck about any one of those rules. We hit the middle of the ring, we bump gloves, and as soon as we drop our gloves, they handcuff us behind our back. And then the big dude who looks like this big Russian motherfucker off of a really big movie just commences to beat the dog shit out of you, bite you in the ear like fucking Tyson with Holyfield, kick you in the nuts, low blows. They jam you right up in the bottom of the nose, try to drive your septum through your fucking brain. And the whole time we're like, hey, there's supposed to be rules to this fight. And the judge who's sitting in there goes, I ain't seen shit. That's the fight we're in.
Yeah, it's pretty tormenting.
It's if you wake up and you're actually paying attention, which everybody in here
fucking morning
and guys who will watch this later, you guys are awake and you see it. The people who don't see it, they have two motivations for not seeing it. One, they think they are going to become part of that system and they're going to gain from it. And two,
they're going to be the ones to fall first.
Yeah. Well, and two, they think that system is going to somehow feed them and fuck you. And what they don't realize is that system's going to bend them over, put them in a ditch, and put a bullet in the back of their fucking brain. And that's just the way it's going to roll. And then people wonder why my fucking blood pressure shoots through the goddamn roof.
I think telling you, man. Takeaway, at least for me, from this hearing,
Gentleman's time expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Allred. Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
I yield my time to Mr. Goldman. Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to thank those of our witnesses here who have served in the military for your military service. I want to thank you for coming in. We on this side support whistleblowers. I certainly support whistleblowers, and you and the committee majority can be certain that we will follow all House rules and to maintain the confidentiality of whistleblowers until they have been publicly identified, as you all now have here. What our concern with is not really at the bottom whether or not you are whistleblowers. That's something that neither you can determine, or Mr. Levitt can determine, or we can determine. That's something that we understand is being adjudicated and ultimately could end up in court, where the ultimate determination would be. Our concern is that you all have met with the committee majority, perhaps several times. You have provided information, documents, testimony, and we're in the dark. And that's not how Congress works. That's not how committees work. And I'm sure, Mr. Levitt, you would agree with me that when you were on the Hill, that's not how things work. And so that is what, sorry?
I just said it depended on what was happening. I've seen examples of congressional staff retaliating against whistleblowers, and I've also seen those whistleblowers then refuse to engage with those congressional staff.
Fair enough, and maybe that happens.
Fair
but we
enough.
haven't even been given the opportunity.
Fuck
to
your
do
reality.
that in
I'm gonna
violation of committee rules.
inject my own facts.
Ultimately, what we are here for is because these three individuals are expressing in various degrees their objection to their treatment with the FBI. They have also, in varying degrees, expressed support for the January 6th insurrection, and in some cases have even allowed those personal views to influence their official duties. Now, the allegations that we are dealing with here today, and the reason why whether or not people are whistleblowers matters, or your credit.
So let me get something straight just for the crowd. And this is part of where me and Lee, or the Quash, whatever you want to call him, we're talking tonight. This is supposed to be governed by the consent of the governed, right? So now we have people who dissent from being governed go up to the halls of power and they try to air their grievances, and all of a sudden they're insurrectionists. That point sounds really understated until you let your brain kind of run away with it a little bit. This is seriously being in an abusive relationship, and you continually agree to it while you're getting your ass beat, and you agree to it while you're getting your ass beat, and you agree to it while you're getting your ass beat.
Credibility matters is you're just the three individuals, three people in an organization of tens of thousands who are making these allegations. And so credibility does matter. I was a federal prosecutor for 10 years working alongside the good men and women of the FBI. I never once had a political conversation. I never once had any politics interfere with the work that we were doing as part of our official duties. And if I did, I would certainly call it out and report it to change.
Yeah, Sam, I ain't on meds yet. Not for blood pressure.
I am alarmed on their behalf that so many of the good men and women of the FBI.
The message is the message.
Or being quoted,
Until we
one of my
get caught.
colleagues said, as a political arm of the Democratic Party. Now, you all would agree real quick that credibility matters, right? You're all agents or current or former agents of the FBI. Is that right, Mr. O'Boyle?
Now realize they're under oath.
Correct?
He's not.
Friend?
Yes.
And Mr. Allen, right?
I'm a staff operations specialist, sir.
So you don't believe credibility matters?
Credibility does matter, sir, but I'm a
Fuck
staff
you.
operations specialist.
Sorry.
But let's take
That
the
would have been
chairman's
my
opening
answer.
statement for a second. He said in his opening statement about the John Durham report that Mr. Durham found that there was no predicate and no basis to open the investigation.
Yep.
I'm going to read you a paragraph from page 295 of the
In
Durham
other words,
report.
I'm
It
going to
says,
completely
under the
misstate something.
FBI's guidelines, the investigation could have been opened more appropriately as an assessment or preliminary investigation. FBI investigations opened as preliminary investigations, short of full investigations, if necessary and appropriate, may be escalated under the guidelines by converting to a full investigation with supervisory approval. Mr. O'Boyle, does that sound like Mr. Durham determined that there was no basis at all to open an investigation, as the chairman said?
I would have to have more information, but based on what you just read, it sounds to me like, based on FBI rules, a preliminary investigation ought to have been opened, if it was going to be opened at all. And it sounds like it was opened straight as a full investigation.
Right.
But I also
And
don't.
you understand the difference is really just based on timelines and a slightly narrow
Evidence.
range of authorities, but that preliminary investigations
All those
are often
constitutional
escalated to
rights
full
we love to talk
investigations after
about.
some additional investigation, right?
They're also often just shut down.
Sure, right, of course. I see that my time is about to expire, and I look forward to my additional questions. But I would just note for all of us here that to use three individuals' personal experiences including determinations based on a number of different levels of review at the FBI.
Yeah,
that you no
Sam, I
longer
understand
warrant
that, man.
your security clearance.
Anthony,
is a very
what's up?
bold and
Time of the gentleman has
unfounded
ex- time of the
statement
gentleman has
to
expired. The
use
gentleman
to
from
claim that
Kentucky
the
is recognized for
FBI
5
is a
minutes.
weapon of the Democratic Party, and I
Gentleman
yield
from
back.
Kentucky is recognized.
See, here's
Americans are upset, and they're angry that they're getting against.
let me explain something to the crowd if you didn't catch it already. Anthony Smith, what's up, my brother? I'll say that again. The FBI isn't just a weapon against, the Democrat Party, against any sort of conservative. The FBI is a weapon of the government, period.
The narrative control arm.
So, hey, we're the FBI. We stop this, we stop that. Okay, hold on, wait a second. Wait a second, kids. I showed a gun on stream a few days ago. Within seconds, the YouTube algorithms caught the shape of that gun and shut my stream down. Blocked me from streaming for a few hours. It wasn't long. I just went to Rumble and just kept on streaming. But you're trying to tell me that with that level of interaction with technology, that you can find that gun shape, but you can't find child pornography.
Oh no, they don't want to find that. That's good.
No, baby, that's it. But when we watch hearings like this, realize the theater that's involved in it. You may have one guy in there, maybe two, that are really trying to swing for the fences, might be trying to do something right. But what they don't understand is the fucking grift. They don't understand the fight that they're in.
Yeah.
They don't
I
understand.
spoke earlier about the theater, like the color purple. Like, if you see anybody on television in politics wearing a purple tie or a lady wearing a purple shirt or whatever, judge them very heinously.
I think
Like,
they're better
Yeah.
served if we remain dispassionate in reviewing this evidence. But I have to admit, I came here today trying to be dispassionate, but I'm feeling emotion. I'm feeling disgust. Before us, among these witnesses, is represented decades.
Now, I think, watch this part. Pay attention to it because I showed it before this all went through. This is where Massey shows that the Bank of America gave the federal government all of the firearms purchases and all the information from hundreds of thousands of people who were in the DC area within 8 days of January 6th.
Decades of exemplary service, the military and the FBI, service to our country for which your families have sacrificed, for which you have sacrificed to give this service. And now the other side of the aisle just wants to disparage you for bringing forth facts that the American people need to know, that we need to know if we're going to change these whistleblower laws so that you're not punished for bringing us the truth.
Thomas Massey impressed me most of the time,
hearings.
but he lets me down sometimes.
I'm noticing a disturbing trend here.
Yeah.
Big business is working with the government to weaponize against the American people.
You think?
And, the government says, well, this is okay because we're not violating the Constitution. The big business is doing this voluntarily, and we saw this with social media companies. But I want to play testimony from a whistleblower who's not here with us
And you guys
today.
need to
You can clear that
seriously
up
listen
about
to this.
how we've seen
And Bank
in
of
this
America
instance,
ain't the
one of
only
the
one
biggest
who's done
corporations
this.
in America working with the FBI to violate civil liberties.
I believe.
Yeah, but I don't know what. Coop, you ever fuck with radios?
No, not much.
No
It's getting to that point, buddy. You ought to fuck with radios a little bit. Try to find your local repeater, and provided they have power, we might be able to talk here and there, but
DOA
I'm trying to get my dad on it.
debit card.
I don't know what's going on, but I got a couple
They compiled
Balfangs, and
that
there's
list.
no reason
Top
not
of
to
that
use them.
list, they put anyone who had purchased a
Yeah, I've got to
firearm
look at it, man. I really do.
any day.
It takes some learning. There's a learning curve, but it's
That was the retired
it.
FBI
You
supervisor.
and your wife could learn it together because she's probably going to be the one on the other end of it.
Testimony.
So
said there
you
is the
could just
Bank of
like
America.
go through the
Hold on,
manual,
hold
learn
on,
how to
Joe.
set it up. If you hook it up to a computer, it's way easier to set up. It's easy, but
Yeah, hold on, Joe. Let's listen. I want everybody to hear what Matt's is saying here.
They compiled that list, and then on top of that list, they put anyone who had purchased a firearm during any day.
So Bank of America gave over their records for anybody who had purchased a firearm for their entire existence. And unless they can track a firearms code, how does Bank of America do that? That firearms code that we've talked about in the last year or so, that has always been embedded in your purchases.
I find that testimony chilling. That was the retired FBI supervisory intelligence analyst, George Hill, who gave us that testimony. And what he said there is that Bank of America compiled a list of everybody who used a credit card or a debit card between January 5th and January 7th inside of Washington, D.C., and gave that to the FBI. But before they did, they looked at anybody who had ever purchased a firearm, according to their records, and elevated those people to the top of the list. And they didn't geofence it to Washington, D.C. You could have, as Mr. Hill testified, you could have bought a gun in 1999 in Iowa with a Bank of America card, and then you got heightened attention, and then it was given to the FBI. Now, whether the FBI asked for this,
you guys seriously hear what he just said?
it's sad. That's very sad.
Listen again when he's talking right here. Basically, what he's saying is, anybody who was in the area of Washington, D.C. within 6 to 7 days of January 6th, not only did Bank of America give them your financial records for every single thing you've purchased, they itemized it out. And if you made a firearms purchase for the life of your account, so from the start of Bank America, even when they took over, and I can't remember which bank it was, even when they took that other bank over years and years ago, if you had purchased a gun back then, they turned that over to the federal government and said, yes, this person, this account purchased this gun.
And not
gave
even
that to
as
the
bad
FBI.
as
But
what
before they did, they looked at anybody who'd ever purchased a firearm, according to their records, and elevated those people to the top of the list. And they didn't geofence it to Washington, D.C. You could have, as Mr. Hill testified, you could have bought a gun in 1999 in Iowa with a Bank of America card, and then you got heightened attention, and then it was given to the FBI. Now, whether the FBI asked for this or whether they did this voluntarily is very chilling, because Bank of America, they've got a lot of issues in front of the government. And this is where you get into this unhealthy feedback loop. Bank of America spent $250,000 lobbying us on the American Rescue Plan, issues related to.
So just in case the crowd doesn't realize this, just the Bank of America, a single bank in America, basically spent more money lobbying Congress than any firearms organizations combined.
Bank of America.
Paycheck Protection Program, general issues related to data security, and general issues related to interchange, and general issues related to privacy. The irony of it. Bank of America is violating your privacy, working hand in glove with the FBI. Now, the FBI will say, we didn't ask for this. They just gave it to us. It doesn't matter. It's a violation when you get to this level
of cooperation. Now, I want to turn to something else that's troubling me very much. The whistleblowers here before us today have described incentive-based payments related to increasing the number of criminal investigations. Mr. Friend and Mr. Allen, you've talked about this. Mr. Friend, can you tell us what that's about and why that might be unhealthy?
It's extremely unhealthy. It's called integrated program management. It's a process that the FBI uses annually to essentially establish arbitrary metrics for itself to achieve as far as opening up a certain number of cases and using certain tools and getting certain accomplishments.
This in football terms, this sounds eerily similar to the Saints bounty gate.
Yeah, he draws
Folks
a perfect
remember that.
example.
That scandal. Coaches would pay players cash bonuses for hits that would result in injuries to other players. Players would receive additional pay if their tackle resulted in an opposing player being taken out of the game. These non-contract bonuses were part of an underground culture that incentivized dirty behavior. When the activity was exposed, the Saints organization was widely condemned. The defensive coach was initially suspended indefinitely, and the head coach was suspended for an entire season. Somebody at the FBI needs to be suspended for the dirty tactics that they use. If we recognize it in sports,
Defensive coach was suspended. He had no
I
defense.
yield back to balance my time.
It is never going to happen. As long as we're in this system like we're in right now, like the Quash went into earlier today, and if you guys don't find the Quash podcast and start listening to
You ought to post that like on your description when you post your live stream. Yeah, do that because I'm gonna go after it because I like that guy. He sounded 100% professional 100% of the time.
that cat right there, man, and I've followed his podcast for a while now.
I like,
and I've listened to his rationale, and let me tell you something. And I got to get better about posting shit like that. I got to be a better host about some streams, but
that's an easy one though, man. That guy's a grand slam. He was a good one.
Well, you would think he would be, but there are a lot of a lot of people don't want to hear that. There are a lot of people in the 2A community right now that don't want to hear that this fight is already fucking fixed.
Oh, they want to keep a low profile, you mean?
Well, it's not that they want to keep a low profile, but they don't want to hear,
Oh, I heard his frustration speech.
Well,
I heard that.
It's like we talked in me,
Yeah.
Strike, and a couple of guys talked last night. Shall not be. Those words shall not.
Correct.
Shall not
Correct.
Be.
It ain't that hard to figure out.
In illegal language are absolute. That means you shall. When you say shall not, that means you absolutely can't. That means you have no.
It's not an option. It's not even on the table. It's not negotiable.
Yeah, there are no options in there.
Yep. That can't happen regardless of what we talk about. That's not going to happen.
Yep. But we have this amendment where it says shall not, and it also mentions in front of it that it's the right of the people. And the government still argues about whether or not we should be able to own arms.
From New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move quickly through a couple different questions. We established earlier credibility matters, certainly for witnesses who appear.
It don't matter for the
before
motherfuckers
us.
asking the questions.
Mr. Boyle, do you know who Kash Patel is?
I do.
Have you received any money from Kash Patel or his organization?
I have.
No, I have not.
When you previously met with the majority members and or majority
fucking
staff of this
sleazeball.
committee, was Kash Patel present for that meeting?
No.
To your knowledge, has Kash Patel ever spoken to the committee members on your behalf?
Mr. Coleman.
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of. Was anyone present for your?
I'd like to
previous
see that
meetings
dude
with
walk
committee
out of
members
his
and
chair,
staff
walk right
on
around
the
that
majority,
dais, and
that
dart
were
that
not
piece of shit right in
members
the
of this
face.
committee or staff of this committee?
My counsel.
Your counsel? Anyone else?
I don't think so. No.
Are you, is Kash Patel helping you finance your counsel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Friend, what about you? Do you know Kash Patel as well?
Yes,
And did you receive any money from Kash Patel?
yes, he gave me a donation last November.
A donation?
Yes.
Are you a charitable organization?
I was an unpaid, definitely suspended man trying to feed his
I'd
family.
like
and
a
his-
donation.
Reached out to me and said he wanted to give me a donation.
Did he have any, was he present for any of your
Be
meetings
off.
with committee members or staff?
No,
What did you
And
say,
how many
Joe?
times did you meet with the
I'd
committee
like a
members
donation.
prior to your transcribed interview?
I never met with them prior to my transcript.
Did you speak to them on the phone?
Yes,
Okay, all right, so you spoke to them on the phone.
yes, I spoke to them on the
Yes.
phone, corresponded.
Because telephones have
Did
been
you
a thing
provide
for a
documents?
very long time.
Yes, I gave them my written,
Dude, I'm going back to
Did
VoIP.
they ask you
I'm crashing my cell
whether they
phone.
would share that with the minority?
I don't know. At the time, I don't believe they were actually in the majority.
Did they ask you whether they could share the documents?
I don't remember if they did or didn't.
I want to focus a little bit on that SWAT case that you mentioned, Mr. Friend, where the SWAT team was used to make an arrest of someone associated with the domestic violent extremist group. That was not your case?
That was a case that was within my office. The Joint Terrorism Task Force sort of ran all the cases together.
Did you work on that case?
My name is on it. I did not perform work for it.
And what evidence did you have that this defendant had offered to surrender to the FBI?
The evidence I had was in his conversations with the individuals from my office who he spoke to. He said that he would cooperate.
In other words,
So he never said he would
actual
cooperate with the FBI.
transcriptions
He never
of
told you that he would
conversations.
surrender upon an arrest. Those are two different things. You agree, right?
No, I wouldn't. If somebody told me that if you need anything from me, just let me know. I'll cooperate. I would interpret that to mean I could reach out to them if I had a criminal charge.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. All right, that's certainly not my experience. Mr. Allen,
Dude, our Department of Justice is so comical at this point. The only thing you can do is just try to keep low profile and not get hung up. You know what I mean? That's all you can do.
Not to do that. Is that
Really?
right?
I was not, sir.
You were
Yeah.
not. So
Yeah.
what it says
Just try not to be a guy that gets like, you know, a profile.
of yesterday that your supervisor admonished you to stop circulating these materials on multiple occasions. You're saying right now that the FBI is lying to this committee?
That statement that they wrote is inaccurate.
Okay. Did you write to your colleagues to, quote, exercise extreme caution and discretion in pursuit of any investigative inquiries or leads pertaining to the events of January 6th?
Yes, I corresponded with my teammate.
Did you write that?
Yes, I wrote.
Oh my God!
And that
Jesus
was
Christ. I
that was
hate
after
this.
you had been admonished not to send
Everybody jazz
information
hands
about
it.
January 6th, right?
I
I'm
was
telling
not admonished to not send
you.
information.
But you do agree that
World.
your personal opinion should
Do
not
it.
influence your official duties, don't you?
No, you should be objective and analytical in all the, decisions and information.
No, that was my question. Your
Oh,
personal view.
you give me a little hot sauce there? A little hot sauce?
No, you should be objective.
No, you just
in the
have to
conduct of your
ask the
job.
question
And now,
20
Mr.
different
Friend,
times.
Mr. Boyle, I don't have much time, but you agree that you were field agents, correct?
Correct.
And you understand chain of command, do you not, Mr. O'Boyle?
I do.
Right. So that if you make a suggestion to a supervisor and your supervisor overrules you, that's the nature of the business, isn't it?
Not if it's a violation of a law.
And
or
you
rule.
make decisions about whether grand jury subpoenas should be served or not as a field agent of the FBI?
Time the gentleman is
If I have a
expired.
reasonable belief, I can make a protected disclosure, which is what I've done.
Okay, but do you think you make those
Time the gentleman is
decisions?
expired.
Yes, he can
When
make
yields
those
back to
decisions.
recognize
What
himself.
the
Mr.
fuck
O'Boyle,
don't
why
you
do you
get?
think they came
Oh
down
yeah.
so darn hard?
Yeah. Right.
Now, what do you
Right to
think their
refuse an
motivation-
unlawful order. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Agency
Yeah.
as a whole wants
I understand that.
to get rid of people who simply just don't toe the line that they want.
I don't know, man.
Thinkers
I
people who raise valid questions to their chain of
have no
command.
problem
They
with
want
law
to send a
enforcement.
message, don't they?
Absolutely.
They want to make you an example, don't they?
Yes.
And they don't care. They want to send that message so hard, so strong. They don't care that you served 6 years in the Army, member of the 101st Airborne, took enemy fire, was selected for a special new unit they were putting in Quantico. They wanted to send such a message that they said, if we can get this guy.
Oh, you got the
we can get
big
this
cheer.
guy to be quiet. We can get everybody to be quiet. That's what they were doing, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, especially since I just had
Dude,
baby.
Jim Jordan's got a lot of freaking like
Just to put
first quarter
the
steam.
emphasis on it, they
Never
said,
comes
we're going
in
to
on
do it
fourth.
the day he
Dude,
arrives.
let me tell
The
you
day
something.
we've worked with him,
And
we
this
selected
might-
him. He's done a great job in the FBI. He served our country. Took
This might make some people ill with me. But if you guys have been around me, you guys know I'm going to be honest, and I'm never going to lie to you. Never. If I tell you something is truth, I believe it is 100% true. Jim Jordan himself is just another cog in the fucking machine. He is there to be a goddamn puppet to run his mouth while the Republicans still
You
get
think
run
he's a
over.
juicy fresh rhino, like a new rhino that hasn't had that exposure yet?
Joe, hold on. Who was it?
No, I can get it. I can get it. I can get it because I've seen the quote unquote efforts, you know, like when you follow the stories and stuff, the efforts he's making, whatever, and then it just falls flat. Too many efforts fall flat. Too many efforts fall flat. And Lindsey Graham, give me a break, man. Freaking Christmas ham, Lindsey Graham.
Hey, no, what I was going to say is, so we grew up, you remember the early days of WWF? So you had like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Who did he fight all the time? You know, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, he'd walk in there, he'd have this big monitor lizard under his arm, drop the bitch off in the fucking floor. And I can't remember who he fought all the time. But Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, you knew in WWF was going to win 99.9% of the time. Okay. Jim Jordan is the fucking dude who used to talk shit to Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. He knows he's going to get his fucking ass beat 99% of the time.
They brought Jim Comey back on and put him on TV like a day or so ago and fucking had him do a little fucking Trump should be in jail and we didn't do anything wrong, so
An oath to the Constitution,
Where-
to an oath to
I
defend
was
this
in the
country.
FBI.
He's going to move. We're going to send all his stuff in this van to this moving. We're going to do that. When the day he arrives, we're going to suspend him. We're not going to let his family get their belongings. We're not going to let him get his clothes for his kids, his winter coats for his children. We're going to send a message. And they did. They suspended you. They took your pay. They don't let you get health insurance. They made life miserable for you to send a message. Because you know what? You reported on the first big screw up they had in this administration. The first big one. You reported to us as a whistleblower about the school board's issue. The Biden administration, they thought this was going to be a win for them. They thought it was going to make Terry McAuliffe governor of Virginia. Backfired on him. And you reported. Would it surprise you, Mr.
Take it
Obama, to
easy,
know that
dude.
the FBI
We'll catch you
told us
later, man.
They looked at 25 parents who were reported on this snitch line that was set up with this
Hey,
memorandum
brother.
from the Attorney General. They looked at 25 parents.
Techno
How many
man,
think
we
that
do
were
it
actually
good.
Snitch line.
investigated and prosecuted? How many think were prosecuted, Mr. O'Boyle?
Get
At a guess,
Techno in
I'd
the
say
house.
0.
Zero.
Yeah, Techno just
Zero.
come in
And
the
you
chat.
came to us because you say this is wrong. This is wrong to set up some federal snitch line, some neighbor calling in because they don't like their neighbor's politics, reporting to the FBI, go investigate these parents. They said, we got to get this guy. We got to get Garrett O'Boyle because you had the courage to step forward. And it's not just with this issue, because we have the memorandum from the Richmond field office about Catholics, right? If you're pro-life, pro-family, and you're Catholic, look out. The FBI wanted to put people inside the church, inside the parish, to spy on fellow citizens. Does that surprise you, Mr. O'Boyle, that actually happened in the Richmond field office?
It doesn't, not anymore.
Scary. And you know that memorandum, by the way? It was signed off by 5 people in that office. One of them was the chief division counsel, a lawyer who supposedly went to law school and probably had a course on the Constitution, signed off on that memorandum. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. Mr. Allen, you served 20 years. You had a security clearance for 20 years. You served our country as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Honorably discharged.
Yes, sir.
Won medals from the Marine Corps.
Yes, sir.
They came after you too, didn't they? And you simply did. Mr. Goldman just asked you a few questions. You were simply doing your job. Your job as an analyst is to compile information, open source information, present that to your colleagues so they're fully informed about the case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you did that job, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You followed your oath, right?
Yes, sir.
You adhered to the rule of law.
Correct, sir.
You were consistent with the Constitution, just like the oath you took when you signed both as serve our country in the military and at the FBI.
Yes, sir.
And you did the same thing, didn't you, Mr. Friend?
Yes, sir.
And yet you felt the full weight of the federal government come down on you guys. And of course, they timed it perfectly. They sent the letter to us yesterday. We knew they would. We knew it was going to happen that way. And as Mr. Boyle said earlier, he's getting his hearing tomorrow, right, Mr. Boyle?
That's when they tried to schedule it. We've not heard back.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your service to the country. Mr. Bishop was right. The poise, the way you've handled yourself, the gentleman way you've handled yourself here, the way you've served our country, it does not go unnoticed. The American people appreciate what you've done for our country and what you are doing for our country. God bless you. I yield back. Now recognize the ranking member, Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At least you got a document from the FBI. We here, your colleagues in Congress, don't get documents from you, don't get material from you.
That document was
This
sent to
is
Chairman
my
Adler, or
5
Ranking Member
minutes.
Nadler.
This is my 5 minutes. I didn't
I'll give you
yield
that.
to
I
you.
reclaim my
I
time.
didn't yield to you.
I don't
didn't to you,
yield.
Not Mr. Allen's testimony, not a
I
lot
get
of
to lie
testimony,
freely.
But,
No one gets to tell me I'm a liar.
you know, I do
Lot of
am
shit.
concerned when
pretty
I
cute.
hear about people not being able to provide for their families. That does upset me as a parent,
She probably
as a
had a big
daughter
butt.
of law enforcement, a granddaughter of law enforcement. I don't come from a place where I do not respect law enforcement.
Bullshit.
I understand the sacrifices that
yield
their families make.
on that ass.
Mr.
'Cause it's
Allen,
too
do you
bad.
know who Brian Reagan is?
Is the name Brian Reagan?
Yes, do you know who that is?
I'm not aware of.
Okay, Brian Reagan was an Air Force individual, an Air Force airman who sold classified
Here's the
information to China, Iraq, and Libya. Mr. O'Boyle, do you know who Reality Winner is?
I believe I have heard that
Dude,
name before.
Yes,
they do
Reality
have what's her
Winner
name?
was an Air
Weinstein.
Force also.
She is
an
like
NSA
up
contractor
80, right?
who in
Like she's not
2018
years old yet,
pleaded
but she's
guilty to multiple violations of Espionage Act as a contractor who leaked information about the Russian interference in the 2016 elections. Do any of you up here sitting there know who Terexra is?
Okay. While this chick is running her fucking hot pocket, the entirety of Russian collusion or interference in our election basically consisted of Facebook ads, Twitter ads, and a couple other things. And not for very much money. Our
You mean
interference
it was a
in
lot.
Our interference in Israeli elections when Barack Obama was in office, they spent millions and millions in advertising to try to get Netanyahu taken out. And this bitch got the nerve to sit up here and talk about Russians spending 2 to 10 million in advertising is somehow influencing an election. That everybody with a brain should take that as an absolute fucking insult. But nevertheless, here we are.
Right? We all know who he is. He's the young man in the National Guardsmen in Massachusetts who leaked massive amounts of information. So because someone served our country in the military and that they do work for a federal agency does not exempt them immediately from being someone who could potentially commit espionage or lose security clearances. We give everybody a pass just because they served our country. We respect their service. But if they break the law, then that means that they have to face the consequences.
If they go against the narrative
do
at the
things
time.
that they're in the process, and it determines that they are in fact have to have their security clearances removed, then that's what happens. So, my father served, all of my uncles served, people in my family served in the military, and we all respect that. But that does not give individuals a pass and means that they cannot be questioned about their security clearances and their allegiances later on to the country. Colleague Mr. Goldman asked questions about Kash Patel, his engagement, his involvement with some of the witnesses here. Even another one of my colleagues brought up a testimony from Mr. Hill. He was just in awe and could not believe, he was chilled by what he said about Bank of America. I'm chilled by that same individual saying that the FBI are brown shirts, that they're Nazis.
I'm not chilled by that at
the law
all.
enforcement agency are in fact Nazis.
Yeah.
That's a more chilling component to me.
Yeah,
But,
truth hurts,
this is
lady.
more of
Get
the
over
same that we see each and every time that we're here. First, just it was demonstrated in the process that we're in right now, an unwillingness to follow precedent, follow the rules. The rules don't apply when it comes to the Republicans. They want different set of rules for themselves than everyone else. They want a different set of rules for their political beliefs
Taco, that
than
is the
other
way to
individuals
live.
have. Individuals who are espousing
Fuck
their
'em.
beliefs on the job where they're not supposed to. It's okay when it's their beliefs, but if it were somebody else, then a different set of rules would apply to them. Hiding information, it's all part and parcel of the Republicans' attempt to make Americans distrust our rule of law, so that when 2024 comes around,
Why should I trust
should
law?
their candidate not win,
Why?
more and more people will not believe the truth. The truth matters.
Not
The
to
truth
you, it don't.
matters. And hiding information and stating a lie over and over again does not make it true.
No,
And we will
it doesn't.
continue to, yes, be concerned. And Mr. Chairman, I continue to say that there are, I believe, areas that I think that we can work on. I have not had a discussion with you. I've sent you letters about what I believe those areas are. No response with regard to that. But in their times,
Time of the gentlelady's expired.
I'm happy to do that with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman recognizes the gentleman from Utah for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the witnesses. I actually am missing another event, but I could not leave until I had an opportunity to thank you. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your honesty. And honestly, I apologize for some of the behavior and the words of my colleagues. It reflects poorly on Congress. It makes us appear childish and as if
Yeah,
rudeness is
Robert, dude,
intellect,
there's a lot of B I
as if
can't stand.
accusations is fact. But you all have done exactly the opposite. In the face of accusations, in the face of insinuations, comparing you as military members to known traitors and therefore we shouldn't believe you, it's just simply outrageous, it's childish. But you haven't done that. You've done exactly the opposite. And I want you to know that the American people have listened to you and they can see your
The
demeanor.
American people are so
They
fucking
can
sleeping,
see
ain't
your
even funny.
sincere-
They ain't paying attention to the
They
shit.
can see and respect the service that you have rendered. And that's what they will remember from this. They won't remember some objection about, well, we weren't given this document. They won't remember, who Kash Patel is, who even knows what that has anything to do with this. They're smart enough to know this isn't about January 6th. This isn't about a previous election or the next election.
Yep, Mike,
They're
100%.
smart enough to hear your words and to
Oh yeah,
measure your
January
sincerity
6th.
and to
The
avoid the
majority
challenges.
of, hold
And
on.
I'm telling you,
Wait a
that as
second.
someone who
I
sat
gotta
on the
throw a
Intelligence
pause
Committee for
on
years
that
and
shit.
used to defender the FBI.
Because let me explain something to the crowd. The majority of the American people are so fucking stupid when it comes to how hard they are getting fucked. They don't see hearings like this. They watch MSNBC, Fox News headlines, and they jump in their own little camps, and they all throw the little hands up at one another. Fuck them.
if they throw a news feed to their phone, they read that instead of going to whatever they normally would have gone to, because it's like right there, and
Yeah.
And to watch
it's
their
the not news feed.
I completely believe you because I've seen it again and again and again. And probably the most concerning thing I've seen in Congress is this weaponization of federal agencies. We give them enormous power. You all had enormous power. And we can't give agencies like the FBI incredible abilities to go surveil and to monitor and to read and to observe American citizens and then just say, go do what you want. Don't come talk to us. Don't tell us what you're doing. That is exactly the opposite. They should and they must be able to have oversight by Congress, and they simply don't.
100%, Taco.
And that forces you as whistleblowers to come forward through another vehicle. And I'd be curious to know, you had friends.
I tell you what, Coop, I think I'm gonna dip, man. I'll be in the comments for a few.
All right, Joe, take it easy, brother, man. Love you.
And tried to support you.
All right, I love you too, brother. You have a good evening.
All right, man.
Is I
Be
wonder if
cool.
they're too scared.
Late.
I wonder if they're scared to be associated with you. Now, I wonder if the FBI tactics of isolating you have worked. Mr. O'Boyle, have you had friends reach out and support?
Very, very few.
And why is that, do you think?
I think their First Amendment rights have been chilled as well. I know for a fact that my former supervisor had a meeting with my squad shortly after I was suspended, and he told them that I was going to be arrested, fired, and charged. So if that's not chilling, I don't know what is.
Mr. Friend?
Echo what Mr. O'Boyle said. I've had very few reach out to me, and those who have used encrypted ways to do it because they fear retribution.
They're afraid to reach out to you. Respected.
That's
colleagues,
100%,
people
Robert.
they've worked with for years, and they're afraid to reach out.
Fucking right there.
It's very clear the FBI has been able to achieve that.
Hours and hours of
Mr.
testimony.
Allen,
They
your
boil it down to 30
former
seconds.
Employee of the year.
I've had a few colleagues reach out who are no longer with the office, just to check in periodically, which has been appreciated. But other than that, I've been pretty much like ghosted by everybody. So.
And honestly, shame on those agents who respect you and know you and don't have the courage to reach out and support you. There are members of my family who are FBI agents. I love and respect them. But we have deep concerns about the agency you used to work with. And I want to read you something. This should frighten people. It should get their attention, I would hope, but it doesn't. The East German Stasi, one of the most effective suppressive agency in the history of the world. This is what they would do. They devised a strategy and tactics to disintegrate a target's personal circumstances. Surely that has happened to you. Their career, surely that has happened to you. Not only your career as an FBI, but it precludes you from working anywhere else. For heaven's sakes, you have to ask.
So here it is, guys. You work for the federal government. Let's lay this case out a little bit more foundational. You work for the federal government. You see the federal government doing dirty shit, which anybody working for the federal government sees that every day. But you're the one who nuts up and you actually say, hey, federal government, you're doing dirty shit. Let me go grab my rape whistle and I'm going to go blow my rape whistle. And I blow it at my supervisor. My supervisor tells me, you can take your rape whistle and you can fucking swallow it and fucking shit it till you fart and it smells like a goddamn gazoo. I really don't care. So you move up the ladder from there. And then you finally get to fucking Congress. And what does Congress do? Who is supposed to be our ruling body? They just destroy you. Do you guys not catch the grift yet? We have these constitutional rights, this Bill of Rights, this Constitution, and we have these amendments. I could fucking build a house out of them, compress them into 2x4s that were stronger than goddamn whatever porn stars pecker. Excuse me. It wouldn't matter. Because the people like this jackass sitting there asking questions, although he's asking some good questions, they're all in on the same game.
ask others to help you to maintain just food on the table for your families. How can anyone on the other side of the aisle say that's okay with me? Further Stasi tactics ruin their relationships and their reputation in the community. Tell me that hasn't happened to each of you. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Appreciate that. Gentleman recognizes, or the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
So which Americans were being targeted? Now, August 2nd, 2022, a media organization attained a copy of a document which whistleblowers subsequently authenticated to the committee that is styled the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Symbols Guide on Militia Violent Extremists. Mr. Boyle, are you generally familiar with that guide?
Hold on. Let me
Yes.
familiarize you
And that
guys.
Identified certain things that made people more.
Let me familiarize you guys with a couple of different things. Again, embrace the stereotype. We have that NVE life. The number one MVE of, whatever. I've got another one. NVE of the month. And hold on. Because I have to finish this one up finally and send it out to dang old Matt. This is the Killdozer Tread on Them NVE cut. Why? Because fuck them. That's why. Rolling around in my chair like I'm a fucking badass. Yeah, this whole militant, violent, extremist shit. Say 2A in the same sentence. Mention the Betsy Ross flag. I'll show you guys one of the things hanging over my desk at the house right now. Which is a Betsy Ross flag, 1776, got the fucking snake cut into it. All that stuff's really cool flag. Yeah, I'm a violent militant extremist because I believe in freedom. And guess what all you assholes are if you agree with me? You're the same goddamn thing. And they believe they should be able to kick your door in and rip you a new one.
More likely to be deemed a threat, didn't it?
Yes.
And wasn't one of those things just the number 2 and the letter A next to each other?
Yes, it was.
And in your experience as a law enforcement official,
You're
does putting the word 2 or the letter 2 and A next to each other make someone more likely to be violent or law breaking?
No.
And if someone signified the right that they support the right to bear arms, was that also something in the symbol guide?
Yes.
And how about this one? Really got me. The Betsy Ross flag. Was the Betsy Ross flag in the terrorism
Didn't I just
symbol
mention
guide?
that flag?
It was.
And what about the Betsy Ross flag makes someone more likely to be a violent extremist?
Yeah.
I wish there was a reasonable explanation for that question.
There isn't. And people blew the whistle and said, this stuff is crazy. Americans are being targeted. Mr. Friend, you ever been to a school board meeting?
Yes, I have.
FBI ever sent you to the parking lot of a school board meeting?
Listen to
In
this.
the parking lot of a meeting where the FBI sent you, you were taking down information regarding people's.
Listen to this. Because Matt Gates right here is asking this guy a question. You ever been to a school board meeting? Guy says yes. You were sent to a school board meeting by the FBI. Guy says yes. You were there to take the information that you could gather from that school board meeting and the people that you ran into and basically turn that into reports. That's what he's asking right here. And then in a minute, the dude tells him, yeah, I was at school board meetings because, hell, I was a father and I was at school board meetings for my own children. Still collecting information.
License plates.
That's correct.
Now, wasn't the first time you'd been to a school board meeting, was it?
No, I went on my own as a private citizen.
As a parent.
Yes.
And so there you were. It must have been quite an interesting perspective. There you were taking down the information of people, parents attending school board meetings on behest of the FBI. And you had been one of those parents at a school board meeting. How did that feel?
Well, after I attended privately, my colleagues teased me that they were probably going to start investigating me.
You used to go after
If that doesn't fucking terrify
Yes,
you,
You went after people who looked at child.
you're not breathing.
Yes.
People who were sexually exploiting children.
Yes.
And then you were in the parking lot of a school board meeting, taking down the information of parents. What happened to the cases that you were working to protect our communities from the worst predators that exist?
I was told they were not to be resourced, and then after I was suspended, they were handed off to local law enforcement.
Wow. So the FBI just decided it was more important to have you in that parking lot of that school board meeting than getting the worst of the worst away from people that they could harm.
Yes.
But you deserve the consequences you are getting, according to the ranking member. Mr. O'Boyle, what the ranking member said that when people break the law, they deserve the consequences they get. And it doesn't matter that they served in the military. So what law did you break before
All
the
day.
FBI packed up all your stuff and moved it?
Made out of wood chippers would be fine.
No true law. The only thing I broke was
Feet first.
not towing the line for the FBI. Like I said when I opened, my oath is to the Constitution, not to the FBI.
And our laws provide you avenues to talk to Congress, to talk to your supervisors about those concerns, right?
Correct.
And so you didn't deviate from that, did you?
No.
You didn't go to the media first, did you?
No.
You used what the law provided. And your family has paid an exquisite price for that, haven't they?
They have.
How old were your children when they moved you across the country?
6, 5, 3, and 2 weeks.
A 2-week-old baby. Could you get your stuff?
6 weeks later.
Oh, so for 6 weeks, almost every possession to your name, the FBI had and wouldn't give back to you. How did you, what time of year was it? Was it winter, summer?
When I reported, it was in September. So when we were traveling, it was summertime essentially. So we had basically summer clothes, but then we were basically stranded in Wisconsin, which is where we're from. It gets cold there pretty quick. And
Well, I'll take your word for it. I'm a Florida man, but what was it
Florida
like when you had
man.
to go and explain to your wife that you didn't have coats for your children because the FBI wouldn't give them back to you?
it was horrible. I mean, we were asking family for clothes and excuse me. It was a difficult time.
Yeah, you became a charity case, didn't you?
I did. And now I get derided for that. I never thought I'd have to accept charity in my life. I thought I would be able to take care of my family, but I'm grateful for everyone who has provided charity to me. That even includes a former colleague's church. I would name the church to give them recognition, but I'm too worried that the FBI would send informants to infiltrate that church as well.
Yeah, well, they've already done that with the Catholics. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Durham report dropped this week, and it's an absolute, I mean, the politically motivated misconduct by the FBI and the DOJ is outlined in very, very specific detail. And it's an absolutely damning indictment on the FISA court. And the response from DOJ Director Wray continues to be that all of the people engaged in that conduct are no longer with the DOJ or the FBI.
Bullshit.
Director Wray has emphasized the importance of doing things the right way. Essentially, it's all in the past. Nothing to see here. Just trust us. Mr. Allen, do you think the FBI leadership does things the right way?
No, sir.
Mr. Friend?
No, sir.
Mr. O'Boyle.
No, sir.
And the Durham report detailed that submitted warrant applications to the FISA court without interviewing witness, failed to correct warrants after learning more information about a witness's reliability, failed to disclose exculpatory evidence to a secret court, omitted
Because they're
information that
gonna
contradicted what they
fucking
told the
lie.
court previously
They're
when
the
they were trying to get
government.
extensions, and in one case, they actually fabricated an application for the warrant. And in a letter dated on May 15th, the DOJ informed us that we don't have to worry about it anymore because they revised some forms, issued a whole bunch of new guidance. They promised us that they have a better way to maintain files. They implemented more training. The FBI loves training. Bureaucrats love training.
Every
They have
government
more
agency
internal
loves
oversight.
training.
They have a rigorous and robust oversight program. They instituted technical updates and they automated workflow. You know what's not mentioned anywhere in that letter? Consequences. There are no consequences, no penalty, no punishment. So if there's no
That's
consequences,
by
there's no
design. That ain't a
prosecutions,
flaw.
then there is no incentive for the DOJ or the FBI to hold themselves accountable. And the single best way for the American people to learn about the abuses carried out by our government is by whistleblower testimony. And so the single most effective way to keep these things from coming to light is to make sure it is known that dissent will not be tolerated and speaking out will be dealt with severely. And just this week, the IRS whistleblower was removed from a case at the request of the DOJ in a clear case of retaliation and violation of the law. So, Mr. Allen, when we're talking about this and what you all have gone through and your families have gone through is just heart-wrenching, and Congressman Gates just walked through it, but what are the consequences moving forward for your colleagues on whistleblower?
I mean, I think in light of what's happened to us and what's happened to all the people involved with that investigation, I think it definitely has to send a chilling effect across the agency. And there's just an incongruence in how personnel
Don't rat out your own corrupt government.
And how we've been treated.
That's
Mr.
what he's
Friend,
saying.
This is a public setting, we're testifying, but can you tell the American people what has happened in your life since you have come forward and given this information?
Well, thank you for that. Beyond leaking my medical information to the New York Times and insinuating that I was under disciplinary action for shooting a firearm in my backyard inappropriately, I was also denied the opportunity to seek outside employment on 2 occasions, denied my training records, which in essence is denying me outside employment. The Inspector General is now aware of the illegal and improper gag order that was issued on me that basically told me that I was not allowed to speak to my family.
Ting ting, you
my
back.
attorney about the
Chick,
existence of
what's
the
up?
investigation.
So if one of your former colleagues is looking at this and watching this, and they have information that they think is subject to being shed light on with the American people, do you think how you've been treated would give them pause?
It has, and that's why they laundered the information to me, and that's how I've been able to expose more
Hey,
things now. from
me
the outside.
love you long time,
Mr.
ting
O'Boyle,
ting.
we just heard from your interaction with Mr. Gates and how all of this occurred and all of the hardships you've gone through. If one of your really good friends, your former colleagues, came to you and said, I have this thing that is being covered up, and I think the American people need to know about it, what advice would you give them?
Shut
I would
the
tell them
fuck
first to
up.
pray about it, long and hard. And I would tell them I could take it to Congress for them, or I could put them in touch with Congress, but I would advise them not to do it.
So you would legitimately try to protect one of your colleagues from doing what you have done?
Absolutely.
And how do you think that solves being able to shine light on corruption, weaponization, any kind of misconduct that exists with the American people?
It doesn't solve it. But the
You
FBI will
understand,
crush you.
these cats from the
Government will
FBI are
crush you
nothing but fucking
and your
props.
family.
It's just
If you try
one
to
party
expose the
against
truth
another
about
party.
Things that they are doing
It's
that are
all
wrong.
fucking
We
theater.
are all examples of that.
I can't think of a more sobering way to end a hearing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank, we say this
Now, I
every
think
hearing,
we
but
do
thank
hit the end of the
witnesses,
hearing right here.
and I mean it every time, but I really mean it. Thank you for coming forward, sharing your story.
Getting fucked
and
over.
standing up for the Constitution.
Getting
doing your
bent
duty.
over.
We appreciate, Mr. Levitt, thank you for your representation of these individuals. We thank you for the powerful testimony that you gave and the way you gave it and the way you've conducted yourselves. With that, without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for witnesses or additional
So, yeah,
materials for
hearing's
the record.
over
Without
here.
objection, the hearing is adjourned.
Hearing's over there. I'm gonna kill that tab, and I'm gonna go get some sleep here in a second because God knows I didn't get any last night. You guys have to look past the theater, the whole watch the right hand, look what the left hand's doing, all that shit. And realize you're getting played from the jump. Once you realize you're getting played from the jump, that most of you do, most all you cats, fucking cool. You already know. You're getting played from the jump. Once you realize that, once you realize the game that you're in, that the fight's completely rigged, then we look at situations like pistol braces and, oh, well, there's only injunctions for this member group, and there's only injunctions for this member's group. There's people running around like their head's on fire going, huh, why aren't they in it for everything? Huh? Dude. Your only options are is whether that dick is lubed or not lubed. The government is going to fuck you. You'll be lucky they don't rub on the crunchy peanut butter before they ease off on that hole. The fight is rigged. And it ain't for you. It's not for Ting. It's not for Taco. It's not for Joe. That fight's rigged. And it ain't on your fucking side. The whole conversation with Legal Man tonight. This hearing was just to point out the fact that this shit is fucking rigged. And man, I struggle with it so hard because I love the idea of my country. I love that idea. I love the idea of the founders and these letters, and I love that stuff. But I'm also a big enough person to admit that the way the game is played by the government and the way we play the game are two different situations. See, we still believe in honor, integrity, and honesty and shit like that. And our government hasn't believed in that stuff in well over 100 years. So here we are. We're having an evening together. And realize, kids, I don't write scripts. This shit can go sideways in a fucking hurry. But we're having this evening together. We've talked to a former lawyer. I'll give him credit for being a former lawyer, the legal man. And then we've looked at a couple different things. One, a hearing I watched about 2.5 weeks ago where I think a representative in Alabama flat out admits we pass unconstitutional stuff all the time in this house. I guarantee he's still out there in Alabama where I'm at writing law right now. And nothing's said. If there was any justice in this world, that would have made national headlines. But you got my little fucking redneck ass. Well, little. I'm short, fat. I'm like a tree trunk, really. But you got me who brings this stuff up. You have a Second Amendment with the strongest legal language that you can write into text. Shall not be. That means you fucking can't. Period. And now we're worried about pistol braces. Don't tell me shit ain't sideways. I remember, here's a cool one. I remember going to fucking Burger King 3 years ago. If I got a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, I couldn't hold that bitch in both of my hands. If I go to Burger King and I get a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit right now, I can fit it in between 3 fingers and my thumb. That 3-finger thumb sandwich costs me damn near twice as much as that I can't hold it with 2 fucking hands before that. Man, you got people who are so wrapped up in this world, they're watching goddamn RuPaul's drag show and think that's the funnest fucking night of the week. They don't realize that they're absolutely getting raped. Oh, so Ting Ting, as soon as you mentioned mushrooms, I disowned you. You heathen. You wild, wild woman. Why did you have to say mushrooms? Telling you, I'm disowning you. You're fired. I'm going to take the kids back from you. They're going to live with me and my other 2 kids. They'll be fine. And until you get rid of that mushroom habit, and that can be a really, really fucked up joke. But no, shit. I'm going to get out of here, guys. I'm going to get a little bit of sleep. I got to be up in the morning again. I actually have to do jobs and workses and being adults and stuff like that, like a lot of you guys do. Realize there's a I give the twins to you. I take them. I wanted at least like 4 or 5 more kids, but it is what it is. All of us in this circle, this orbit that we run in, from dark, crump, we run into so many different other situations, safety dock, all these different interests, I should say. But we all believe in individual power over the power of all this shit that we have that's supposed to be our government. There's a long thought there, and I still got to finish some stuff out. So fuck it, I'm just gonna end it. Adulting sucks ass. Mike McLean, brother, you ain't wrong. Adulting fucking sucks. And it's funny because I watch my daughter now. She's 6. She's like, I want to grow up. And I'm like, fuck, I wish I was 6 again. And it's it's wild, man. But I do, man. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta take a shower and get cleaned up. I do love you guys. I really do. You guys that actually absolutely believe in freedom are the most powerful force in America. I'll say this, I'll throw a caveat out there. Once we get our shit together, we are the most powerful force in America. And maybe we can become that country where we're free citizens. Some of you guys heard me say it plenty of times. We're not the freest country in the world. We just have the prettiest bars on our cage. And that's what it comes down to. We just have the prettiest bars. We got Teslas. We got lots of stoplights and red lights. And we got lots of police on every corner. Pretty bars on a cage. But you guys know what's up. So you guys be cool. You perps. Keep that thing on you at all times. Love each and every one of you guys. You stay safe. Keep your family safe. Give your family a hug. Tell them you love them. We ain't here for a long time, baby. We just here for a good time. I'm out, man. You guys be cool. I love each and every one of you guys. Sam, Joe, Mike, Fire, Ting, freaking all of you guys are amazing. And I'll catch you on the next one. Taco, my sister. Why the fuck that stuck in my head, I still can't figure it out, but it worked. Anthony Smith, later on, brother. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Take care of fam, loved ones, dogs, cats, fucking lizards, snakes, you name it. If you got them, take care of them. We got a long way to go in this fight. Ultimately, I think we win it. Sam, brother, you are another one, man. One of these days, me and Sam got to get together. We got to play some. We got a game together a little bit. But I'll get my fat fingers back on some joysticks. But you guys be cool. I am out, man. But I'm serious. I love each and every one of you guys. You guys be cool. Take care of the fam. Take care of your loved ones. I'm out.